I'd say I'm fortunate in that I don't feel too much like anxiety going into like matches. Something we really implemented that like it felt like it helped a lot was just practicing as close to possible as like a match and making sure everyone's on the same page, like having like the tangible goals and that are measurable that we can follow up with. It's just sort of setting ourselves up for success in that our practice is just as close as possible. We have played the scrims every day. We've put in the work. We know what we're about to get into. So let's just keep playing like it's practice. And, you know, whatever happens, but let's at least play like a match we're proud to have played. Yeah, and I think like a big part of that was also like having Veer as our coach now. He really helped implement that system coming into the relegation matches and helping us like get that victory.
The best way to deal with the pressure is just to have fun, not think too much about the game. Just try to be in the present, not think too much about the result.
For me, the best way to deal with the pressure, being prepared, like feeling you're prepared, feeling like you've done enough for this match. Like for me, it's the routine, the practice that we put in before the match. For me, my routine is simple. It's like I wake up, I walk the dog, I take a cold shower right before the match, and that's it. I mean, I've done this for the last like 3 years at least. So yeah, being prepared is the best way to deal with pressures. And at the end of the day, like when you're in the server, there's not that much pressure if you know you're prepared. You know?
I feel like early on in Challengers, like last year, we definitely felt more pressure, a lot more nerves. Now being our fourth, maybe even fifth split, I feel like we don't have much pressure anymore. A lot of teams do doubt us. A lot of the casters doubt us still. So there's no pressure. I mean, we just have to go out there, have fun, and regardless what will happen, you know, just my main thing is always having fun, you know, win or lose, have fun. So there's really no pressure.
The best way to deal with pressure, drink water, like drink lots of water and just breathe. That usually helps. Water's a key one though.
I feel like my route as a pro player has been pretty steady, I'd say. I started all the way back playing some tier 3 tournaments with my team last year. I qualified to Challengers and from Challengers to Ascension. And this year I decided to come to NA Challengers, which its level is higher than the challengers from my own region. So I feel like if I would describe my route as a pro player, I would say that it's like steady, taking each step at a time, and hopefully this year I get to Ascension again and get to close it out and win it all. It was kind of like a reality shock. And maybe last year they handed our to us.
Big park, the spike, nose root, injuries.
It's not something that I was expecting because in Brazil, honestly, I believe we were the better team in our region. That made me a little bit overconfident when coming to Ascension. And when we came to play against teams like AMB, whose level was so high, it was something like, what should we have done in order to beat this guys? Normally when we lose in our own region, we would like know what happened. When we played against AMB, I felt like, what should I have done better? Because I don't know. And then it's something like clicked on me. It's like, oh, you can actually get a lot better than you are now. In the beginning, it was kind of hard. I was not playing well. Media has been very welcoming and the transition has been really easy for me. And towards the end of the first stage, I got to get back on my feet. I feel like stage 2 is going to be much better for me. Personally, to win it all, no? Win stage 2, win the next tournaments, and go to Ascension and get AMB the 3rd participation, and honestly get them the win and get them to ascend.
Just breathing. I think that a lot of people don't remember to just take deep breaths during the clutch, and also just like trusting your gut. Multiple times that I've coached players, it seems like they think about 100 different things and then can't come to a decision instead of just like instantly trusting their gut.
I try to just like be prepared, and I feel like that's reassuring towards myself to handle pressure and deal with any of like the nerves or anything. Is like the more I feel in control, the more I feel prepared with going to a scenario or a matchup, the less that feels as like pressing to me, like inside of me. There's not as much like nervousness or pressure on it because I feel ready for what's to come and I feel confident in what I have prepared, like looked at and game planned or whatever it may be. So for me, I think it's definitely like preparation and doing a lot of like prep work, whether that's VOD or like my own game plans or whatever it might be when it comes to practice and any ritual that I have before, especially if it's just like warming up. Even warming up helps to feel very prepared with myself and my performance. And I think that's helped a lot with easing off pressure.
I feel like the best way to deal with the pressure is just like to accept that it is there. I don't believe that people cannot feel pressure unless they actually don't really care about what they're doing. Competition should have pressure, right? Otherwise it's not even that much fun. That's where the fun part of competition is. You feeling that thrill of, you know, playing something that's worth it.
Maybe I'll feel like the nerves, like of the excitement of the match before. It really just depends on the match. It's just like having like a system and a team that you can trust. So no matter what, no matter who's playing bad or who's playing good, it's something you can hold on to and be consistent with. Even then, by like trusting your system, trusting your teammates, you know, that'll open up a lot more actual kill potentials than, you know, playing like you're Lionel Messi. Not everyone is Kane Zero on the ISO, you know.
What I used to do was I would give myself at least piss around to kind of get my nerves out. So even if I whiff or don't do what I was supposed to do, I would kind of take it easy and be okay with, you know, messing up or being a little bit nervous. But I don't really get nervous too much anymore. So, because after piss around, I just completely forget about being in a match and I just play like it is in practice and kind of just let things flow.
I grew a lot for sure. At the very start, I mean, I played like a ridiculously high sense and I tried to aim like 10s and copy his highlights. But over the years, I got way better, way smarter too. Like I actually understand the game. I can understand win conditions and lose conditions and like, you know, how to win a game. And I guess like a lot of contribution was having Bonker on OXG and just like being on a team with those experienced players, like definitely helped me a lot. Like it made me actually understand the game, and even then there's so much that I still need to get better at. So I'm very happy with, you know, my progress, and I just got to keep continuing and riding that wave up. The adaptation, slowly but surely, we're figuring it out. I think we're taking steps forward and we know our problems and what needs to be like fixed. So I think our split one definitely helped us learn a lot. Our progress should get faster very soon. Initially, I just created a Discord server and I invited a bunch of people who I thought were good and I wanted to trial them and see how they fit in a team. I did some scrim trials where it was just like I picked a set 5, including me. I also had some coaches watch. I did like the little EG method where we did like a 5v5 of like 10 trials. I learned a good amount of like from the players from those trials too. So that was pretty nice. And once I had my core, we started talking about, you know, who we wanted to move forward with, and by process of like elimination we figured out who we wanted to play with for the season. Well, if I wanted to speak very like optimistically, I want to win an international. If there's a world where that's possible, where, you know, I could win an international, I'd win an international. I guess technically that counts, but we can't even play Ascension. But I guess for tier 2, if I were to stay in tier 2, just to win. You know, if we won playoffs because we can't qualify for Ascension, I would be happy with that.
I'm super excited personally. I played Envy a couple of times over the last few months. It's always been super close matches. I'm honestly super excited to play them. It's going to be a super fun game.
Okay, for the next, everything they've got. Acrian wants to make this costly for them. If the defenders are going to have a defuse, but even that's not guaranteed. Still disastrous for Wyatt. Acrian mows them down for 4.
We got some 16-year-olds. We got Kane Zura and Ion. And when the game gets like way too close to a victory, when we were like 12-2, you cannot stop them for throwing some routes. It's going to happen.
And be proactive as always. Bam! Bam! Oh, buddy!
Oh, God.
Well,
Oh,
just
no.
give him the 5th and be on with it, I think.
Hopeful teams started off in stage 2, Swiss stage. 8 made it to playoffs, and now 2 remain. Welcome everyone to NA Challengers North America's stage 2 playoffs. The grand finals ahead through the crazy stage 2, and cannot wait to see who is going to be crowned our stage 2 champ. A final so hype that everyone's coming around, even the cats. Dan, how's it going today? Which cat?
She's not
Already?
This is Aura.
She put a filter. 1 second.
Yes,
Okay.
great start, everyone. Great start.
She would have filtered my voice. She muted me too. I was like, surely she's not doing it. Of course, when we go live, she comes. She's also
it's
very
so
excited.
cool.
I'm very excited for the finals. It feels like it's a long time coming, so we're gonna see what happens today.
I don't even know where to recover or bounce back from that. Roy, how are you doing today? Any voice filters on yourself?
Let me just double check. No, I think we're good, Sierra. I think no cats around. I think I got a little mouse toy for my cat, so he's distracted over there being a demon away from my deck. So we're good to go on that end.
I'm glad to hear. As much as we love the cat visits, we got to get down to business, guys. This is a big day of Valorant ahead, the grand finals. It has been a crazy stage 2, and it was a crazy lower finals yesterday. We got a quick little recap video if you missed all of the hype action yesterday.
We'll follow up deals to Shondex. Now Burger Boys have got every reason to stick around, but they've got to respect Satellite, who's just pulled the Blade Storm. Bonnie trying to drop down. Nice suppression, honestly, from Retro. Response to the Blade Storm, but there was an off in hand still. And Satellite comes back up. Retro won't be able to be picked back up. Homie going to be brutalized now. It's going to be up to Nanas. Dealt with, and that's the map. Arbitrarily thrown a speedway to set them up. Player in main. Well, he might see a lot here. Dart cleared. So is a dark cover about to disappear. He gets off the line. He's not ready for it. Oh, the util! It's so hard to retake against this deadlock competition. And Acrian caught 2 in a Sonic. Not really catching on to them by the looks of things. Here come Ambrosia. Alvin spots 1 Rafters. That's called out. Nana's timing would have been an issue if Alvin weren't watching his 6. Now, though, he's still got 2 more to work with. Nana's is just having a day. Far too solid. And not enough time for a defuse. Practo.
Perfect flash.
Yep. Stunning. All right, fast lane thrown up by Bonnie. Acrian doesn't want to spray himself away. Well, okay, trade to the mid. Shondex tries to swing out, removed. Welly. Okay, well, Welly had the opportunity there, surely with a scope weapon, and there you have it, folks. 13-11 on Sunset. Bonnie, and it's over, folks. Practo and Retro have got to put together a literal miracle. Retro pinged out. Okay, not bad. Down to 50, but able to win that fight, crucially. Satellite holding with the op here, and Practo eventually has to swing into it. Retro is done, and Ambrosia have done.
A lower finals going all the way to 5 maps. Ambrosia, they had the lead. They had to do a little bit of a bounce back, but Dan, in the end, able to take down Burger Boys, enact their revenge, and make their way into the grand finals.
Let's remember also where Ambrosia is coming from, right? They're coming from that stage 1 promotion relegation where that roster looks so different. I mean, the only core that stays the same is Glyph and Satellite, but they were playing with Screwface, with Adder, with Smiley, and they make those changes at the beginning of the Swiss stage. They bring the team that we're looking at right now, and they not only go in a run when it comes to the Swiss stage, but also in playoffs through this lower bracket since that round 1 as well. I think it's just such an insane story to think about, and also going against an MV team that they've never played against before.
I mean, this whole split 2 journey has just been so crazy. We've witnessed the rise and fall of so many different teams, the roster manias, the path to greatness for Envy, the redemption arc for Ambrosia. I mean, this has been the full story, guys. This is exciting. I love it. Obviously, Ambrosia is running the full lower bracket run, getting knocked down in the uppers 1. It's going to be absolutely insane here. I mean, it just doesn't get more overdog versus underdog than this, guys.
It really, really doesn't. Envy versus Ambrosia. 2 very different teams, very different stories, but both so deserving of their spot here in the grand finals. The Overdogs in Envy, one of the best teams, if not the best team that we have in NA Challengers, going up against Ambrosia, the team that almost got relegated when we're looking back at stage 1 to now make their way into the stage 2 grand finals. You cannot write better stories than this. It's going to be a great day ahead, and let's dive into it. Let's talk about this Envy team first, because there is a reason that Envy has been considered one of the best teams that we have here. Way back when we saw them as rankers, Roy, it was a team that they hit the server, they just unparalleled confidence, and now they got a coach, they got an org, they're practicing more, like everything's just looking so cohesive.
Yeah, this is a true powerhouse roster, right? You got the Yoru 1 trick, you got the Cypher 1 trick, you got the Zoomers, you have the Vets, and honestly, it seems like a meta that has like perfectly fallen into their laps too, shifting off the double initiator, shifting off the Tejo. It seems like everything's lining up for this team to have this split 2 really strong finish right here. And obviously, I think it would go remiss without us mentioning the fact that this team has pretty much gone undefeated this whole split. They've only dropped like what 2 maps on their way here, and obviously they're coming in with vengeance after falling pretty short in the split 1 playoffs. And they've also had a recent win in Red Bull home ground as well, so they're feeling really hot right now, guys.
Yeah, they've played against 7 different teams since the beginning of that Swiss stage, the 4-0 that put them undefeated and into that #1 seed for playoffs. And now the 3 matches that they've played here in the upper bracket, putting them in the grand final. This is a team that has made so many insane improvements, and it's in such a different way. It's not the, oh, what are they going to do after the meta change, but they remain the same. They just work on the things that the players have been talking about, like Poppin was talking about, the mental part of the game, the nervous that they feel when they go into these matches, when things get close, how do they handle that pressure? And you think a team that is so good wouldn't have to deal with that as much, but I mean, as Roy was mentioning, they are very, very young players that are still learning how to deal with how they're going to close out those maps, how are they going to close out those runs when things get a little bit uncomfortable.
Team has that mix, right? They have like the super young superstars in the making. Then they also have some veteran talent that have really been able to help bring this team together. And let's talk about Inspire first, because looking at what Inspire has been able to bring to this roster, this is a player that, yeah, you've been around for a bit, you'll be familiar with, but he's just been such a pillar of the team and being able to just hold his own in the server, and that like that intelligence he brings, Roy, it's been really nice to see him on this team.
Yeah, he's undoubtedly been the critical piece for Envy's defense success, as well as how dynamic they're playing on the attack side, right? Honestly, I think it's kind of crazy. I didn't realize how much of a Cypher 1 trick he was, but I looked at his stats recently, and he literally has only played Cypher. I mean, this bro is a specialist in that role. Like, he understands the ins, the outs, the nitty gritty, the fine details of what makes a good Sentinel. He's very dynamic with his his gadget setups, how he approaches the game, as well as how vocal he is as a player and how good he is at handling like I mean, it was a util heavy meta, but now we're going into a bit of a less of a util heavy meta, and he seems to really has found his stride in the split too, and he's been such an important piece for this team's success.
Yeah, even when you get into the server, like some of the timing, some of the lurks that he has, it's so dangerous because you have these double duelists that's able to apply so much pressure. Then you have somebody who's always looking to kind of backstab the team a little, like the other team. And it's been really, really difficult for other teams to go up against. If you get past the duelist, Inspire is right there. And part of what makes Envy actually like a really complicated team, not just, hey, we got 2 duelists and like they got a lot of depth to them. But talking about one of those duelists, I mean, Dan, we'd be a little remiss if we're not talking about cainzera here, because I mean, it's cainzera. Like, come on, like, do I really have to say more?
He is just insane. #1 rated player pretty much in all of those areas that you want to see your duelist thrive in. I not only the ACS, but the way that he's opening up the rounds for the team, I think it's insane. It's so impressive, and it's something that we've talked about since the beginning, since that first week of Swiss stage, when we started seeing a little bit more of KaneZera, this 16-year-old player that came into Challengers, and it felt like a completely different player to everybody that we were used to seeing, not only because of the unique meta that the team likes to follow, but also how confident he is going for these swings, how confident he is knowing that he can always win these series, he can always win these rounds. And for some of the best duelists that we have in the world in tier 1 and tier 2, you never see somebody quite like him. He's so unique, he's so confident, and the team is also constantly setting him up for success. I think it's what makes Envy.
Yeah, and he's like, I don't know if we've already mentioned this already, but he's by far the highest added player in Split 1 and Split 2 combined. And really, he's, from my eyes, his only real weakness has been like the Jet question mark, but recently it's looked amazing. He humiliated Burger Boys with it on the Ascent side. He played extremely well. He had some just Zoomer-esque level Jet mechanics that I will never understand or be able to pull off. And he's looked great doing it. And I think the fact that he's winning 2 out of 3 opening fights has been a very important piece of like the early pressure that Envy has, and that duelist kind of get in your face style that has worked so well for them has been obviously it's been pretty much on KaneZera.
Yeah, and looking back to sometimes when they have taken these losses, looking back at like stage 1 playoffs, maybe a Kane that was overcooking, maybe just a team that was able to handle him. But it kind of seems as of lately, nobody can stop KaneZera, which is a terrifying prospect for Ambrosia on the opposing end of things. They definitely have a little bit of an uphill battle today, but I think when I'm looking at Ambrosia and just this turnaround that they've had throughout, isn't Ambrosia going to step up to the task? I mean, you're looking at players like Shondex, who's just come alive during these playoffs, a duelist in their own right in Satellite that can really pressure, and the rest of the supporting cast too, like Welly Dan's been amazing, Accurate Glyph, like this Ambrosia team is on a different level than what we've seen them in the past.
Yeah, what I like about this team is that you can kind of say one thing about every single one that is so unique and that makes this team so strong. And we talk about this team of Ambrosia that they've never played Envy before. They've never played that #1 team before. But I mean, Shandex and Welly actually got the chance to face against them when they were still rankers just that one time, a little bit earlier on in stage 1. And a lot of things have changed since then. They were playing for Blue Otter, then they joined the squad, and things have looked very different since. I think it's a combination of how well the team is able to play together, and particularly for me, I love how aggressive they get on the defense, how much they're willing to take these fights, whether it's they're playing this double Sentinel composition that you expect to be a little bit more passive, or this compositions that allow them to play forward. You're always expecting some set plays in every single one of those maps to guarantee that they're catching the enemy team off guard, and then they're able to get advantage very early on.
Yeah, I think they're like overly simplistic approach to the game, and just like how much they don't complicate their meta, they don't complicate their compositional choices. Like they seem to be running very simple design in the game, and I think that simplicity allows this team so much room for individual expression. And it's in those moments, in those kind of gaps in the strategy, gaps in these sort of like, periods in the pulse plants and the retakes, that's where like players like Satellite, players like Shondex, they're all able to express themselves, they're all able to find their value. And it's this sort of dynamic, sort of in the moment play style that I think is going to be really fun to watch, especially when you pair it up with Envy, who has a kind of a similar approach to the game.
And there's a couple players you talked about, but let's talk about Shondex first going into this. Because again, Shondex has been such a great piece for this team. And I think when I'm looking at the Sentinels that are playing within the playoffs, I mean, Shondex is right near the top of my list, Roy. What he's been able to provide is crazy value for the team.
Oh yeah, he's undeniably like the rising star in the Sentinel role for this roster. And I think his proclaimed secret to his success was like a flip of a switch in his brain to just do more hero plays. And like honestly, that seems to be working out for him, because he's popped off. He's looked amazing. He's looked insane for this roster. And I think for us to proceed without highlighting his impact, without highlighting this player, would be a giant miss on our end. He's a threat on the lurk. He knows how to play extremely well off his team. He honestly, I feel like he very rarely misses his timings or misplays his positions, and his aim to back it up has just converged so nicely with this sort of play style and his game IQ.
I like that you mentioned that he kind of realized it was just kind of a change from one day to another for Shondex in the way that he's been playing, because we really got the chance to see it yesterday, right? On the map of Icebox, the way that when they were playing this 4-1, where he's completely by himself on that A side, how he's finding those openings to allow the team to rotate and get that space early on. Or do you have things like what he was doing in Haven alongside Welly, where it was pretty much both of them for the entirety of that first half until the rest of the team was able to come back, and just kind of keeping the team going after recognizing that they were kind of struggling a little bit in the third, fourth map. You have a teammate like Shondex that is able kind of to step it up and make sure that everybody is in their A game and everybody's able to recover after some time.
And with the team that doesn't overcomplicate it, they got a star Sentinel, they got star Util, they got to have a star Duelist in here too. And Satellite has definitely been that for the team. Satellite has been such a fun player to watch in the server, and somebody too that, I mean, when I'm talking about Kane's era, and I'm like, oh, no fear, yada, yada. Satellite kind of just is on that same sort of realm, especially too, like these openings he's able to get, Roy, is crazy.
Yes. I think that for me is like the most interesting thing with this is the fact that his first kill, first death ratios are like the highest in the league. He's probably the only person in the league that can rival Kane's era. He's flashy. He plays a lot of the duelists. He's able to be aggressive. He's able to play within a set structure, but he's also able to have his own imprint and find his like disrupt retakes, get in your face, play inside smokes, kind of push forward, multi-frag with operator. This bro is literally opping in post plants on the site and still managing to find 3 kills. Like that level of calmness mixed with like zoomer style like mechanics is honestly just so fun to watch, and he's just been such an important part of Ambrosia's run thus far.
You're talking about Satellite being one of the only people that can maybe rival Kane's era. So let's pull the head-to-head and actually look at how this looks. And Satellite has a lot on his shoulders as well, considering that we are looking at more of this single duelist style that Ambrosia tend to play, going up against that double duelist. Kane's era, I mean, we talk about him being the top in the league for a reason, Dan. So I'm not looking at the numbers like, oh my gosh, we clear here, but I'm intrigued with how this will play out in the server with very different approaches to the game.
This is close, but I think it's even a bit closer than the numbers are telling you. Just take into account Satellite played that extra match that we watched yesterday, played that best of 5 against Burger Boys, and there's a couple things that before yesterday, the stats were a little bit higher. Now, for Satellite, this is just one of the players that, compared to Kane's era, in one area that I know he's able to win a lot more is in the first kills. The first blood department, the first blood percentage is higher than Kane's era. And as you're saying, Sarah, that kind of also relies on the double duelist composition that NB like to play and kind of how they handle that to get those openings. But for Satellite, it's just that consistent piece that we talked about yesterday when he was facing Bonnie. We talked about both of them being really good at opening, but Satellite was just always one step ahead.
My cats are messing things up in the background right now.
The cats are crazy today.
I thought she might cross.
Just ignore it. They're just hyped up for the series ahead, guys. That's it.
I don't blame them.
It's gonna be an exciting one for sure. Grand finals ahead and a best of 5. Again, Ambrosia just played one of these yesterday, so this is really going to be testing their endurance and their resiliency. And going into it as well, of course, Envy, advantage is going to be on them heading into the map picks and bans. Reminder, with them going through this upper bracket, these bans are going to be both in their favor. So Envy banning out Split and Icebox and picking up Lotus first. I'm looking at, if you're trying to get momentum in a series to stamp out an opponent, Roy, this is a great place for Envy to start.
Absolutely. I think these first 2 bans are honestly so important for this narrative in this best of 5, because Split has obviously not been a great map for Envy. It's been a little bit awkward for them, but Icebox has been not only a map that they don't like to play at all, but it's been Ambrosia's best map by far. So they've taken away a little bit of Ambrosia's flair here by banning these 2 maps. And I think that already is a really good start for Envy. Obviously, we're going into Lotus, one of their best maps. They're pretty, I think they're 6-1 on that map. They've looked great. I think it makes sense for the opener. Obviously, we're going to have to see how they're going to approach their defense side. So my eyes are going to be on, obviously, on Inspire, on how he's going to be approaching the defense side. But I think Sunset is going to be a really interesting one as well, guys.
I really like this map, number 1. I mean, it's kind of the obvious one, right, for Envy. They're 9-1 on Lotus this year alone, and being that map that they always pick, they're constantly having to start on the attacking side, and they never get that less than 6 rounds. If you're wondering that one time that they lost, what happened, it was against Winthrop University, and they actually couldn't get more than 3 rounds on the attacking side. But every other time you see them taking really, really strong leads on the attack, with a 10-2 against CSM, for example, and 8-4 very recently, 9-3. They're doing this on this map, and they're being so obnoxious about it. Now, we're going to be seeing them start in the defense, which is something that doesn't happen that often. I think it happened one time against YFP, so I'm curious in how this can play out in their favor, maybe a little bit against them, because that is, to me, that win condition for Ambrosia. Let's get some momentum early on and see what happens.
I'm looking at Sunset being a great little win condition there. We haven't seen Envy on Sunset in Challengers. We only got them to see for the Red Bull Grounds, and it was a loss. It was close, but it was still one of the only losses they suffered there. So if Ambrosia is looking to snuff out that momentum, that is a great place to start. So this will be a really fun series, and I definitely think that Ambrosia, given what they've got, have set themselves up for the best success possible. But getting into the real talk now, the predictions. I definitely think that Ambrosia are doing what they can. I think that they're a top tier team, but I still think in the end, Envy too strong. And Dan, I only have one question. All right.
Yes.
Have you not been watching Envy's games here? Like what's going on?
I've been watching, and you know what? You're right. They are really good, and they're the #1 team for a reason. And they're boot camping. They have a lot on their side, but Ambrosia, they needed somebody on their side, and that's gonna be me today. I've given so many reasons why I love this team, and I feel like that I don't need to really explain them again. But I think it's a team that can actually surprise us today. I think a lot of people are expecting the 3-0 to happen, but Ambrosia, if they get some momentum early on, I do generally believe they can win the series. And you can kind of take advantage of those things that MB have been talking about that are kind of their weaknesses right now, of, you know, how nervous they get, how they're handling the situations, going into their first ever grand final in Challengers and things like that. That for Ambrosia, yeah, sure, they don't have those experienced players that maybe have deal with those, but it seems like it's a completely different team dynamic for them.
Dan, first off, you are so selfless, right? I just gotta say that first off. But
also, I kept playing Hades yesterday, and I had to get some Ambrosia to give to servers. So
that's what she was doing during the tech pause yesterday, guys. Just saying.
Yeah, I was. I love that game.
I mean, Roy, I just look at this, and this feels like a very different Envy than what we got to see in that Stage 1 playoffs. I feel like Stage 1 playoffs, like that was theirs to lose, but I don't really see that same version of Envy now, which then, I mean, logic dictates this should be their playoffs to win, right? So my vote.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, where I'm standing is like, I definitely see Dryad's perspective. I definitely think there is a shot for Ambrosia, but the big green flag for me for why Envy's maybe in a massive advantage here is the fact that they have the double bans. They got rid of a map they don't play. They got rid of their other worst map, and they're kind of off to a really good start in the first 2 maps. Now, Sunset, in my opinion, is a very important one, guys. I feel like there is so much pressure on that map. Like, it has to be an Ambrosia win if they want any sort of shot. But honestly, another thing that we haven't, we've kind of failed to mention is how much pressure there is on the coaching staff, right? Like, yeah, Envy looks great, but there's no team in Valorant that does not have flaws or weaknesses, right? So there's a lot of pressure on the prep work, how they're going to approach it, how they're going to punish the Cainzera playstyle. Like, how are they going to approach this game to like minimize the value and the strengths of Envy, and how could they, leverage that to their advantage?
That's a really good point, and a lot of pressure on Sunset, but we got to get past this Lotus first. And the agent select is ready. We're getting closer to the game, so let's jump into this. At this point, I mean, we've seen Envy so many times on Lotus. Also, comps that don't necessarily switch up. They're not necessarily too much in the business of that. So getting into it, Dan, thoughts more so getting into the agents.
Yeah, as you're mentioning for Envy here, they're going to keep playing this composition that I think we've been seeing since the very beginning of time. I like the approach here, though, on the other side for Ambrosia, and I want to talk about it a little bit because you're going to have a Raze, and on top of that, you're going to have that Vice that we stopped seeing as much, right? We were seeing a lot of that Shondix playing with the Cypher as well, so going for this change and going for Welly that we constantly highlight on the Sova, but I think the fade on what he's been able to do in this map most recently, I think it's a good win condition to start us off. And remember, Envy starting on the defense, that's not something that often happens. So you're looking for those aggressions for Ambrosia coming into how they want to play against, how they want to play around Rubble with Satellite as well in the race.
And actually, yeah, I really love the pivot to Raze for Ambrosia, right? Because it pairs a lot better into the Cypher. Obviously, that's been Inspire's bread and butter on this map, especially on the defense side. So if they're able to manage that utility well as with the Fade util, I think they can get a lot of that pressure and a lot of that success on the sites for them. So my eyes are on that, as well as how they're going to manage the Viper utility to get those lurk timings, get up in those forward positions, and allow themselves to have a lot more of a dynamic attack approach.
It's time to get into the very first map of the grand finals here, a best of 5. Ambrosia, rags to riches, opportunity to prove themselves now up against a team in Envy with a lot of expectations on their shoulders. Let's get this started, see how the teams will fare, and head over to your casters. Yet again, it's Uber and Wyatt.
$21,000 on the line, 75 circuit points here heading into Challengers Stage 3. Suffice it to say, folks, there's a lot to play for in this best of 5 final between Envy and Ambrosia. And Wyatt, it's a talking point we always return to at the moment. These teams obviously going away from the Teo comps, looking to find a new solution. It's Ambrosia back to the well with a bit of an older school look at this map.
This is a comp that is a bit different from the last time we'd seen them. It's been over a month since their last showing on Lotus, where unfortunately they kind of got crushed by Winthrop University. That was a 13-5. So when you're heading into this, you're factoring in Envy being 9-1 on this map in 2025, like Dan mentioned. You have to imagine this is going to be one of, if not Envy's best shots to just get a clean map win in this series. So really, for me, if Ambrosia can keep this very competitive, even a close loss, I think that could, really bode well for them as the series goes on. But that being said, Envy right now, they are in incredible form. We are getting the Envy in playoffs that we thought we were going to get in stage 1. They faltered there, but this time it looks like they're just on a clean path to taking down this grand final and winning out this playoffs in really dominant fashion.
And again, we see just how important it is to be in that upper bracket, have that upper bracket advantage. Envy are able to go and remove their worst max split from the pool and get rid of Ambrosia's best map, which is their 6-0 in Challengers Icebox. That really leaves the pool in a very favorable position for them now, right? We know just how good their Lotus has been over the course of the year. Sunset's a question mark, I will say. Haven't seen that from Envy, but then we go to Ascent where they have that 80% win rate on defense, and finishing with Haven where they have an absurd defense side win rate, which is even more, I think, relevant on that kind of map. Looking at the map pool, Envy definitely feel very advantaged. They're just checking with their coach right now, which is why we have this slight delay. Doubling back and making sure they are all ready to go. Coach Stunner, of course, who's been, this is his first assignment in VALORANT was years ago on that T1 roster. So guy's been around for a little bit, and then of course was working with this Rankers team. So he's at the helm here for Team Envy. Finally got a bit of an org structure around them, and they're likely still in Hasbro's living room as well, Wyatt, ready to throw down for all the marbles.
It's really nice to see that this Envy team this time around in stage 2 have lived up to the hype that they came into this year. I mean, even in the off season of 2024, these guys did not drop a single map. It took all the way until the playoffs of stage 1 for them to actually suffer their first loss, which was highly unexpected at the time. It felt like these guys were just unbeatable. They play their own style. They have a very highly aggro, unique approach, and it just felt like maybe it had finally, that approach had finally met its end. Teams had figured out how to play against these guys, and then they come back into stage 2. They still have that same flair, exciting gameplay, but they've also become more regimented at times when they need to. They've become more, or rather they've just increased their ability to play as a team while keeping that incredibly high tempo and still maintaining that really extreme aggression that other teams just aren't used to having to deal with. And it's also a pace and a style of play that they aren't even using really themselves, right? I mean, we're talking, like you mentioned, the Tejo meta. It's not even something that Envy really cared about all too much. Like, they've been running it down all year. Like, this is their element, the way that this meta is now shaping out without Tejo.
A good point. I mean, that's like a composition they just didn't really bother with. There's a lot of moving parts there. It feels like it probably got in the way with the fundamental brand of VALORANT that Envy like to play. We're heading into the map now, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. It's going to be Ambrosia starting the attack side here. Keep an eye out to see how they derive some value from this Vice pick. And on the AMB side, it's the classic double duelist look. Exa already looking to push up on this Yoru, a pick that teams are starting to move away from, but he would love to fight early and often.
Specifically, it's Ambrosia that have moved away from that. Your Satellite was playing it, now over onto the Raze, the classic duelist pick for this map.
Standard perch here for Ion. Well, he popped himself up. X is happy to take that engagement, but can't gate crash out in time. Ion here, though, dirty shots. And a big connection. Satellite able to bring him down, but Kane is just able to help his team continue to trade up. And now 2 versus 1. Glyph, the last player left for Ambrosia to work with. A killing field over at Rubble is left in his wake.
In terms of the aim, when it isn't Kane0 popping off for Envy, I think you're definitely looking at Ion as that next guy who is just so sharp mechanically. Gets his team at a huge advantage here and puts all the pressure on Glyph to step up.
Got it, of course. He tries to crossbind his B side. Popping here is enough to justify. Oh my god, Envy just have made the right call here. It was like a fake TP almost by Glyph, but he was kind of hoping they think it was fake and he'd be heading to C instead. Great read there from Envy. It feels like at no point were they really under any illusions about where Glyph was headed.
Now, no reason to adjust. And even if it did go to safe, you can just stay double up and play the retake, trade things out. That round is really just all about Ion. He just steps up, getting that 2K. Aimers on Envy are so talented. Don't want to discredit Ambrosia in that department, though. We have seen over the course of this playoffs, Shondex and Satellite, individually speaking, have been fantastic.
I mean, last couple of days, Shondex obviously a standout. That Cypher play was really what impressed us. Whether it was on Ascent or Sunset, big part of what got them into this game, dealing with Burger Boys, who many of us, well, we will split down the middle, at least in our predictions, that's for sure. Ambrosia here, coming into this second round, of course, with not a whole lot to work with, kind of disrespecting the Cyber Cage, want to walk up through it. Glyph, well, giving himself away to X's position there. He can't quite complete the kill, he just doesn't really have the weapon for it. Golden opportunity goes begging, and now down to 3 around Ambrosia. They committed to this site. Double tap for Kane. Pretty helpful against a lot of these lower damage weapons. And now Shondex slips past Exter. Likely will be handled in the next few moments. Getting Envy off to the races.
Shondex will be happy to collect a couple at the end there. And then, of course, Kane0 is going to be more than happy to push to get every single kill, but was on really low HP, so the shield doesn't actually do all too much to protect him, and this bonus buy is a bit weaker on account of that. Both him and his teammate Extra getting dropped at the end. And one aspect of this Envy defense that we saw play out there and we'll see, I'm sure, a number of other times, is the fact that Inspire just has various different frustrating Cypher setups that you have to work through when you're going for the C executes. That's just his bread and butter. Having obnoxious kill trips, tricky cages to play around. That is where he thrives.
And that's maybe like one of the positives with having the Raze here. You can break them, of course, with the paint shells. You can try and get past them with blast packs. So a few ways to sort of defeat those setups, but it's really about having the rest of the ability to make use of the space Wraith creates. And if she doesn't clear that Cypher util, you don't have much backup for her. So Satellite's going to go looking at again. Cam dealt with. I think the solo duelist over here for Envy definitely is going to keep them interested in the C side of the map, but I feel like they're always going to push up to try and fight Rubble.
It's so frustrating to try to re-clear against this Yoru and the Omen. Because obviously Extra can just take that fight, try to get away with a gate crash. You can throw down those dark covers. There are chances to teleport away if you need to as the Omen, but they want to fight.
Ion dealt with this time. Extra doesn't really want to try and take the fight, and there's no full commitment by Ambrosia to this part of the map just yet. Poppin waiting for a walk-up of some description, but instead it's a lurk wall thrown up. Poppin can confirm that there's no one out towards Rubble, so this is still good information. And now that setup that you mentioned for Inspire is about to be put to the test. Cyber Cage on site. Okay, Prowler triggers that first trap wire, and Inspire knows there's a good chance to be a TP up on top of the box, but his crosshair just isn't placed for it. Glyph still gets his one, maintains that position, but Envy started to come in very quickly. Already snapping at the heels, and all he can really afford to do is try and plant here. A pretty inauspicious outing for this first rifle round for Ambrosia. Extra will get the round done.
That's all about Poppin, just finding a timing to open the door, swing in there. He collects 2, and then off that distraction as well, the rest of Ambrosia needing to turn around to attempt to deal with that. You have Extra just flooding back in, the rest of the Envy defensive team just fighting back sight. Usually Poppin is not the one stepping up in terms of the kills for this team. Doesn't really need to be honest, but in that instance just finds the perfect timing.
Yeah, got every reason to feel good about that. Extra Poppin both up to a great start here on the Envy side. Now, do they again fight for this? This is all that anti-eco setup, but I'm already seeing the danger pings from Ambrosia on Rubble. Envy, of course, are going to want to try and fight for this kind of thing. Odin in the hands of Kane Zero, and yeah, away we go. Finally, some blast pack action. Ion not on top of Rubble yet. Doesn't expect this walk up from Glyph, but is able to whip around on him and put that stinger to use. So much for the contingency there is Kane has his double tap broken and his head blown off.
Trying to hide.
What a shot from Poppin. He is looking sharp so far today. Extra swinging again. This duo is really on fire early.
I think Envy have definitely done enough for the time being. Adrian is fully committed. No one really on this kind of timing is checking behind them. And Inspire's got a pretty good idea where the last player of Ambrosia is. Messy early rounds, Envy tend to trade at least a couple kills out. They still keep the money flowing, still keep the pressure applied. And Ambrosia is still looking for their first round.
Inspired felt confident to push out on the opposite side of the map really fast, so he catches a great flank timing that I don't think Ambrosia were really expecting. And again, it's just credit to Poppin and Exer, who both pick up 1 in that refight. Swinging together from stairs and sight side respectively. This could have perhaps looked a lot different if Glyph was able to connect some of those shots. He certainly had the opportunity to kill Ion, but it was awkward. They're just going for this 8-fight straight away again.
They just happened to throw down for it as well this time, though. Ion is bested. Can't get his one and get out. Envy beat themselves to the beast. They're just sort of really trying to condition to Ambrosia that they will fight them as often as possible on this part of the map. Ambrosia are doing the right stuff here. Dotting I's, crossing T's, clearing corners. Egster, uncharacteristically, kind of whiffs on that shot. And some fire in the side came from top side. Kill contract now has been developed, but Willie's just going to go in and get this plant down.
Spike planted.
And now we're going to commit. Kane's going to go for it. Knows Glyph is on that angle. Simple double swing should be more than enough here. Kane, the double tap. It could be a problem. It's on the Shondex now. There is a plant. Oh no!
No
the kill
way.
contract to try and end the round. Double tap shield at the ready. Shondex knows what he's going to do here. Nice little side step, but it's not going to be enough. And Kane, it's the 4K to save the round for Envy. How are you supposed to come back from that?
He's just like that. He's just...
No, dude.
He's just
no one
different,
just
man.
like that. No one
He's
is
the
just
only
like that.
one. Well, one person. It is just mental, man. You can't offer this guy up 1v1s in that fashion.
Some Jinwoo, bro.
Just able to isolate these fights, and he is the literal last player you would ever want to be in a straight-up 1v1 against.
Obviously, you're on the perfect agent for it. And in fairness, he's not getting multi-swung, so he's able to pick up more of those double taps to continue to win those duels. I can't think of a better agent for Kane to be on than ISO. Really allows that skill expression to be drawn forth, and Ambrosia there completely boomed after a round like that. There's just no reason to lose it like that. They paved the way perfectly. They took a calculated fight to Rubble, punished Ion, punished Exter, able to get that A control. I think what Inspire's about to find just the one, but that's it. Oh, buddy, should never happen.
That was early on. Glyph, I mean, righting the wrongs from that last round where he had an opportunity to get a free kill on Ion. Comes into that instant 2K, just tears apart that Ion Exter duo that have Rubble on lock for the majority of this game up until then. And it is made ultimately irrelevant. They're going to fully force into this, it looks like, Ambrosia. So that means that Satellite will only have a stinger to work with, but he's hoping that that won't be a concern because he's one orb away from getting the showstopper, and then 5 ults are on offer for Ambrosia here out of the timeout.
Gotta be good for a round or so. Here's Ion again fighting, this time Poppin has him. Ion's not able to find a swing off this. I think he was actually seized in a position where he couldn't trade his teammate. So again, this is how Ambrosia has to stop Envy. Make good use of this util. Make this scrappy, almost huggy style of play invalid. It's causing an issue here for sure. Playing inside of his own smoke, but this doesn't really solve the issue of getting the spike over towards the tree direction. Kane is here, extra also in position.
How
does Cliff
get
I
out
like
of this? Oh, I love that. Yes, Steel Garden. That's how he can get out of that dark cover safely.
The overkill of it is just insane. I think what's even more egregious why is this just doesn't feel like overkill whatsoever. I mean, look at what we have to do to mimic a fraction of Envy's power. Extra eventually gets control of his primary weapon back, but Ambrosia have taken the round. My goodness, Steel Garden, Nightfall both committed, and Ambrosia finally secure an all-important round.
And that was from the shadows used by Glyph early, by the way. That's how he was able to get so deep and be flanking through stairs, and then was in his dark cover, and Ambrosia do what they need to do to support him, keep him alive, and then even put him in position to get kills, which was getting that Steel Garden off at the perfect time, and then Nightfall so he could wrap back sight. They had to use 3 ults to win that round, but they forced into it. They needed that commitment. And crazy enough, despite Envy being up 5-0, they have to buy 3 stingers and a judge. They can't actually pull by. Okay, brother. Oh, okay. Well, GG on this round.
Any senses tingling? I mean, Envy...
I don't want to speak too early because this is Envy, but surely that's GG on this round. Surely.
Has to be. You got to play cleverly around this. I do like Inspire's positioning, but how many could it be good for here if they walk up on him? He's actually taking a timing here to wrap. Here's that play towards B. So he's able to give this call over towards, baby door popping. Tries to challenge an outlaw. Oh, man. Pretty extreme range. And there it is. Flawless for Ambrosia. So important. Previous round they forced. This one, so good for the economy that they're able to have a smooth go of it. And Envy, of course, with forced down this thing is because their rounds have been anything but flawless. They're often serving up 2 or 3 players in that early rubble fight. Really volatile early round is hard to build a bank off of.
And that honk late that was thrown out by Will, you got some serious value too. Catching the 2 players over a rubble gets that B plant for free. Early A fight yet again. Ambrosia have a chance to get right back in the game here. This is a round worth 2 if they win it. And they have 2 fantastic ultimates to make that happen.
Forced right on back. Looks like Arn was decayed briefly, so enough action. This time Envy spend a bit more of that utility to get stronger positioning in rubble. And of course Inspire has a little palace to play behind here. All these trap wires, actually pretty deep trap wires. Satellite, okay. Looks like he was over the top of it. Kane's in there though. Only has a little bit of time to make use of double tap. Nightfall though comes out. He's about to get ready to fight. Surely. Satellite dealt with him. Inspire's tucked in halls, but very low himself. And Poppin could be a real nuisance here. That is a lot of players hit by Nightfall. But all that information only allowing Envy to even allege us so far. That is some acid aim from Exeter. Just on the move. Now Poppin's going to step up. Okay, all of a sudden Ambrosia really, genuinely back in this game.
Those were some beautiful calculated shots from Shondex. Crosshair didn't even have to move, just taking advantage of his own movement to get the precise, perfect shots. They are right back in the game. That was the round worth 2. They used both ultimates to commit to doing it. It is mental that Satellite showstoppers in and Kane just pops the shield to run in to try to kill him because you can't die to the rocket. It's honestly too funny, but I respect the play. Like, Envy had a good setup for that situation. You could see that Inspire, he has the trips placed further back into the site so that when Ambrosia get in, they can't push too deep. And obviously he doesn't want to anchor on the site because then he's susceptible to dying to the showstopper. If Kane got that kill, it would have been kind of crazy. But they're just playing for retake them with the Nightfall. It connects up to 5 of them, and that's still not enough. That was a great round from Ambrosia.
I think there is a trap fire like towards the back of the side that looked like it would catch Satellite. I think Satellite is just able to avoid it. Either way, he sort of sails over the top of it. It's not the normal route that we see double blast packing razors take into the C site, right? Kind of more directly onto the site than trying to wrap around up Waterfall side. Looked really good though, and yeah, Envy just couldn't make any use of that ultimate that Poppin threw down. So a very reasonable timeout to call here now because again, they do the right things on the early rounds. That last round from Envy was solid. The way they used util properly to control this rubble side of the map, but Ambrosia just ended on the other extremity.
The last two gun rounds have both been played very well from Ambrosia. And they just have to deal with this anti-eco. Look at their bank right now. It's out of control. Envy will not be putting them on an eco anytime soon. I mean, likely not at all for the rest of this half.
Shoulder pick there, almost punished it. Back and only takes a small amount of damage, and Poppin just a little bit too hungry. Fairness, Ion's able to back away here, and honestly had a good sense for the timing, because that snake bite would have caused a problem. So we'll fall back to A now. Try and figure out how to make best use of his current weaponry, which is just the Stinger. Still a paranoia here to play off of. Door toggled for... unclear what the reason is. Maybe just to try and bait off that clone, but it's Satellite getting onto the B side. This is very well held. A little dangerous to go here. They're against the Stinger setup. But Ambrosia still have 5 players ready to roll.
And can't do much. When those thorns are down, shield is going to pop. A lot of players flooding from main, but Ambrosia have their eyes on it. They have crossfire set up.
No reason here that Envy should be able to take this away. Looks like Ion just wants someone to push up for this. Ambrosia, though, not really incentivized to try and chase down Stingers, though. And eventually Ion realizes this too. Needs to step up, try and make something happen. Multiple flawless rounds. Now, we are seeing a tale of 2 very different games. Contrast the first 5 rounds with the last 4, and it feels like you're in a different universe.
Every single player on Ambrosia is money capped right now. All of them. The least cash someone has is 7,500. That is legitimately crazy. You rarely see that. Just flawless after flawless.
Where are they?
I mean, that's funny. It feels like the double-edged sword of Envy, right? Either look incredible, completely dominant, choke your opponents out of the game, or be quiet as the economy has definitely not favored them.
This is dangerous. Ion kind of on an island right now.
Trying to vary his approach, trying to work a little bit alongside the Prowler. This is just raw sauce. Again, both teams throwing down. X is able to find 2, but it is Envy that ends up trading in a negative fashion. And obviously, Inspire needs to be brought across the map. This Nightfall will indicate that there's nobody here on this A side. And so Glyph takes upper, gets ahead of it. Really not great retake positions to play from at all.
If Kane gets 1 kill, he will have that kill contract. Maybe can find a relevant situation for it, though. You know, retaking like this, it's not fantastic unless they get into a 2 versus 1 on the cross.
Main edge contingency. All right. And use that to get him into the site. Yeah, pops that now, but yeah, caught by upper. There's just far too many perches. And Ambrosia just explode back into the game. Winless for the first 5, lossless for the next. Inspire's going to go for it here. Why not? But yeah, money not favoring Envy, and Inspire with only 150 rather creds to his name. Just says, okay, I'm going to... It just feels kind of futile, really. Trying to pressure the economy in this kind of fashion. Nice shooting text, but that's not enough to win your round in the game of Valorant. And we have an even game all of a sudden.
It is crazy that we've gotten here. I like the idea from Kane at the end. You know, throws on that contingency to try to nullify one of the angles so he can isolate a duel, but Glyph bests him. Glyph is looking sharp at the moment. Crucially gets that opening kill on Ion. But these rubble fights have been completely flopping for Envy. After that initial run of rounds, they are just getting overwhelmed by the utility of Ambrosia when they're bursting out of that door.
That goes there in my spot.
Okay, this time, Envy just not trying to take a fight over towards A side. Maybe a little bit more emphasis on Mound early, but Lip has gotten deep, of course, with this from the shadows. Ion's hurt, though it's not enough. Not even close. Now Glyph's an issue. Not quite a one-way, but able to play up this smoke beautifully, and he has obviously gotten amidst the back line of Envy, throwing him into complete and utter chaos. Again, it's a better weaponry round. A very reasonable opportunity to go for this. Look at the Stinger. Such a problem, man. Extra is out of the game now, and Inspire says, well, I guess I'll save again.
I mean, I'm sorry, did he throw away his rifle to start running around with the Stinger? That's just disrespect, bro. That's unnecessary.
I mean, if Home Dog is just swinging that same box, waiting for them to push him, I guess it's a pretty decent strategy. But Yeah, flexing on him a little bit now. What a bizarre half of Valorant we've seen. Now at least, I would say Ambrosia are starting to get to a respectable total of attack side rounds. But there's the only issue of them obviously going on defense on a map like this against a double duelist comp that features a Yoru. They've definitely got to have their wits about them. So 7-5, I think, is, you know, bare minimum here for Ambrosia and a great start in the second.
A lot of ults to deal with here. Extra rips that instantly, just running it down B, finds all the attackers in the attackers spawn, which is, you know, you could take a decent guess that that's where they would be, but it's just to isolate someone for Kane, get them in the kill contract.
Korean's had a great game today, but there's not much he can do getting drawn into the kill contract. No, it's just, it's just utter nonsense happening here in the back lines of Ambrosia. Extra there finds a nice timing. Satellite's posted up at that angle, hoping for a repost from the Yoru. It happens, but he can't quite convert. Now we're pretty dispersed. Satellite hoping for a push-up, which against Envy, I guess, is reasonable. And Poppin is clearing Cypher util. That's a cam taken out in C main.
Satellite hoping to catch someone on the cross. Why catch two? Oh my god, they were so close to being lined up. Iron does take a little bit of damage. In fact, now Shondex trying to get that timing and succeeds.
X is still here though. Patient. Maybe now pretty spread across the map. Hill Garden doesn't catch on to anyone as X2 is actually repositioning for upper here. But again, round 12, you make use of those ultimates if they come up. Welly now looks like he's going to talk, maybe just play alongside Shondex and push here in the direction of Link, but this is clever for Aspire. Holding the angle, sees the player. Nothing that Welly could have done there. There's no way to create a spacing that allows you to win that duel. And what? That was not very funny. That first one was particularly egregious. And now, all he has to do is fall back. It's all on Inspire to make this happen. And again, Welly just delivers solid gold for us. Very unreasonable situation to try and win, and he's trying to get away. Inspire nips at his heels. Welly goes low, but Inspire cannot afford to chase him. A tap. He doesn't get it at half, and he knows that's it. Perfectly done by Welly. This will be another attack side round win. The guy so dominant.
Unreal. What a clutch. The shots were outrageous. And then the way he's just dancing around in Baby Door. Inspire wasting time, chasing him, can't find the kill, has to go back. Willie waits for the perfect time to jiggle peek. Inspire couldn't even get it to half. This shot was ridiculous adjustment.
Wow, this guy is absolutely insane.
Look at him fist bumping his teammates. That I can't.
Absolutely locked in. A 7-round run for Ambrosia to end their attack side. Not too bad, considering the start they had.
That's
now
unbelievable. 7-round run capped off with that clutch.
They got the double duelist comp to go up against now as they move to defense. No easy task. Prowler gets into B behind the clone. The player watching for this is Welly. From the last one you want to challenge after that round. He's definitely got the wind in his sails. Okay, Arc Rose, pull back. No real reason to play at a Baby Doll. There'll be no support from Welly if he tried to do that. But this composure from Shondex, so clean. Kane's out of the game. Satellite here takes a big challenge, and look at that Razorvine slowing Envy right on up. They can barely get in position. Like they're stuck in molasses. Ion tries to whip around. Seen him play very close in a lot of those earlier rounds. And there's Poppin finds one through the smoke, but pretty convincing stuff for Ambrosia. And Envy have gone AFK. Virtually, they've been invisible over the last 8 rounds of this game.
8-round run for Ambrosia after getting clutched on that 1v3 from Kane. It looked like these guys were just going to be completely cooked on this map after that happened. They have absolutely come to life. It's unreal that this was the team, they almost got relegated, Mitch. They almost got relegated. And now they're in the finals doing this on map 1, Envy's best map, their first pick.
They've outlasted this early aggression from MD. I do love that play from Kane, though, straight off the rip and straight onto the B site now. That's the Stinger player down. And the other Stinger player down as he tried to recover the weapon. Well, he just seems to be born for this. More than happy to play this higher tempo brand of Valorant. So Inspire is sort of a distraction here. And unfortunately for Poppin, Ambrosia able to break through him very quickly and get Baby Door position. He is so low. Strong win and blow him over, and so it does. Shondex boots him out the server. Team Envy looked red hot when they come in, but how could you look more momentum-based than Envy do right now? It seems like they're so at the whim of the snowball, either positively or negatively. Kane hasn't been able to do too much in the early rounds or outside of that early pop onto B, which looked good. Now at least they've got some weapons to work with. And it's a bonus from Ambrosia that definitely doesn't spark joy.
Satellite going over to that outlaw. You know, the desk we're talking about, the first kill numbers that Satellite has, them being so outrageous, and a lot of it is because of outlaw on defense. It's been very influential for the team, but Inspire just gets up on the angle, denies him.
The cage looks so dirty there, because obviously Satellite just can't quite see Inspire pop up. What does Cypher's hat blend in with the coloring of Cyber Cage? Like, what is going on? Dirty. That's a start, at least. C very tightly held, but Ambrosia don't want to fight for rubble control with a buy like this. Makes perfect sense, but it does force them to concede a lot of real estate here. That's allowed Envy to get within striking distance with barely having to spend anything. I like the timing here from Clifford's good. If he'd gone after Kane, that wouldn't have worked out for him, so he found the correct target. But better weapons, bringing better results now for Envy. Ambrosia say, okay, well, let's have a crack at this. Let's see what we can make happen. Maybe get closer to a steel garden for Shondex.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That's really the best result they could get here from this point on. I mean, well, obviously, winning would be the best result, but that's not going to happen. So the second best result is Shondex just goes 1 for 1. Have the steel garden for their buy round next. That would likely be the only ult in play unless Extra finds a kill here, gets an orb, could have that dimensional drift, and it looks like he does want to hunt. He's taking point, going to play off this haunt.
Okay, well, now then this Stinger plays on the corner. Yeah, there's some exits to be had here. Oh, and a rifle as well. Pretty handy. It means that later Shondex is going to be able to buy an extra rifle where the rest of his team won't. So we take those. Welly, of course, says, no, I'd like the extra money. Thank you very much. And Envy get back on the board finally. Feels like an eon since they've been able to do so. But their first buy round plays out well. And they'll have some interesting decisions to make weaponry-wise. Maybe some half armor needs to get built in here. Look at that. God. I wonder what that looks like from Satellite's POV.
Such a cool way to get up on that angle. That is just kind of some trademark Inspire gameplay, honestly. Just taking advantage of the utility in unique little ways. Ambrosia want to go for this early mound fight.
Up of a mound, Akron, fantastic first half from him. Envy trade, happy enough going 1 for 1, I feel. Oh no, Poppin's able to walk back here with the spike. They do not have the dimensional drift Yoru in the game anymore, though.
Yeah, if you go 1 for 1, that's probably the best player to be able to kill from Envy, to be honest. They're grouped up. They want to get into this B site. They will have it for free, so we'll just be in a full retake situation. Welly playing with that Odin, uses it a ton.
Kane was hoping for a fight there and then in Baby Door, but it looks like that double tap is actually going to expire before he can put it to use. His eye on the corner. He's had some struggles in his early rounds, Wyatt. Okay. It's going to be popped away. Shondex building that up at just the right time. Welly on that corner. It's dangerous. Pushing through the contingency. Has got his 1. Inspired there from top side, though. Sprays him down. Gets 3. Hard fought 1 for Envy, that's for sure. Crucially, though, the rifles are going to keep coming their way, whereas Shondex is the only player, of course, because he managed to salvage a rifle earlier, that can buy in a big way.
Pretty insane spray down from Inspire. Clutching up for Envy. That Steel Garden was perfect. Shondex picks off eye on that lone player, while the rest of the Envy side were going for an effort to push into heaven. Rips it immediately, catches 2. Somehow, Poppin and Kane, they get 1, but look at how long it takes for them to actually get killed. It looked like Ambrosia were honestly just whiffing some shots there. If they had gotten those kills quicker, they would have had their crosshairs over towards Inspire's direction and probably would have closed that out. But they're just unable to deal with those 2 players in a quick enough time.
The play for the Steel Garden, though, was definitely the right one. Ambrosia just took a little too long to capitalize.
Seaside really wide open.
And he's good for one here, easily. Maybe more. Acrian forced back, but very low. Undercut does catch. A very vulnerable target to pick off. He might just go and find some more. Kill contract already found. He eventually drops, but yeah, ultimate developed, chasing down his Ambrosia players.
Glyph expecting them to hunt all the way into spawn there. Just backs all the way off. And to be fair, here comes Inspired through heaven. So when we get into this next round, crucially, on the full buy, there's a significant advantage in the ult economy for Envy. Both Duelist ults and the Nightfall. Perhaps an opportunity to use the Neural Theft. Ambrosia have an Omen ult. Not really matching up with what Envy are about to throw at them.
No, I mean, and this is, you know, what we talked about a little bit at the end of the first half. Despite Ambrosia with a really impressive 7-round run, we knew, you know, a 7-5 half is whatever. Fine here on a map like Lotus, but they're going up against a double Duelist composition. They're going to defense, which against double Duelist, definitely not the favored side of the map to play on with their setup. And now they're definitely starting to feel that a little bit more. And this is despite, of course, being able to win the pistol. They haven't really been able to fight for rubble. That might not be an option. There's a pop over to Mound, though, that definitely caught my eye here. Starlight's going to see it coming, but first the Haunt will be thrown out. Acrian is again crept up, but this is the same setup we saw last time. Undercut doesn't connect with Acrian, but already someone's gotten into the site. Yeah, Dimensional Drift active, and he's seen 3 players, so tons of intel gathered here by Exa. And that's filtering now over to Envy as they opt to make the move over towards B, and they're not going to stop for it. Upper smoked. Welly here is in the site. Other side of the cyber case, deals with Inspire. Now tries to explode. Ion's only good for the 1. More to do, though. Poppin sprays through the smoke. It's speculative. There's no one in there. Still no plant. And Ambrosia at a player advantage as we head into the retake.
One of the win cons here for Envy is going to be that Nightfall from Poppin in this 3 versus 4. If he can find an opportune time to use it, that could turn the tides.
Yeah. Oh, man, they line up for that one. Exa knew we could spray him down.
1 enemy remaining.
It's just raw contact being taken in by Ambrosia, but Envy are so entrenched here on this B site. They're set up for this. And eventually they get the better of Ambrosia. They've evened up the game now. There's going to be another tough money round for the defenders.
That ult not even required to be used. Ambrosia have just not been able to get near any of the ultimates of their own in this half. They're not getting enough kills. Envy, they use the Dimensional Drift, spot out the 3 players on C. Of course, they're always going to have in mind, let's use the Dimensional Drift. Extra pings a player, Ken0 rips the kill contract on them. But in that instance, with all the players, you know, towards C side, like, wait, we can just get into B for free right now. They're retreating to spawn.
They knew there was only one. There's going to be 1 player, right? You see 3 players at C. Your guess is that it's 1 player B side. And it was Welly, and he was sort of in the site, kind of caught in a position where he had to just like anchor solo, try and get as much value as he possibly could. I think it's pretty dangerous that Envy do not have to spend more than that Dimensional Drift. This Goro is so good on these wide maps. If there's any map where like you know the defender side takes a gamble by stacking or spreading themselves extra thin, God, it's just so hard to get back into these sites, especially that B side at times when they themselves don't have any big ultimates to rely on. And that is still the case for Ambrosia. Timeout called here, and in theory, there's a plan for round 20 brewing.
Extra's been playing really well today. I mean, we've kind of got the I don't want to say the unlikely heroes for Envy, because let's be real, Inspired has been very consistent for them, but you are just used to seeing Kane at the top of the board 90% of the time for these guys. But Extra and Inspire, that duo, have really been putting in work. Close fight on B. Prowlers exchanged.
A bit of A, though. Look at that's like a bloody picket instance over at B. This buys a little bit of time. Razorvine here will allow Ambrosia to get in position, but kill contract's going to catch Shondex. It is one of the sheriff players that Kane has drawn in here. Yeah, really tough to win those. He'll come out on top. Ion dives into the dark cover. Shorty and Vandal in concert going to work. Satellite, the lone rifle player left. Arsenal level aim there from Ion on the zip line. Pretty clean stuff from Envy.
It's always a nice feeling when you get the kill contract on an anti-eco and you know you're about to just harvest a free kill. Makes it very easy to win those rounds out for the rest of your team.
Full information.
I can't think of another squad right now that gets as many shorty kills as Envy. Surely it's not even close. It can't be close, man.
No, you're probably right. I mean, with where the money is as well, you can absolutely afford to pick them up, and I think that suits Ion's style. He always wants to be right up in front of people, playing inside of his own smokes when he can.
I mean, Kane is just running at people with the shorties constantly.
Again, the pressure is going to be on Glyph here once more, but he opts off to take the fight. He's trying to be a passive info gain, and hey, good timing. Double tap active here. That is an undercut that catches at least one player. Oh, buddy! More orbs that he can poke a bloody stick at. And with a double tap, Kane at 31 doesn't care. He'll still take the fight. Satellite is down, and this was the rifle round that Ambrosia were waiting on. This is the backbreaker round right here, folks. 2v3. Neither of the surviving players with ultimates, and Actrian, I don't know, like, apropos of nothing, makes a swing into the side, an angle that Shondex cannot help him cover.
This hit is the future of NA Duelist and Valorant. It's just a fact, man. This is insane. There's no one making plays like that happen, and there's no one making plays like that happen with in a way that it just feels regular. That's just an average Kane play. Just swinging out there, using the contingency to isolate those fights on the left side. And also, I say fights. He gets a 1 versus 2, and then with no HP, instant headshots onto the third that was satellite tucked in the corner. Come on, man. There's just no one doing that with regularity. It is only him.
That is something else, man. I mean, we are talking about someone who has like upwards of 280 ACS over like 1,200 rounds of Yoru in officials. That's just Kane, of course. All right, excuse me, of ISO. The guy is a little different. Ion, okay, does get his nice to the rescue. That's nicely done. MB realized where they can actually wager a little bit more just to outright win that fight towards A. And then, of course, they're not staying here because Inspire's gone ahead and just got into B for free. So they've vibed this pit. So little in this round. They are playing into the showstopper at the B side, though. There's something to bear in mind now as Poppin begins to plant.
Spike planted.
Boston company satellite. Oh my god, just deleted by Poppin.
Well, forget about the showstopper, folks. Now, Steel Garden. X are going to step away there from that snake bite. Play on this corner, though. It's not a terrible place to be. Green is just so low. How's he supposed to set this up? He doesn't even know where they are. Oh, man, that's nice from Ion, holding onto the paranoia until just the right time. Gate crash here. X can use this now to play a crossfire on Shondex, and he knows it. He knows exactly where the Yoru is. There's Ion. Swings out, finds the pick, and yup. I've seen enough. I have seen enough. Ambrosia desperately holding on, and NB have decided to come alive and win the game again.
That's the perfect teleport at the end there from Eggster. Makes winning that basically impossible for Shondex, who just wasn't in position to pick up the angle to help Acarian when he was trying to stick the spike. He had no HP, blinded up by the paranoia. And they do a nice job there early in the round. Just some simple fundamental stuff, but just multi-man swing to get the advantage. Go 1 for 2 in that stairs fight early. This is Ambrosia on the full buy to stay in the game, to try to drag this to overtime, or Envy are going to win their first map pick.
All right, here's Extra. Dimensional Drift. Easiest round win for Envy. Last time we saw this pop, Dexter could see it all. Nightfall going to be popped. They're going to commit. There's another shorty kill. Chalk up yet another one. Shondex desperation. It's not enough. Not even close. Inspire slips up on the side. Kane with the Odin. And Welly here's just dragging himself off to work. He knows he's going to do it. Kill contract doesn't quite connect, but it doesn't matter. 13-9 for Envy. Ambrosia allowed to feel a little bit of hope and then have it snatched right away from them. His Envy team is the real deal, and they're looking like they're on a different level in the second half of that map.
Pretty bizarre first map, to be honest. They go on that 5-round win streak, Envy. Then they drop 9 in a row, and then they just completely destroy Ambrosia in that last leg of the game. Came with some crazy multi-kills, but really the two players who were consistent for Envy throughout were Inspire and Eggster. Both of them played very well. And crucially, Inspire, he had that I don't know what it came down to, 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, but regardless, it was on, I believe, the first buy Envy had in that second half. He stepped up, got that multi-man spray down in the B-side post plant. He was really coming up clutch for the team to get them back into things on that second half. Look, we expected Envy to win this map. This is their very first pick. They're 9-1 on it this year, now 10-1 after this win. It was always going to be an uphill battle for Ambrosia. They went on a nice run. The players definitely look like individually they're in great form. Some sick shots being hit by Glyph and Welly. And now heading on to their own pick next, maybe we'll start to get things rolling for them, even more opportunity for them to get their first map win on the board.
Yeah, Sunset's crucial. I don't think this Ambrosia team wants to walk into Ascent being 0-2 down wide. That feels like a very grim situation to be put in. So without further ado, we're going to head to a break. We'll come back. Our experts will break down the utter carnage of Lotus, and we'll set our sights towards a second map of Sunset.
Fire, glasses, breach. Is it breach flash? Breach, just breach, sorry.
I got it. Phoenix.
Okay, this has to be Raze.
Oh, I was gonna guess the second, the sunglasses. Yeah, I thought he had the glasses on so he didn't get flashed.
Okay, but I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't see that. Oh, okay, I didn't see that.
It's Teo. Oh, that makes so much more sense. All right, it's close though.
Oh, Raze.
Okay, now it's Raze.
Raze? Yeah.
Can only give me once.
That makes way more sense.
KO.
KO?
KO? Is that KO? Yeah.
Chamber?
Ooh, I feel like that's Vise with the rose.
Okay, there's a rose, there's an X, and there's a pew pew. It looks like a water gun. I'm not sure. Give me a rose, X, gun. Is that a rose? Maybe it's not a rose. Maybe it's not an X. Maybe it's not a water gun. The Vise? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. No gun, the thorns, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I play the game too much. I play it too much.
Vise, the thorn. Listen, I didn't have my coffee yet. That's okay though.
I'm honestly super excited to play them. It's going to be a super fun game.
Korean wants to make this costly for them. If the defenders are going to have a defuse, still disastrous for YFP. Korean.
You cannot stop them for throwing some rounds. It's going to happen.
Back as always. Bam! Bam! Oh,
Well, we had queued this up to be an exciting grand finals, and we definitely got a map one worthy of that. Envy will take it in the end, but a lot of fight from Ambrosia and a really fun map of Lotus. Roy, going into this map, I mean, Envy out of the gate start to show dominance, but that bounce back from Ambrosia, I was sweating a little bit.
Yeah, it was so streaky. Like, it was just like unusual to watch. The 5-0 start, the Kane 0 4K clutch to start things off. At that point, I was like, oh my God, what is happening? And it's just the KaneZera takeover. And then Ambrosia take a timeout. They manage to turn things around. They get 9 rounds in a row, guys. That is insane. And then there's another timeout and things just completely slipped out of their hands.
I was an Ambrosia believer. I saw those 7 rounds, and then on top of that, they won the pistol that they struggled with so much yesterday against Burger Boys, and I actually believe that it was happening. I mentioned early on that for Envy, they always start with this really strong advantages when they start on the attacking side, and because it was defense and they were also in a disadvantage, I thought maybe there was a chance with the pistol. I think everything was going according to plan for what Ambrosia wanted to do, but it was just not possible. You have these fraggers on the side of Envy that are just so annoying to deal with, and there were some very close opportunities to play for these retakes, but Envy just were very good at understanding how the players were going to be playing these retakes, getting 1, 2, even denying that retake to fully start out. I mean, you see in the way that they're playing, we're playing towards that B side as well, towards C. And I still want to mention something really quickly, is that I feel like the adaptation that Ambrosia has been doing since they asked for those timeouts was great. I mean, they were 5-0 down. This could have been a very one-sided affair if it wasn't because of that recovery that they started doing, having a little bit more control towards Robo, trying to go for those fights a little bit more. But even then, I mean, it's the attacking side of MB that is so annoying and so unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think the kind of unusual thing from like my perspective is I completely agree. I think overall, Envy wasn't really winning the macros that insanely well. Like, yeah, they're playing good games, but Ambrosia was actually in a really good spot majority of these rounds. It just came down to these sort of kind of micro nitty-gritty situations, and I feel like in those little kind of like multi-frags that Envy was getting, that was like the massive turning point for them.
Yeah, looking at the individual performances as well across the board for both of these teams, we had highlighted players to watch out for going into this. Obviously, you have that single duelist going up against that double duelist of Envy and everything else. And it was really cool to be able to see just the step-up performances that we had. There is a couple players that, you know, we highlighted KaneZera, we highlighted Eggster, but I definitely think the step-ups from Ambrosia's side, specifically looking at Shondex and Glyph, and when you're looking at what was pivotal for Ambrosia to even make this close, those are two players that really made it possible.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the first round when it was 5-0 and Ambrosia started coming back into that first half that you see a play where Glyph is TPing, is using his ultimate all the way towards site, and that allows him to get one play and then also to kind of pinch the rest of Envy that were trying to play towards Rebel. So you can see little things like that for Glyph, that he's one of the most aggressive Omen players that we have right now and one of the most aggressive players that we had throughout playoffs. So it's just plays that kind of work out, but you do end up kind of wishing for a little bit more on the side of Ambrosia. And I think that relies more on Satellite, and it's not that, you know, we'd like to call out one single player, but we were expecting kind of that back and forth between him and KaneZera. Most of the times, as I was saying, with those Rebel fights, it was Satellite trying to go in, gets tagged by the utility from Envy, gets taken down, but fortunately either Shondex, Glyph, even Welly a couple of those times was able to trade him really fast. So that made this game so competitive with the back and forth that we see towards A. But it was still an Envy that was, again, when they go on the attacking side, they have a different plan completely, and it was a one-sided affair in that area.
Yeah, we had highlighted the Rays going into this. Now, it could have been a really good answer into this Envy comp, specifically up against Inspire, but two duelists just going to be better than one in this case going into the map, and wanted to highlight not KaneZera, because we talk about KaneZera enough, but really highlight Eggster and his performance on this map. I know when you have KaneZera on the team that sometimes Eggster doesn't necessarily get all of the praise or anything else, Roy, but it's time that we you know, give him his flowers.
Is it finally time to give Eggster the props? All right, well, let's do it. I completely agree. I think he did a phenomenal job, and I think what I like watching Eggster the most is it really does feel like his Yoru tech, I mean, rightfully so, he has like 10,000 hours on the agent, but his Yoru tech is so far advanced from a lot of these other players in the league that it honestly just, whenever it's working well, it's working great. He's sort of the annoying piece that is like constantly getting map control, TPing out, baiting out a lot of that early utility, and his TPs are always perfectly where they need to be. Like he's like applying pressure on the macro, he's TPing into spots, and he's like already anticipating the reactions. And then whenever that sort of like that kind of get in your face playstyle is working for Eggster, it just looks so great with him and KaneZera pressuring at that front line.
And that's why those retakes are so difficult for the side of Ambrosia too, right? Because you have an Eggster that is so proactive trying to get those openings, making sure that that retake is just I mean, it's impossible. You're trying to set up everybody. You're trying to play this 3 players over 7, and it immediately gets shot down by Extra and the rest of the squad. And it's kind of what you get used to the more that you watch Envy. You know that they're gonna be looking for you. You know that whether there's 1-2 players alive, they're gonna be looking for the last 2 players. Make sure that they're not only not gonna be able to save, but also not gonna be able to win those rounds very, very late. So it's just, again, one of those win conditions that you can not only expect on this map of Lotus, but moving forward for the rest of the series.
And looking ahead at the rest of the series, I definitely think that Ambrosia made this really competitive, which gives me a lot of hope looking into the next map. Because Ambrosia showed yesterday, even if it was a loss, it was a really close one, that their Sunset looks confident. Whereas on the side of Envy, even if the team looks confident, this is where I have the question mark, because we've only seen it once, Dan, and it wasn't in NACL, and it was a loss. So what do we get today?
This is a funny one for Envy, because you're like, oh, okay, they haven't played well, they played one time. Let's see who they played. A team called No Home, as you're saying, it wasn't really in Challengers. It was in the Red Bull qualifier. But okay, to be fair, that team of No Home, it has some known names that we've talked about in Challengers. It has Timotino, it has Logan, it has Darkes as well, too, Zkes. But they were actually, that team No Home were able to win 13-11 against Envy on this map. So it's a map that it's kind of new territory for Envy. I don't know if they had time to change it to keep things the same. Obviously, they're going to be playing with this double duelist, but what I found interesting is that they were playing with Ion on the Clove, one of those agents that we've seen on this map before, and that makes a lot of sense for Ion to be playing, but also one that you can see changing and kind of going with that Omen, going with that standard.
Guys, I'm a little concerned on this map, honestly. I know this is the Ambrosia map pick, and Envy's a clear overdog here, but this map is very, like, in the current way it's playing out, in the current formula, it's very contacty. Like, there's so much, like, push and pull, walk up, fight top mid players, or, like, walk up, fight market. There's so much of that going on, and with how, like, hot Kane's area is on the First Bloods right now, and how he's kind of diffing Satellite, I feel like this map could be a massive problem, especially with, you know, Envy starting on the attack side. So I'm looking to see how Ambrosia is going to be dealing with that, and how they're going to be minimizing that Kane's area value.
And again, don't want to simplify it to one player or anything, but I'm looking really for Satellite to be able to pop off on this map. The first map, maybe a little slow, is a little worrisome. And when we're looking at the Sunset, we look at Satellite on the Neon, which sometimes, Dan, it's a little give or take or what you can get. But if we do get to see the Satellite step up on the Neon, I feel like that could be the way to perfectly pressure Envy. So I got my fingers crossed.
We talked about it. It was one of those maps where Satellite was struggling a little bit compared to everything else that we saw on the map of Icebox and Ascend yesterday against Burger Boys. But it was still a map where he was able to do the same thing that we've been praising him for, right? Get those openings on the Neon, even if he's getting traded kind of right away. And one of the things that I feel like can be a win condition here is the way that he's going to be playing with his Neon to isolate those duels with the Neon wall, because they like to play a very aggressive style, whether it's going to be towards market or playing those retakes on that first half. He is really good at isolating that, and even we saw it with the combination of some of those ultimates too. So there's a good potential to do this and get an advantage that way, but they really need to do it towards the beginning.
All right, and Agent Select is almost here, guys. One more minute away, but going back to the known quantities, I feel like for the side of Ambrosia, even if we did get to see that swap up on Lotus, this is not necessarily one, especially on their pick, that I'm going to be really anticipating that change. But I am, again, curious, specifically for Envy and Ion, if we will get to see that Clove. I think that the Clove makes a lot of sense when you get to see what Clove can do in the meta, especially too when you have an aggressive team like Envy. Seeing someone on, you know, any sort of agent that can go for the kills is really, really nice. But Ion's also just looked so clean on the Omen recently, Roy. So I don't know. I'd appreciate any look, TBH.
Honestly, I would not be surprised to see the Clove pick, right? Clove Sunset's a very small map if you can be aggressive and still provide value even after death. So I would not be surprised. But at the same time, if they want more of that linear util, more of that execute util that comes with Omen, I can understand that as well. Either way, I think they're fine. It's really just, honestly, for me, it's really all just about tightening up on the macro and a little bit on the micro for the Ambrosia side, because like we said before, they were doing a great job controlling the map. They're doing a great job being in the right places at the right time, peeking together. All that stuff is functioning great, but they just need to minimize that multi-kill value that Envy keeps getting in those rounds.
Yeah, we saw about 2-3 teams so far in playoffs go for this Clove pick on that map. And back then we were mentioning that this is one of the things that Cloud9 liked doing last year. And it feels like that's kind of what everybody's has been relying on, right? Going to that same meta that we used to see last year when this map was being played constantly. And it's a Clove that, as you're saying, Royce, it can be very effective. It's a little bit more, you know, playing for yourself. But I feel like Ion with the Omen as well, he's kind of doing that already. So if they were able to go for this change, knowing that they didn't win that matchup in Red Bull and it was one of those only maps where they were struggling a little bit, I think it would make a lot of sense. And just taking advantage of that standard way that you like to play the map, right? You go for that one way towards A side when you're playing the defense. Little things that have, for the rest of the teams that we've seen in challenges, brought them a lot of success here.
Well, their agent select is ready, so we can finally get confirmation on what way Envy are leaning towards, whether they are going to swap up a little bit based off the recent loss or feeling confident enough to stick to the same. But getting into it, Ion is going to be prizing that Clove, so we are going to see the same composition as before. And of course, on the side of Ambrosia, Satellite back on the Neon, being able to be set up by Acreon on the Breach. Roy, how you feel?
I'm feeling great about this, actually. I love the pivot from Ambrosia as well to get off the Fade, get back onto the Sova, right? It pairs so much better into the Cypher gadget, especially if you have an idea of how Inspire wants to set up. So I think they're going to be coming in with a pretty good game plan. Hopefully they can get Satellite onto these sites, as well as, you know, pressure the trap wire so they can get the flanks going as well. So I think overall, I'm looking at the double initiators to sort of get a lot of that map control early from the defense side, challenge the lines, get, you know, Satellite established on lines with Neon, hopefully get the op up as well. And then I'm looking at Envy to see how they work around those lines and how they're manipulating the map control with the double Duelist.
Ambrosia yesterday against Burger Boys, they were finding the most success on this defensive side, but it was into the second half. It was so close. They lost it 13-11. So now starting on the defense, and on top of that, putting Welly on the agent that he's the most comfortable with, that he's getting the best stats with, I feel like can set up Ambrosia for success here to put us in at 1-1 in the grand final.
And we got to see an Ambrosia test Envy on the very first map, even if it didn't go their way, but now it's their map pick. And I think the biggest key to success, if they're going to look to try and take this series, can they get a map here and tie up the series 1-1, or will Envy, first time in Challengers playing Sunset, get a significant lead in this grand finals? It's time to find out and head to Sunset with your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Sierra and co. Obviously, we have limited data on Envy on this map. In fact, in the last 2 months, Ion has played Clove only a singular time. But I'm glad Dan caught this, Wyatt. Seeing Welly move back to the Sova, I think, was a big difference yesterday. Just the contrast between the, the Fade maps and the Sova maps was pretty drastic. I think this is definitely going to be a boost for Ambrosia, who just made this change overnight.
His utility on the Sova is genuinely top tier. I think he plays this agent with a lot of finesse. I'm excited to see him bring this out on Sunset. Maybe that can be the difference. But to be fair, they had a pretty good showing against Burger Boys. As you mentioned, though, this game is just question marks all over the place. Don't really know what to think. I'm excited to see what Envy have in store for us, though, with this comp. They are one of the teams that has always been partial to the Clove, integrating it in on various different maps.
So let's see what they do as they start on the attack side. Satellite is already out of the game. Man, it is just scary. You never know where on the map that Envy are going to turn up with a moment's notice. A little skr, and they're in the cookie jar instantly. The one way, though, is going to keep being sort of refreshed over towards the A side of the map. So Envy are going to have to defeat that, and that's probably going to give their position away here.
Oh, it looks like they might just walk right into this double push.
No flash required. We take pure contact over here, and Envy trade up in yet another part of the map. Up to Welly, who for me is the rock solid foundation of this Ambrosia squad. Will he fall like this back toward that spawn side? We just got some shooters here on the Envy side. Simple as that.
Maybe Welly can isolate a fight. But even at that, you can see the Poppin is ready to swing off Inspire's contact. Doesn't even need his teammate Inspire. Staying sharp today. Envy start off really well on Sunset. Pick up where they left off on Lotus, winning, what was it, 9 rounds in a row there? 8 rounds in a row, something like that.
And honestly,
unfortunately, that double contact info push from Ambrosia, they just went right into the full Envy stack. In fact, I think they got baited into it a little bit because Envy they didn't actually end up breaking the market door, but they were, they were shooting it. And so I think Ambrosia felt like maybe there was a timing where they could walk down, but they were caught.
Now focus towards B main, or at least it's just extra there for now. Going to see this play out quite a few times. Glyph is going to be pretty instrumental. Basically, expected in a round like this to hold down this A side of the map himself. Likely, if he sees just a contact push again, take a shot, fall off this corner. Oh, he hears it. Backs away. Holding onto the paranoia, so there might be an opportunity for a swing into this. It needs to give Envy a little bit of space in order to make sure the near side is actually relevant. Oh, buddy, they are all over this side like moss on a rock, while Acreon can barely hold them at bay. Quick round's a good round, as they say. Good time, not a long time. Envy rack up their second.
Kane already getting fairly close to that kill contract, 2 orbs away, could certainly get that in this round. And could absolutely see a situation where that plays out to get Envy a bonus round win here. A couple Bulldogs to play with, Guardian. I want to see if Satellite can start to heat up here in this game. It was not a huge factor for the Ambrosia team on Lotus. But it feels like it's only a matter of time until he starts to turn up. He's been very consistent throughout this playoff run.
I think by the numbers, his Neon stats not quite as flattering as his others, unfortunately. 207 ACS over 5 games in the last couple of months, but it definitely lags significantly behind his Jet performances. So he step up to the rest of his Duelist roster up against the team's ferocious as Envy. Again, we talked about how much sort of hinges on this map. If Ambrosia have to walk into Ascent being 2-0 down, it will be devastating. But that's great from Shondex. And he's seen enough. Sees the contingency come out. He gives this space. Says, okay, Envy, now you can try and make this work with 3 players.
Inspire is hoping to catch off someone on the rotate, but you have to imagine Ambrosia are going to be so aware of this. This is the exact kind of position you would expect Inspire to be in. They do manage to trade him out. Now they have to deal with their star player, Kane, on site.
Popper's in trouble. They're going to go for him. Kane needs to make use of this now. Knows there's going to be a focus on his teammate, not him. A bit of timing there. He doesn't linger. Aftershock now looking for a bit of a moment here to come forward. Nicely done. That's Acreon there, found an insta dink on him. And so Envy are knocked down on this bonus round bye. Really all about Shondex though, who stands his ground and anchors admirably. That is going to be the player alongside Willie, I think, that Ambrosia really going to look to here.
Shondex, yeah, his cipher on defense has been rock solid over the past couple days. And this is one of the maps where the Cypher really can thrive. I mean, hell, even after this, when we head to Ascent, his anchoring on that map was really fantastic as well. So this is where Shondex can become a massive factor, and he already was one on Lotus. To be fair, his Vice play there was really, really nice.
We could play for the orb here inside the lobby and get Kane up to the kill contract. Already saw Glyph make an early exploration. They just walked up through that smoke here. So there's actually a bit of a window here where Envy have gotten past a bit of this util. Glyph getting tagged up a little bit now. They're going to back away. Shondex here just trying to dissuade this push. And he doesn't know just how deep in the side they are. As the kill contract gets the Cypher, this will turn up the rest of the util. In fact, it's already been taken down. Oh, it doesn't work though. With a Spectre trying to push up inside a kill contract does not favor Kane0 in the end. One player advantage, and it's Shondex, man. Player like final boss out here on the side. Finally popping is able to bring him down. He's going to play a 1v2. Got a couple of shock darts to work with, but almost force-fed one himself and is dropped to 84. Not bad. Aftershock's a problem. Only 7 bullets left in the chamber. Nicely done from Ambrosia here. Shot through the corner. Punish these tentative peek attempts from Poppin. And he knows that the round is probably done. Hopes to wrap around. Get one for his trouble. With both heads are turned in his direction. And his window closes and Ambrosia have evened up the game. That is a very good follow-up round after the first bye.
Seems like it's going to persist. The trying to hit this B site will be a nightmare with Shondex set up there. Our narrative about his anchoring pays off straight away. And that is a Kane0 classic that we see from him going into one of his ults, just running it down with the SMG. Frankly, I'm surprised he didn't just go for the Stinger in that situation. But regardless, it seemed like the crosshair was just a little bit off.
Do you not ask your teammate for like a Vandal in that situation? And maybe like hope to just have a clean first kill off the kill contract?
Yeah, I mean, I think a normal player would, but Kane is not normal, and he loves to go in there with an SMG.
It's also
and
unrecoverable,
we've seen
right?
him win with it so many times. So
if you lose the weapon, right, you just don't get it back. It's in the kill contract realm. So
yeah,
they were afraid of that.
He wants to and loves to just run it down, and does win so often doing that. And then he just gets the upgrade by killing the other player and taking their rifle in the shadow realm to come back to the world with it. Okay, that's nice. Eggster down to 10 as well, by the way. He ate a tank.
He's got the, like, timed to the second, surely. That is incredible from Acreon. Now rolling thunder to make this retake. Yeah, pretty trivial. Still inside halls. Oh, no. Poppin not affected by it. He's on the line already. Here comes Welly into the site. And Envy as per usual. Pull that out their backsides, folks. There's no other way to put it.
Kane is just able to swing before that Rolling Thunder connects, I believe, so he gets the kill before getting stunned.
Oh, this is a nice
and then Poppin was just able to get right outside of its radius and elbow. It didn't connect onto everything. Acreon just kind of let that rip in the moment, and I'm not mad at him for doing so. But Envy were able to play around it very well. Individually, they all made the right little decisions there.
There's obviously that first nice hold for Shondex. Inspire only able to find one of the rotating players and unable to help at the side ultimately. Acreon, man. Someone who's been catching my eye a little bit more over the course of Sunset. This round ends up favoring Shondex, who looks very, very good. This is, look at this.
And there's a dink
What is
there
your, what is your
well.
cue?
Eggster is down to 10 HP. That was a great shot for Poppin. But yeah, here's where he's able to get out of the way. And yeah, Kane Zero, he swings out, takes the fight before he's actually hit by the stun. And then Poppin just wins a duel. Again, it's just individually, those guys making the right decisions under the pressure of that moment with the utility that was coming through. That's got Ambrosia on the eco.
That goes there.
So I want to see what this Yoru can do on this attack side here, Wyatt. This is where Eggster definitely wants to earn as much value as he can, whether it's defeating these Cypher setups or getting a ton of info. Dimensional Drift, a couple of points away. That'll obviously be a crucial round to try and punish an overextension, but it's a smaller map. We talked about this. Roy brought it up. That's why the Clove is kind of decent here. So far, though, Night of the Clove of the Yoru's been able to have significant impact in the game. Onto the site we go, though. Envy waste no time. Well, the play in the market doesn't work for Inspire. Shondex is going to see what he probably already knows, is that the B side is absolutely crawling with invaders. Satellite's going to be forced back. This allows Eggster to post up on the line because of that fault line, but everything breaks in Ambrosia's favor early. But it's the late rounds if fear Envy. The clutch potential is always there in spades. Still no Planto. That's the issue. Ion going to be spotted out as he tries to throw a medal in.
Maybe if Welly can get a kill here, have that Hunter's Fury, that could be really crucial. Perfect timing from Kane's Sixth Sense. Knows that a flank could be coming at that moment. Satellite, he recovers that rifle.
Kane's in a decent spot. Okay, this is a bit unexpected though. Like, moving up inside the smoke. He's able to find one. He knows Satellite's getting active though via lobby. Both players on the move hit each other hard. Satellite's down to 12. Can Eggster come alive now? Slower start to Sunset. But it feels like he's in a favored position. Makes the correction and takes no damage. Acreon has to go with the Sheriff. And the fault line does not catch on. Surely Egg has this. Having to make a bit of noise. Sees Acreon. And he's low. Very, very low off that exchange. He went down to 17. She'll be all done with the crying here. Oh, he walked into him. Eggster can't believe his eyes, but Acreon doesn't have time to get the defuse.
Eggster just knows that he can make a ton of noise, threaten that he's going to just run straight at Acreon at any moment, and that is more than enough to seal up the round. They don't walk away with a single gun that they brought into it, though. Acreon steals one away. Shondex continuing to get some sick shots. Just navigates the map so well.
Yeah, Kane with another, I don't know, 300 damage round there. He delivers those with alarming regularity. Finds such a sick timing into B lobby. Not bad from Ambrosia, though. Not too shabby. Acreon and Shondex, again, very, very solid players, anchoring both those sides respectively. And this is the standard 1-1-3 look for Ambrosia. Satellite has a peek. Gets rid of the cam.
Who's next?
And all eyes now are going to be over at B as Thesis now. Finally, the dimensional drift brought into the game.
And over on that B side, you can see the trips are just set up for backside control. So Ambrosia can try to get back in. They've spotted out eggs through the cam. Again, Inspire. He wants to play for that mid, cutting off the cross, but they are too aware, Ambrosia.
They're actually had a player lit and hit by that undercut. But there's Satellite playing it pretty safe, pretty long range. And Ion's going to be back in the game here. Can he make an impact? Extra tucked. Judge in hand. Ion out in the open, just has to look for kills. That's good from Exeter, but not good enough. Ambrosia still with 3 players up here. Envy falter on this retake.
Those backside trips are nice to just allow your team to get back in, allow, you know, create a scenario where Envy can't push too deep. But I think crucially, what happens in that round is that both of the Ambrosia players, they high-low swing when they're crossing from A to get over to that B side, expecting again that Inspire will just be trying to cut them off at the pass, find a pick, and then stay alive. They read the situation correctly. They just get a free kill onto an Inspire. And then from there, they've already spotted out Eggster. It makes that entire retake all too easy. They have backside control because of that trip. Inspire, I doubt we will see him going for that play again.
Yeah, it didn't exactly have the intended effect. Slow play off this one way this time for Envy. Always feels so uncharacteristic of them to see this. And Glyph, of course, is going to refresh that smoke that might just be contacted through. Big pings in mid for Ambrosia, though. They've got it watched from 2 different angles, so Kane needs to be aware. Fuel contract right around the corner. This walk up mid here from Welly could be pretty impactful. Lots of pings in this direction. I think Ambrosia know this is coming their way now. Satellite prepares himself, slides on out. Inspire falls in a screaming heap. Kane gets his one, but that is it. And no point contracting this round. Surely Exeter, last play to work with. Can he get it done yet again? Decent round for him and already making his way towards yet another dimensional drift. Not enough bullets here. Too many angles being watched. 3 players, 3 different directions, 1 outcome. It's an even game as Ambrosia get themselves to 4.
Some pretty superb fundamentals there from Ambrosia. Just off that aggressive util play, slide from Satellite, and then follow up from Acrian, and then another player swings, just supporting each other there nicely. Forcing Envy onto the eco. They haven't really gone for a play like that yet. Mixing things up at the opportune time. Yeah, here it is, right up that paranoia. You know, further slide from Satellite, so he's taking point. Then you have Glyph follow up. Acrian comes in as well just after that. Nice spacing there. Looks like they want to fight again. Yeah, they will. 1 for 1 so far.
Lower walk up. Glyph there just with the wild spray is able to take the head clean off Poppin. Distinct lack of armor here for the attackers, so that kind of strategy works. Glyph gets his 4 in Ion. Oh, I was going to try and at least round up a little bit of Skrilla for the rest of the attack side. And dealt with Acrian. Steals the ace away. And there it is. Ambrosia now get their nose out in front. Envy go for that slower walk up on the A side. But again, they're just outgunned.
These past couple rounds are definitely going to instill some fear in Envy that the Ambrosia team will be more than happy to fight them in the choke on A. But they're going to be in danger of eating a paranoia, a fault line, a relay bolt.
Not a whole lot to say on this one, as it's Ambrosia really unwilling to let Envy make any significant progress. Now they're back to guns. Kill contract for Kane Zero. And he's got a decent weapon this time. Doesn't have to run it down with a Spectre. Here comes your round 10, folks.
Again, different aggression, but still aggression from A main. Glyph getting into that unexpected position on top box. Envy are now trying to work their way through mid, but you know, for all they know, someone from Ambrosia could be walking down A right now. You can see Inspire has to watch that. Shondex, not good for it this time. Rare whiff.
I saw at least 2 pairs of legs from that camera peeking into mid. Is that from the shadows now? Glyph earned that last round by finding 4 kills. Looks like that was just a peek over to what was happening at B. Here's Kane. Doesn't have time to go for the double tap, though, and it's his undoing. Well, he's able to make it at least a 1 for 1. Inspire's in a 6 spot here. Surely finds at least the 1. The cyber cage here is so droll. Acrian completely defeated by that use of util. Now caught in the middle of a trap that Envy don't even need to spring. Well, he's down at 30. Seen better days. Double swing. What? Sorry. How did they just hand that over to Akrian? Ridiculous transfer. An unlikely round picked up here for Ambrosia.
That is a mental adjustment. Also, not very often that while the spike is planted on B, you're seeing a double face bottom mid into the breach, but you had Poppin so far away because he had the Hunter's Fury. So he was just miles away. Felt like he would be able to go help Inspire. I mean, it's not a bad idea. It just comes down to Akrian hitting a sick couple shots. But I mean, even still, you know, there's a chance that because he's so far away, if Welly is able to stick the spike, that Hunter's Fury wouldn't have worked if Welly could have dodged it, but I suppose neither here nor there. I mean, this is a funny moment where, again, Ambrosia, no, Inspire is somewhere in mid. He's going to be there again, but he just plays it a little more safe that time. So, yet again, is able to find a kill, cause some distraction, but ultimately irrelevant. Akrian is really showing up on map 2.
Glyph is obviously able to farm people up there in that previous round and have a good bit of information, at least about where Ambrosia had to put themselves when it came down to the post plant. Kane had the kill contract in the last round, but of course it's not really a great use case for it, considering how far ahead Envy started the round. And I would never have expected the double swing bottom mid in that situation. There's no way if I'm Akrian, I'm thinking, oh, yep, they're definitely going to double up on me. Crazy adjustment. That's just raw instinct in that moment. So Envy, oh man, really want to try and finish off this rest of this half in style, but note that Poppin is gone for the glass cannon here. No up though.
It's you.
Zero armor.
Here.
Very fast pivot here from Envy. King Zera in the kill contract. He can't beat Welly, and Shondex catches Eggster.
Envy seizing up here. This is disastrous.
What is happening in this little smoke in the corner? How did we end up in this situation?
I imagine Envy must have seen at least one of the players walk in there. They know there's a second. That is ridiculous.
What the hell?
God, what a comedy of errors. Everything that could have gone run kind of does. And King Zero is undone by the fact that he doesn't have full armor in that round. Well, he's just him
I'm so
there.
confused. I'm so confused.
That goes there.
Okay.
All right. Last chance here for Envy on attack. They're going to try their luck over at A main, which has been disastrous as of late. Ambrosia have been so proactive to fight here. They'll stun, Glyph swinging, satellite swinging. Good for 2, good for 3 even. What a transfer.
Ion back alive, back in the game. Can't find anything though. Akrian has flashed out, and there's nothing for Ion to see here. Everybody's staying away from him, so there goes the Clove, the way of the dodo. And it's up to young Poppin. Step up onto the site, and this is a bit of an issue. Envy with a double duelist composition only amass a paltry 4 attack side rounds here on Sunset, and they look shaky on multiple occasions, and other times downright ridiculous. How do they now get into the game here? Can they set up some pops, some trap plays? But the double duelist, look, it's going to be an uphill climb.
They just really kept trying to hard force those early A main fights, and Ambrosia adjusted to just countering them with better utility, better initiator utility, having that breach, having paranoias in those situations, relay bolts as well. It's just too much. Envy can't deal with all that. Glyph putting on a show again as well.
It's like tech pause here, as I think Stunner has checks notes thrown Eggster out of the top floor window of Hastro's mansion. Hope there's a slip and slide on the way down, buddy. We'll
unfortunately,
wait for confirmation as to the actual non-troll reason for this.
Seems like this just might not be Envy's map. I mean, they never.
No, I mean,
they never actually really played Fracture at all. And now Sunset's in the pool. They're giving it a shot, but this one might be just headed to the bans, to be honest.
Yeah, look, I mean, Envy had to play a minimum number of games to qualify, right? A lot of teams have to play up to 7 rounds. I think they end up, 4-1. So they're the first team to make playoffs in terms of being able to get to that magic number first. So there's a little bit less data on them. They've actually been able to play basically the same 3 maps all the way through this stage. They played Lotus, they played Ascent, and they played Haven. That's about it. With a bit of Pearl, bit of Split sort of sprinkled in here. And they've been able to ban the Icebox that they don't play. They've been able to ban the Split that they, maybe don't feel all that comfortable on, not super confident. And outside of Sunset, the remaining maps in the pool tend to favor them pretty well. This is why it was so important that Ambrosia take their map pick here, keep it competitive. I don't know, like if you ask people who did predict Envy to win this game, I don't know if you'd hear them say it would be in a full 5-map series, right? But the thing about Envy is that the contrast for me is so staggering between when they look good and when they sort of don't. It's never middling from these guys. It's feast or famine or feed.
What's interesting to look back on though with this Envy team is that when Sunset was in the pool, when they were rankers before they got signed, they were undefeated on the map with a 72% attack round win rate. Which is something, and they were running the same comp as well, by the way. But just something has shifted heading into this year, at least early days on Sunset, where their approach is just not working how it did at the end of 2024. We do have word that the Envy coach is temporarily disconnected and will be coming back, so that's where we have a brief little pause right now.
Yeah, he left his headset plugged in when he sprinted across the room to bodily defenestrate Egster, so that pulled the plug out of his PC. It does happen. Finally, an opportunity to use that word in context.
Be interested to
I don't blame you.
see though how Envy attempt to play this on the defense side. Historically, what I was just talking about, that was their side where they were winning less rounds. I mean, they still had a good win rate on it, but it was not as good as their attack up. So
I mean,
it feels like
I do want to see what they try and put together.
1-1.
Yeah, defensively, not getting value on the double doors on this attack side definitely has me scratching my head, wondering what they're supposed to make happen. We're going to go to a quick break though while Stunning gets reconnected to the game. About 3 minutes, folks, so it shouldn't be too long, but you can see it right there. Tough end to that half as Ambrosia put 6 rounds back to back up on Envy. We'll see you for more of the second half. Round 13 will be kicking off when we get back. To go here on Sunset, by all accounts, heading into our second half. Envy competitive early on. A lot of back and forth stuff after a dominant pistol round, but then 6 rounds on the trot for Ambrosia. I've got the feeling a little bit quiet, a little bit glum. Let's see if they can bounce back into the second half on defense with this double duelist setup. It's all about the pistol to start.
Ambrosia make light work of getting B main here early, and that's going to draw a ton of attention from Envy. Look at the top of the minimap, everybody rotating over. They've also got Pop and pushed forward on A, so they feel rather comfortable to do so at the moment. But Ambrosia are just going to cut noise, slow things down, and leave their Cypher over in B main to control that area as they want to rework towards A.
And that's just going to be Pop and holding that line. He's going to see this in a moment. Aldrone will force him off the line. Look at Glyph to maybe want to follow that up pretty quickly. He actually swings into it. Oh, buddy, that's not good. He gets away from the fault line. Kane's be able to pick up this angle now. Poppin gets away. Barely, but he gets away. 20 health. But crucially, Envy keep that extra gun in the game, and Inspire's been able to get now into a crucial spot behind them, but he's run out of bullets. And there's an empty mag. Now towards the B site, we've already seen Shondex make great strides in getting some map control. With a smoke towards Market, Ambrosia should be good to plant unless Kane just randomly decides to swing Bobby here.
I mean, he certainly does want to fight. He's going to pop that shield. Shondex is on a good angle, though.
I mean, he's easy 2 shots here to break that. Yeah, Extra won't be checking this. Heads up to Ion. Not bad. 2 quick kills. Puts Envy at least on even footing. There's a player now making their way through B lobby.
One enemy remaining.
Poppin, beautifully done. Survives that early foray up the A side of the map and then gets a crucial kill. Shondex is 10 HP. Double swing this. Surely you just double swing this. Poppin doesn't wait for Ion. The spacing isn't there. Now Ion is at least able to finish the job, but there goes 3 for him off the round. The stopping power he's able to show with 2 quick headshots is a huge part of what keeps Envy in it.
Shondex just a little bit too weak to be able to win that out as well. Just some stray bullets to the body are enough for Ion to win that out. How did Inspire have so many few bullets in his... What happened? I don't understand why he wasn't able to shoot more. What
only like 7 or so.
Yeah, that was very strange. I was stun locked trying to think of where he was using those shots and why he hadn't reloaded by then. But regardless, they are able to win that out, get things rolling on the defensive side, stop that 6-round run that Ambrosia were on.
To remind the stakes here, it's $21,000 in prize money for the winning team, 75 circuit points, which is critical if you're thinking about ascending here from Challengers. Quite sure that's on the Envy boys' mind. Ambrosia just probe here at B, and they get a lot of action. Look how quickly Kainzer is rotating away. He's got an Ares in hand this round. There's a gate crash set up in the A direction. So Envy are nimble. They're going to be able to respond to a thrust at this A site. Just important that Poppin can stay alive.
Can't see the Envy team are already drifting towards this side of the map. They will be set up and ready here.
Korean, the rest of Ambrosia, obviously not really drowning in credits, so it'll be very effective. The one Sheriff is on Shondex, who's very low. He takes it back towards the mid side, and we're running out of time. Might be a play through Market here that's going to eat the trapwire instantly. This is going to have Inspire whipping around. Can play off this kill trip if it's not going to be cleared adequately. Yep, can sidestep that. Trip spotted, but that's still enough for Inspire to swing off. That's info. It's all he needs. Here's Extra flashing himself into Market. Wild spray, Welly. Give the overrun here. In comes Ion. Job done. A little bit of a pick-me-up to make sure he had the health to secure that. So Envy, he's still an anti-eco, locked in, and a decent arsenal of weapons heading into the bonus.
Pretty clean overall from them. Ambrosia, so far, they've been very slow in the mid-rounds, really intent on trying to drag rotates around, haven't gone for anything particularly explosive with this composition, which I'm sure we're going to see at some point. They'll adjust the pace, go for some big breach util with, your Neon getting up quickly, taking all the space off of it. At the moment, it's just about mid control, breaking the door, threatening presence towards Market.
Harry's going to work in hands of Kane Zero. Good part of the map to have it on. If you can spray that corner of tiles, people trying to push up there. It's a pretty comfortable spot to be in. Extra, however, has to make this Bucky sink. Gate crash is still active. Now, though, it has to be reapplied. Extra will set it up. It might be in the timing that Ambrosia were trying to play off of now, but Satellite is convinced he's in this corner. Doesn't open up with relay bolt to an extra.
Oh my god! He got Welly down to 6. That was some crazy damage from that range.
This is such a big round for Envy. Lackluster attack side, but on defense, they might just be able to string something together. And if Exeter can keep doing this half, Wyatt, take these fairly audacious positions and just fall back with that gate crash, then Ambrosia might be walking into far too many of these side hits with the player down.
Yeah, again, they're just rotating back to where they've left Shondex inserted. He's gotten his way into market, so Inspire's going to have to anchor this. Needs to really at least get one here, but he can't.
Yeah, all the King's horses looking at him there. Hunter's Fury comes out. Ion able to avoid it. And Willie, remember, he's down to 6 after that Bucky connected earlier on. Exeter still getting value this round. Here come Envy. That's the bonus successful. Now Exeter upgrade to a better weapon. Envy starting to build a little bit of bank here. Very good signs for them. Ion, now they're not dead yet, so we'll have a second bite at the apple should he need it. And I've got no doubt he's hungry.
Exeter is really yet to make his mark on Sunset, but this moment, catching that kill, and then, oh, it was because Welly was vulnerable to up. I didn't see that the first. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of damage for that range, but he got hit by the suppress. So that brought him down to 6 HP. They try to use the Hunter's Fury as well to convert that. I mean, obviously you can't blame them, but losing that round and the ult is pretty disastrous.
Actually, here now it's got a better weapon, but may just need to fall back as Zachary can flash this corner. We're getting out of there. There's no point. You've drawn that out, though. Here's Kane on the corner. Welly goes down. Bloody good round for this Outlaw. Wyatt, holy. Have a look at Ambrosia. Not one full armor amongst them. This is getting a little bit risky, and of course, Kane is not the kind of duelist that can get out of these situations in a pinch, and neither of those Outlaw shots connect. The Embry hubris kicking in a little bit. Ion doesn't have anyone to shoot at to stay alive. Just popping. Kills them all. He needs to go looking. Surely there no Satellite is here. Ion at least can act as a pink water, and he does. Just Satellite remaining. I'd take the orb if I was you, Exeter, but that's just a personal opinion. Envy now back in the game. It's even Stevens as Ambrosia now look to another rifle round to build some momentum of their own.
We're getting a little bit silly there, but still Envy are just overwhelming in numbers for Ambrosia to deal with. Running 6 players in that situation even. And with the better weapons, they are just so oppressive to play against because they are constantly swinging into you. They're getting so proactive with these multiple duelists. They're rotating very quickly around the map together. But quite straightly, Ion with a catch.
Okay, this is very reminiscent rather of those rubble fights that we saw on Lotus. Poppin just wants to see what remains in this wasteland littered with bodies. God, he's so adamant about playing up on this corner. Exactly oh yeah, come on, there's no way.
He's swinging in while getting droned.
I love it. Bro's got Moxie for days. They're aware of X's position. Poppin still gets his.
It's just so aggro. They're getting lit up by drones, neural thefts, but they're still trying to go for little bait and switch swings.
Last player standing.
Enemy UAV constantly active, Wyatt, and Envy don't care. Now though, definitely pulling out of this side. Exley hears this, so at least can be quick about it. And this game crash a little bit of a head start.
There. He's gonna win this. You can. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I feel like you can just see the future, man. This is about to be a final destination moment. Okay, well, that was not looking good.
Oh, Shondex, absolute savior at 6 health in the round. He had a cam up mid. So there's a world where like Shondex would like check that to see if that's where X's rotating from, but they're not ready for him to be there so early. Of course they're not. That's a gate crash difference, man.
Oh my god, he was playing that perfectly. He just couldn't get a clean spray down on the first, so the crosshair adjustment wasn't ideal. He made that unbelievably winnable. And because Shondex is like miles away while he's running out to the site, they just did not expect him to be on that cross so fast, and you can't blame them.
All right, heavy fighting on towards this side of the map as per usual. Still guns, of course, for Envy. Cybercase laid down there by Ambrosia. This time Envy don't get up on that corner too aggressively. Interesting noise cut. Or at least it was. One way thrown down, Kane. Like, what? It just, he just challenges a man, swings out that one way, says, nah, surely there's not more than one person here. Well, Ambrosia had the whole firing squad. It's just different, man.
To be doing that. You don't need to be going for that, but he does. And I like it.
Look at how the net has closed. I mean, that tiles push there from Inspire would have been huge if Ambrosia tried to capitalize on the fault line that hit Ion. Ooh. Pop and lit there. Glyph is camped up on top of the boxes. The timing. And Shondex is so good in these disadvantageous situations. There's another player in halls. Here's that neural theft coming down now. So Shondex does get revealed. Looks like Envy weren't initially aware, but they sure as hell are now. All right, Welly. Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Ion has been sharp on this sunset map.
I could just outlive them.
Extra finds a great timing to just pop out with that flash as well to get the trade for Poppin, who had went down. Poppin going down gets him enough orbs to have the Hunter's Fury, and they have the Dimensional Drift, so that pretty standard ult combo will be available to them on the next buy round.
And watching Kane is literally just like, you get to witness what plays out if that what if instinct in your brain like wins in 95% of those situations. Very entertaining stuff. And honestly, somewhat effective for this Envy side. The fact that he can turn those, he's got the mechanical ability to turn those harebrained swings into trades at the very worst. Kind of what allows him to do what he does so well, and Envy are more than happy to make use of it. They're playing completely, though, off this A side.
A very fast little rotate coming from Ambrosia over towards this A side, but yeah, they just have only pistols to work with at this point. I mean, maybe the best result is getting a plant. Maybe Welly gets that Hunter's Fury, gets 2 orbs on this round, so he can have it in the next. Envy are just already here. They're already set up.
Extra respects this, but he's actually going to try and pop his team potentially out of CT. Here's the fast lane. Poppin ahead of those satellites. Just ruined. Nicely done for Poppin. Great composure in that moment. Flip is a little bit stranded on the site here. Poppin low on ammo. This is scary. No one there to help this over. Kane is, I guess, a little bit unclear on what the timing should be. Outlaw's there. Yo, you won't kill contract, bro. Let the intrusive thoughts win. Rolling Thunder, I think we're going to back away here. Kane Zero, though, does escape back into CT. He's inspired. Sees the shoulder, finds the kill. Welly would have been a great second to find, and Kane just doesn't have a lot to see here. Waiting for Welly probably to swing for information. And he does, just not in the timing that Kane's expecting it. So when we go, make a bit of noise. Have a proper crack at it. Shondex dies to a body shot here. That's the scary part, Kane. You won't no scope. He goes in with the shorty. Shondex says, do you know who I am? Gets Ambrosia back out in front by 1.
That went a pure eco round there. Envy committed so hard to trying to get back into the site. Poppin shuts down Satellite, who was wrapping back box with the overdrive. And then he tries to get into that position himself, but no one from spawn could really assist. There were smokes, cages being cycled on that position. So Kane is posted up with the Outlaw there, but can't actually do anything. That was a sick shot, but Ambrosia, after only getting 1 round in this half to the 5 of Envy, just win a pure eco. Look at the position that this has Envy in now. If they lose this round, they're going to be on an eco themselves, and even here they just have 2 stingers, and you know good and goddamn well Kane is about to kill contract someone and run at them.
Exactly. You best believe that boy go run it up. The economy is an issue for Envy. The glaring question is, how do we get our money out on this kind of round? Dimensional Drift is pretty relevant, but not if Ambrosia just hard hit this B side.
Careful now.
It's been left open entirely by Envy. They just don't really want to take too many risks. Up and Inspire Exeter. They've all got rifles to work with. Great! Hunter's Fury. You're happy with that? Still, Inspire going to fall to 1 there, coming up from Welly. Nakarin gets the plant despite being chunked down slightly. Now, how do you play off this recon? Satellite and Nakarin both very, very low here for whatever reason.
Does Kane do it? Dimensional Drift is going to come through. We'll be spotting out multiple players close, but no one can really capitalize. Okay, Poppin does catch Satellite because he walks out into the open.
Kane now going to go.
What the hell?
Oh, Welly! Okay, taken down by the shorty. Now the intrusive thoughts always seem to win. Kane only finds his one, but Exeter's ready to fight. Flash comes out and he's going to half it. Clove bubble gets it to half. That's huge. He sees the barrel. Just Team Envy things, folks. Cracking back half by round win. They've got a couple stingers in there. It just doesn't seem to matter. They keep the kill contract alive, and Exeter, beautifully done. Dimensional Drift gets them a free kill.
The moment where that post-mortem smoke just comes up at the perfect time from Ion to assist him while he's sticking the spike. Now Ambrosia's economy in a very tricky spot. This is a great time to call the timeout. Kane recovering that rifle in market, but I mean, Exeter spots everyone out with a dimensional drift. Satellite then feels like he needs to swing out in the open, felt uncomfortable because that Yoru was running around him, caught by Poppin. Exeter getting that kill in main no with the shorty. What the hell, man? What the hell? That is the highest impact one in that entire situation.
You've got to love it from Exeter there. He knows he's in a 1v1. Flash immediately tapped the spike to half. Then he knows he has a bunch of time to wait. There wasn't a whole lot that could be done there for Ambrosia. And these rounds are hard fought. And this is, of course, their map pick. The one that Envy looked horrendous in that first half. But they've already gotten themselves 6 defense side rounds. And a lot of it is off this pretty inventive play from Exeter. I've got to say, I think the Yoru's been a standout. Someone in the chat, actually, like at halftime, they were like, oh, watch out. Now Exeter's going to dominate here in the second half. Check it out. And honestly, he might be, middling in terms of score, but the way he has recovered, the way he's been able to find these important first kills has been sick. Kane, you would think he would probably try and get a rifle, but no, bro has still got the stinger.
And still has any second now. He's still got the kill contract. He's going to run it down on someone.
Here comes Satellite. Ion will be the solo play here and kind of ruined Piggy's advantage, I guess. Flown to halls.
I know exactly.
Kane ready for now. Yeah, there is a neural theft there. That first pick so important. Satellite turns up on the side, sprayed down a little bit by that stinger though. Double tap is active for Kane. Looks like holding on to that ultimate for a rainy day. Probably wise. That Korean left alone though was, look at Ambrosia. All 3 push over towards spawn and Inspire's waiting for the trap is laid and now sprung. Oh, Kane's gonna do it to them. Oh no, Welly, too good for that though. Second time he's managed to win there. In fairness, does Kane really need to do that? Is that absolutely strictly necessary?
Exeter's playing so well right now. Really impressed by him today. He absorbed so much util on the site and then is able to just teleport away. I love that Inspire really takes his time working through spawn. Ambrosia want to flip the map. He completely punishes him for it.
Look at this timing. Oh, God, they put themselves into a trap.
It's a really incredible retake there. Inspire just waiting for the perfect moment where his team draws all of the attention, understanding that the site was being flipped by Ambrosia. It's so well done. These guys look fantastic.
They plan on the attack side of the boxes, though, and they opt to jump in defender spawn. So, I mean, Envy just had such great positions to punish that. Kane not punished for that? That's crazy work. Okay. Got me Satellite that starts his team off to a player advantage.
Okay, the one hero rifle. Satellite able to find 2. Poppin wants to go for something aggressive.
This would be...
Even things up.
This is being watched for. Glyph has got eyes on this line. Okay, so can Inspire tempt Ambrosia to rotate back towards this mid-direction? Probably not. But on cams, you should be able to see this. Poppin has not made noise, but man, I Ambrosia, like, you gotta like this. Really clean stuff for them. Inspire! Okay, maybe use the rifle. Into the cyber cage he goes. Extra and Inspire. These 2 are alive. Anything's possible. 1v2. Inspire is healthy. Has to fight his way out of this situation, and he has the element of surprise. Ambrosia can't reliably double up on this line. Now they know he's there, though. Here's the rolling thunder. Inspire gets clear of it. A little bit dodgy there from Matt Green. And he's out in the open. Surely not.
Oh my
37
God.
health. Desperately and barely, Ambrosia stay alive in that round. Tell you what, Inspire, and then the other day might have had that one. It's 11-11, folks. Make a wish.
Oh, what a heads-up teleport from Glyph to get top box there. Satellite hasn't been able to have too many moments so far in this series where he's been a high-impact Ambrosia player, but on this round. Hero Rifle gets 2 openers. The last 2 Ambrosia round wins are just eco rounds. Makes absolutely no sense.
Okay, here comes Satellite. He's found both the first kills in the last 2 rounds. Dimensional Drift those upper exit. This is definitely an important round. Look at the money of Ambrosia. By no means are they solidified. Envy could. I mean, either team gets knocked down to an eco round in the last round of the game. Or regulation at least.
Another Dimensional Drift to play with already. He's had multiple in this half. They want to go for this double face. Satellite breaking that clone double swing from the Envy players, not netting any kills.
They can't dig him out of this corner. They actually don't have any util to punish Satellite just being sat here. They've got to wait. And they give Satellite ground. This will let Acri now set him up to play off a fault line. Good connection. Pop and force to jump away. Man, that is so straightforward. Great fundamentals now for Ambrosia. A very well-deserved kill. And look at them go. Not a care in the world now. It's up to Inspire, Ion, and Kane. Just how good are you guys?
Kane knows that teleport came up top, but Glyph is not giving him an inch. They could just set up crossfires, win this out with the fundamentals that got them into this advantage in the first place. Caught clean before the dark cover drops.
Here's Ion and Inspire. Now I'll probably have to save these weapons. Feel like you just can't really make a whole lot happen with them. Okay, keep the economy honest. Fair enough. We're at the point of the game where it doesn't really matter nearly as much. Inspire's, I guess, willing to give up the Bulldog. At this point, he wants Ion to sort of go for it, but really feel like it's a terrible idea when he's holding onto that Clove ultimate. This little pick, though, on Acrian. Okay, he'll be happy enough to walk away with this. Well, not happy, but it's going to have to do here for Envy. But it might be 1 round away for this map slipping through their fingers.
They've been in complete control. They've lost on the back, or well, potentially have lost on the back of just 2 anti-ecos. The first one, all pistols. The second one, 1 hero rifle, 4 pistols. That is the reason that they found themselves in this horrendous position. This defensive half was playing out so well for them. Eggster has been phenomenal. All right, we're going to have a massive clash over towards this A side. All of the utility about to be used. Eggster has the Bucky again.
Bucky fall back behind this. Here comes Satellite, chunk down. Kane with the stinger. Oh, welcome to the Twilight Zone, folks. Welcome one and all. Ah, yes. Just another day at the office for Envy.
Look at the little kill markers. Just everyone stacked up on that left side. Kane swinging out with this stinger, just catches Satellite mid-overdrive, and then he's caught in the cage as well. All right, Envy pick a good little time to feel like, let's go for the 4-man push, amen. All of our utility is connected onto every single player. Can't really ask for a better situation than that. Little 5-second round win.
Wow. The impact of that also can't be overstated. Ambrosia looking to try and take the map away now. Dragged into the mud, dragged into overtime by Envy with 2 stingers and a Bucky. Standard fare here for your ex-Rankers team. And here we go. Round 25 is off to the start. And Envy now get to go back on that attack side, which was pretty horrendous for them. Let's see if this has changed anything.
Eggster absorbs some of that early utility and has that Gate Crash placed over towards B when the spike has been on Ion, slowly taking main. Inspire again. He just can't help himself. He just needs to fight when players are crossing. And he still manages to go 1 for 1, even though Ambrosia are aware.
Kane up on the site. There's still some traps that need to be cleared, but Kane gets out of a dangerous location. A beautiful timing for that undercut to come through. Welly. So easy for Eggster to take down after that. Nice little plant, 4v3 in the post plant. Satellite can't really get into the side. Paranoia also cutting across. Kane affected. They're still just sitting on in the corner, and here we come, folks. Glyph has to make it happen. Eggster's down at 68. Glyph's giving himself away.
Oh, man, he just wants them to swing, but they're just not giving them an inch. It's kind of moments like that where I think earlier in the year, you might see players getting more willing to swing from this Envy team, but it's just so patient there.
And I mean, these attack rounds came few and far between from Envy, but that looked very, very clean. They are absolutely in the game. And it starts here with a bit of a nail-biter encounter through mid. Kane wins his duel, fighting over towards Boba. And ultimately, Envy just end up trading up very effectively. So, now can they run on defense? Their better half by far
All right, instant suppress. Envy throwing some neutral to fight towards A main yet again, but Ambrosia this time far more weary. They want to get out. Inspire just peeks through market door, catches Glyph.
More here.
Oh, the cage.
It's all falling apart here for Ambrosia. This is no coming back from this. Shondex and Akri in their standouts in this game. Looking down the barrel of an Inspire ace. Natty in the last round of this game. Akri in here has no options outside of just dragging his carcass over towards the A side of the map. And going down with the ship. Man, Envy. God, and what a way for it to happen to Ambrosia too. Their map pick, they look so solid on that defense side. Feel like they're really getting some momentum going. And the ace picked up for Inspire. What a way to make a statement on your opponent's map pick. Clean them up with a dirty, dirty ace. And Envy, nobody doesn't like them. They're going to be heading into their pick of Ascent at 2-0 in this best of 5.
And juxtaposed to their history on this Sunset map, when it used to be in the pool, they were running it down on attack and succeeding there, but here it felt like they were down and out. But when they swapped to defense, the team just comes to life with a lot of really nice fast rotates, later throwing in some very aggro multi-man swings, fighting in A main, and it's just capped off by Inspire dominating that entire team when they went for that rotate pivot through mid, catching Glyph into the one-way cage after that. Really nice play from him to end things on Sunset, where Ambrosia looked like they were just destined to take their map win. They finish up on attack, what was it, 8-4? And they just looked significantly better on the map overall. It just didn't seem like Envy really had an idea as to how they wanted to play it to the extent that Ambrosia did, but they really step up on defense. Another map with a great performance from Eggster too, by the way. For me, he has been, I think, probably the MVP of this team so far, if not one of the top 2 as this series has played out. I'm really impressed by him today.
It's after a slow start on that attack side, Yoru, but he's able to take these aggressive positions on defense and fall back with the gate crash. Ion also hasn't played Clove in a hot minute, but puts up a fantastic showing in the end. Both of those guys leading from the front. Really impressive stuff from Envy. They're looking like they very much deserve right now to be your champions of stage 2, but still got one more map at least before we decide that we're going to a break. Now we've got much to talk about. Sierra and the desk walk us through Sunset.
Oh my god, this battle pass one. Yeah, I don't know. I can't guess. I have zero guess.
Oh wow, dude, I'm gonna be very bad at this. Are those even flowers? What is this? Like the rainbow judge? I have no clue. That if I guess that, I'm a genius. I have no clue.
I don't remember. I don't know. I can't even guess.
Sensation. Okay. The battle pass ones are hard.
Sensation. Yeah, I guess I can see that. I mean, I would never guess that, but I can see it.
Sensation never would have said that ever. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it before. That's crazy.
I mean, I want to say Galaxy, but like obviously that's probably not a. It's not Singularity because I know that skin. Galaxy is not a skin name, right? Like Void. I don't know. That's all the guesses I got.
That's the Nebula Ares.
Oh, is it Nebula Ares? I think is that. Yeah, getting there.
Nebula. Oh, okay. I should have studied.
It's one of the new. I have no clue. I know the knife is like 2 daggers, but no, not Exo. That's not Exo. Oh, is it? No, it's not Exo. I have no clue. No clue.
Hive Mind? No. I have this one. Helix.
Was it the Helix? Helix Phantom? This is like a newer one.
Helix? Yeah, never guessed that ever. I don't have it, so.
Oh, Overdrive.
Okay, that's the Overdrive Bucky, right?
Overdrive Bucky? That's not an ugly skin.
Yeah, give me some good skins. I'll get them. I'm honestly super excited to play them. It's going to be a super fun game.
Korean wants to make this costly for them. If the defenders are going to have a defuse, still disastrous for YFP. Korean.
You cannot stop them for throwing some rounds. It's going to happen.
Like as always. Bam! Bam! Oh,
Second map in the series in this best of 5 grand finals, and we had highlighted Sunset as a key map here for Ambrosia to find any way to success. Getting into it, it was strong, but Envy, they take it to overtime and they're able to close it out. Dan, I definitely think that's scary for the rest of the series. Ambrosia, it was really, really close, but Envy just know how to close out a map.
We really thought that Ambrosia could maybe close it out, especially with the way that they played into that first half. They had so many cool set plays into the A side and how aggressive they wanted to play. It was very creative. They were kind of switching it up every single time. Yeah, you knew that it was going to be an aggressive play, but it was slightly different every single time, whether it's going to be what that Omen for Glyph was going to be doing or how far forward a Satellite was willing to push. It was just very, very nice. But when it came down to the second half, it's such a back and forth between the two. A little bit of more of exactly what we're talking about, that A hit and how it was going to play out. And then Envy at the end that just knows how to close it out.
Yeah, I think that also the crazy thing is, I think we're starting to see the same narrative we saw on Lotus, right? Where like Ambrosia, they do have really good macro ideas. Like it's not really like a lack of good, strategy or kind of approach to the game. It's really just coming down to like very nitty gritty micro situations that Envy just keeps closing out. And to add on top of that as well, Envy won both pistols and they got the bonus round in the second half. And if any of those 6 rounds go in the favor of Ambrosia, we're looking at a potential 1-1 here in this series.
And even a couple of moments where Envy, when they're down, kind of having to throw out a couple of heroics. But when they do, even thinking of the thrifty round that sends them into the overtime, just that aggression and ability to really overwhelm Ambrosia just goes absolutely crazy. And of course, Owen and Ambrosia are down. They're trying to take it to another round. You just have your Sentinel and getting an ace, no big deal. Like it is a tough world to be in. Looking over, Roy, at just how the game went, like even just like how that displays at the bottom, like shows just how close it was. But what a nice little run by Envy to close out.
Yeah, and we were like everything, literally the rounds, the first kills, the thrifties. Obviously, the 2 going in favor of Ambrosia is crazy. I think Envy also won one, but it doesn't count because it was like a bit of a slight investment. But and then obviously the clutch is going in favor of Envy. But yeah, I think Ambrosia's approach is great. They're doing a fantastic job in terms of their ideas. Again, I just want to reiterate that it's really just coming down to those micro situations. But I think we were also seeing it in the green room, guys, is how close the score is for every player in this map. Like this is so unusual, right? Because we're so used to seeing like a top heavy Envy, right? Kanzera on top performing extremely well, but in this match it really felt like everyone had their moment. They were all contributing and it was just a neck to neck battle between both of these teams.
Especially looking at the way that this started for Envy, that I mean, it was at 4-8. They were in a big disadvantage too, and then Extra was what, like 4-11 or something. He was not finding any one of those kills, but when it came down to that second half, his impact was insane on the defense to be able to recover not only in the kills department, but to also push it all the way to overtime and allow Envy to close it out. So yeah, like you're saying, it's kind of very uncharacteristic. You usually have maybe 1-2 players kind of popping off, everybody else kind of playing as you're expecting, but everybody's bringing their A game into this grand final, and that's what we want to see. I mean, still though, not ideal for Ambrosia, so close from closing this map, but it's an Envy that wins it in overtime.
That is a heartbreaker for Ambrosia and Ambrosia fans, genuinely in that one, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. But Dan, you were talking about the impact that Extra was having on that defense, and there was a round that you pulled up as well to be showcasing how Envy was playing this defense out.
Yeah, let's talk about the defense and why it was so effective. So you see the defense on the side of Ambrosia, they were going for this aggressive hit towards A. And now Envy is not necessarily going for that aggressive play. Instead, they're going to be holding back. You're always going to have Extra playing towards elbow. He's going to get that info early on, and that is going to allow Kanzera to either swing or regroup with the rest of the team. So what changes for this round specifically, this is coming after a timeout. and you know that you need to win this round. It's a full buy for the side of Envy. It's a little bit of an uncomfortable buy coming for the side of Ambrosia. So the only thing that changes here is that instead of that Sova for Poppin that you always see playing alongside Exter, you're gonna have Ion instead. So let's see how this plays out. It's gonna be the same way where Exter is gonna find that first contact. In the meantime, nobody's gonna be able to swing because Acorn is sending that stun towards main. And as the play comes through, it's going to be Extra that gets tagged. He backs up, he TPs, and Ion's going to get caught here. That is going to allow that Cypher ultimate to come through, and that's going to reveal the information of where everybody else is going to be hiding. But look at Extra. He's still on site. He's still tagged once again, and he's forced to TP once again. So he's taking a lot of that info, a lot of that util to his face as the rest of the plays comes through. Kainzera's trying. There's an attempt to stop him with the paranoia that's coming through for Glyph towards main. It's not going to be effective because you see how they completely switch their positions here. Is, you know, an Ambrosia that decides to play this towards CT, where Inspire finds some great timing to find 2-3 picks alongside the dart for the Sova for Poppin, and that way they close it out. Little things like that happen so fast that you're kind of missing everything that is working out, and it wouldn't have been possible if Exter was not doing the same thing that he was doing every single time, but on top of that, willing to fight just for a little bit more, waiting for that rotation to happen and waiting for that timing for Inspire to be effective.
Those little differences that really add up, and especially in a map that was so close. And because of that, Envy are going to take it up 2 in the series now. It is do or die for Ambrosia heading into the 3rd map. We are heading back into Envy's pick, but we are getting later on in the series. These maps are getting a little bit closer, and Ambrosia have been strong on Ascent the last few times that we've seen them. But Roy, I'm still a little worried because Envy look like they're just heating up.
Yeah, not only that, but they're heated up and going into the 3rd map that they're undefeated on. They have looked phenomenal on this map throughout this split. But on the other hand, guys, I want to remind us, Ambrosia, they're not slouches on this map. They're also holding a pretty strong record, 5-2, taking down a lot of really good teams on this map. YFB, Qbert, the M80 win as well. I mean, it's looked great on both sides. And honestly, I feel like Ambrosia's in a pretty good spot. Like, again, that's kind of the narrative in my mind, is they're not even playing bad. They're just losing these very important swing rounds. They're kind of losing out on some of the trades. And I feel like this map has looked so much better for Ambrosia in regards to that. And I feel like this could be a good place for them to start turning things around.
This is one of those maps where, of course, they're going to be bringing that double Sentinel, and it's actually going to be Ambrosia starting on the defense. So they have that win condition, but honestly, to compare them to other teams that start on the defense and play this composition as well, they don't get as many rounds as you expect them to. And that is kind of really scary because Envy, I mean, last time that we saw this play against Burger Boys, they were so dominant into the first half, so dominant into this defense that you think maybe it should be like a 50-50 with the way that they like to play this attacking side and how aggressive they'd like to get. But they can completely take over this map. If there's a map that I'm actually concerned about when it comes to Envy and what they can do against Ambrosia, it has to be this one. And yeah, they're going to be starting on the attack. It plays a little different, but this is a scenario that they're used to for, you know, the last couple times that they face each other besides that one match against Burger Boys.
I feel like any concerns I would have had for Envy on Ascent have now been patched up. This is where we get to see Kainzera go from the ISO into the Jet. But recently that Jet's been looking crazy. So I mean, that's been matched up. Everything that could go wrong, I don't know. I still think it's a tough one, but agents are ready. Let's head to it. And Ambrosia have looked good. My eyes again are on Satellite. He solo Duelist here, but the Euro last time went crazy, and I'll have to go crazy again today. Getting into it, yeah, again, this is roughly what we expected, Roy.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we're not expecting any changes this late, especially with how dominant these teams have looked on this map. But my eyes, guys, are specifically on how Envy are going to utilize the Euro utility and the Sova utility to dismantle the double Sentinel setup for Ambrosia. The Envy has historically struggled. I don't want to say struggle. They won about 40% of their attack rounds, so they need as many rounds as they can get on that first half going into the second. And obviously Ambrosia, they look a little bit balanced on both of their halves. They've done a phenomenal job on both sides. So I think this first half is very important. So again, I'm looking at that specifically.
Yeah, you were mentioning it. They don't really play that attacking side first as many. I mean, last time that they did it was against Winthrop University, and it did not. It was a 9-3, and they were able to turn it around. It was very, very impressive. But that's something that you don't want to give very early on, especially for this match point, right? NB is one map away, this map of Ascent away from being that #1 team in playoffs, from getting that #1 spot. So you want to get enough rounds if you're on the side of Ambrosia here on the defense. This should be your win condition. But to be honest, throughout the whole series, they've had so many win conditions to turn things around, and they've been fumbling them every single time. So it has to be a good reset for them on Ascent. It has to be if they want to take us to the 5th map, if they want to win the grand final. We know that they have what it takes. The individual players have been shining today, but now it's time to win against that whole team of Envy.
For Ambrosia, it is truly do or die. They've showed that they can go toe-to-toe with Envy, but just not there yet to close out. Can they turn it around for Ascent to keep this grand finals best of 5 going? Or Envy going to be your stage 2 playoffs champion? It's time to head to Ascent to find out and head over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, to take you through.
Now it's the big 25 in challenges, which means that if you're in a game like this, if you made it to the grand final, you're pretty bloody good on Ascent. Everyone's playing it, both Ambrosia and Envy, with very good records on the map in general. Envy, though, have often gotten to defend first and build a massive lead up, and it's definitely had an outsized impact on some of the results in their games. And Ambrosia here have the double Sentinel style against Envy's double Duelist, Wyatt.
The last time we saw Envy on this map, it was against Burger Boys the other day, and Kane Zero absolutely bodied their entire team. He was getting so many dash, updraft, shorty kills. It was out of control. And we saw Ambrosia just beat them as well. That came down a lot more to Satellite, his opping on the Yoru being incredibly effective on defense. And that is just a primary win con of this composition and the style that you play when you have that double Senti with the Yoru on defense. Once you get the off in the Yoru's hands, you can control part of the map with that, force the attacking team to go into all of that Sentinel utility. That is when everything is functioning at its absolute best when you're running this. Always talk about it when this situation comes up, but if Ambrosia can win that pistol round, get their economy in a good place to get an operator early, that's when you can really take over on defense, when you're running this deadlock, when you're running the Yoru.
Seen Akron with some really nice early grab nets, playing around like the one ways at A main or trying to get early B main presence with that ability. Something that was a standout for sure from Ambrosia. Something that a team like Envy's pretty liable to run straight into. Just like this, Kane immediately bursts into A main, and Ambrosia playing off the side here. This is very odd for a pistol round setup, and it feels very intentional. Blitz is able at least to meet Inspire over here towards Cubby, and Inspire is going to struggle to get in here. Ambrosia just playing for the retake on A side.
We'll see if they try to root him out of that Cubby on Catwalk. He has decided to push up. He's going to get wrapped by Acreon in a double face. Dealt with nicely by Ambrosia. Now they have the man advantage for this retake, and they're going to send Acreon flanking all the way through spawn.
Looks like Inspire was just waiting for something to happen. Ambrosia had plenty of time to play that pincer towards him.
And they did just get their recon back.
I like that. Very cute stuff. With the TP back from Glyph, extra down to 49. Satellite able to pick him apart. Surgical stuff here from Ambrosia. Nicely done. Emerged from an important pistol round here on this defense side. 2 players still in the game, giving up that A side entirely, only to snap back in and have it for themselves.
And they needed that win desperately. Their playoff run on the line right now on this map. Grand finals on the line. No one expected this team to be here after having to remain in the league via the promotion relegation tournament. They make roster changes, and then they just surge all the way to the top of the scene. And up against an Envy team that we thought would be here back in stage 1, where they finished in that lower bracket. Round 2 was a really unexpected fall off for them in the playoffs. And now they've just come right back, being in a position that we thought that they would be in heading into 2025. Everything on the line here for Ambrosia.
Kane had someone buy him a Stinger. He is full armor Stinger this round. Satellite's about to get busy. Far too much than he can handle. Now a Guardian's going to get picked up, handed over. Big opening here for Envy. Mid control secured. Now with some options. Jondex didn't really want to sit and wait and anchor on the side, so Island's able to find him out in the open. Sharp shooting from Welly. Kane's in an awkward spot now and isn't in an effective range to make use of the Stinger. And honestly, Envy have really been slowed up on Speedway, ironically. Extra and Ion hope for a high-low setup, but Welly just ducks out of the line of fire. Good pressure being put down by Envy, but eventually Welly is just far too dependable there from Boathouse.
Yeah, you've got to expect that when Envy are going to be on that second round eco, that Kane will be taking point with a stinger. They do that constantly. Now, when we're on this Ascent map and we're talking about Ambrosia, you have to pay a lot of attention to Welly. His anchoring on B is rock solid. It has been on their last couple outings. His util on this map is so solid. He's a really dynamic player here. He absolutely can be the star for Ambrosia. Can be the reason that they take this map and continue the series.
He takes that early Odin pickup onto this B site. It's generally a real nuisance. Can play alongside Inspire, so make sure he's getting people lit by trapwires, cams, or recon bolts.
All that damage that was done. It does have Ambrosia on a pretty weak buy here. This is not great for their bonus.
I've seen all of this though, all of it. Welly avoids the paranoia by playing back a little bit further. A slight off angle that he tries to move up into, but he's down. Poppin finds him immediately. A little bit of an overpush there for Kane Zero, but he's got a decent weapon for it in fairness. Shondex got lit. And now Satellite has to play from inside this smoke. Feels like one and done. Not even that. It's a classic from Exa that ends him.
One enemy remaining.
Already Envy. This will be a massive attack side round to take, especially after making this a very strained bonus for Ambrosia.
Yeah, they needed this one bad, Envy. And they've got it on all accounts. Poppin should be able to recover a Guardian somewhere, I believe, once Glyph is dealt with here.
Steps Glyph and down he gets Sat. Rifle feeded over to the enemy. And that's Envy going up against Ambrosia's bonus in an admirable fashion. Some pretty ridiculous picks as they get into market with a gate crash. Shondex sees it all, but it doesn't seem to matter. Ambrosia can't game plan against it on the fly, but here's Welly with that Odin in hand already.
And Welly had saved up a ton of cash to be able to drop an operator as well over to Satellite. So this is the exact setup that they want as far as the weaponry. This is what Ambrosia have been able to dominate with. Getting Shondex trips all over that B site, playing with Welly with the Odin.
They're fighting this. Oh, extra. King Gate Crash sprayed out.
Pure confidence.
And this is it. Envy will just challenge that one way. Conditioning.
Welly is being dragged to mid right now as well. Actually, matter of fact, all the way over towards A because of that fight. Now this Execute is going to come in and all the pressure is going to be on Shondex to need to get two in this situation.
It might be that Ambrosia, because they've thrown that barrier mesh there on A main, they actually can't manually check that for themselves. They don't know where Envy are. And this is scary stuff. Welly does find Poppin, but Shondex has to play pretty safe, pretty secure now. Buy a little bit of time for those reinforcements to come. Off angle catches Kane, but he is baited out into the open, and Ion deals with him. That's his 7th kill of the game already. Ion picking up where he left off on Sunset. We had a stunning showing on the Clo. Now Envy, God, this would be massive, huge investment here for Ambrosia. So, like, genuinely devastating. A round that's worth 2 for the attackers if they can land the plane now. And Welly's forced to get moving, get active now with this Odin. And he gets brought down, sprayed through the wall. Satellite finds a decent timing though when Kane is out of the game. Still 2 Envy defenders though standing. This is going to be a costly round for Ambrosia each way. They slice him. And there's Satellite coming online just when he's needed.
Those shots are so crisp from Satellite. So controlled, but so fast. That was excellent from him. And they're able to recover the 2 most expensive weapons as well to bring those into the next round. I mean, that looked like a situation where Ambrosia, if they couldn't get something done early, might have just wanted to save in that 3 versus 4. Do you really want to throw away the Odin and the AWP already? And Welly makes that rotate over towards the A side, but when the hit comes in, is still within range to get a great Hunter's Fury to support. Satellite steps up.
Hey, we've got AWP, we've got Odin still active for Ambrosia. Envy get very, very close. It would have been a very different looking game, I think, were they to win that round. They can still buy pretty well. Now, Poppin's got a Hunter's Fury of his own, maybe return the favor as well. He sniped him out early in that previous round.
Envy, much like the last round, want to work both sides of the map, using that gate crash over towards the B side after Exeter grabs the orb in A main. I'm going to assume they're trying to round the world orb this so he can have the dimensional drift by giving him a B main as well. This is a crazy push from Satellite. He is so deep. And you can see Eggster is so scared to cross right now, and he's punished for it.
For a second, I think he considers that the off angle might be picked up. Oh, Satellite, this is a freebie, surely. Okay, Willie just going to try and light the attackers now as they're midway through. Door. Yeah, but he's on the right side of it. No! Satellite flashes into him. And Envy are caught completely off guard. Eye on that is a stunning little three-piece, but would have had to be a clean ace in order to take the round away. Tough business. Ambrosia, 4 defense side rounds already locked in.
Made me feel like if he had a couple more bullets, he would have gotten that 4th on the board as well. That was bold from Satellite to just creep outdoor, just staying within that dark cover, and then Glyphson's in the perfect paranoia to supplement that decision for him to then further push with the shorty. It was pretty sick. I mean, this here was also pivotal. You could see that Eggster, he knew that they had no control over mid or that sightline. He knew he was susceptible to that.
That was cinema. The glyph paranoia timing? Envy were completely shell-shocked by that. So, timeout time it is. This is the kind of round where you have dimensional drift, you also have this Hunter's Fury, so no shortage of stuff to work with.
Ambrosia have needed Satellite to start playing like this. He's had a couple rounds here and there, but I don't think he's been as much of a factor as he was in that BO5 yesterday, for example, where he was really, putting pressure on Burger Boys throughout that entire series. Top fragging multiple maps, but this is the first one against Envy today where he has been the primary factor for Ambrosia's success.
Realistically, Envy need a game plan into top Odin rounds of Ambrosia. Okay, wow. Barrier thrown down off the rip here. Pretty devastating for Envy now as they've definitely got to reveal themselves. Kane over the top. Try as he might, Acrian is able to whip around and deal with him. Clone shot. Here comes an thrown in. A little bit awkward to play this angle with your Satellite, but Glyph has got his off angle too. Only popping down to find one. And Ion, who's had a great game so far, already 11 kills. Can't do enough in that round. Can't do anything at all. Now we come back around to Envy. I start to move in Kane Zero's direction. He talked up his jet performance most recently. He's been very, very good, even if in the past maybe it's been less exciting. But Ambrosia are well and truly rolling.
Yeah, there was a period of time earlier this year where there was a common enough sentiment that Kane was just essentially like an ISO one trick, and he wasn't finding the same success on Jet. Well, the last outing for Kane's Jet was one of those outrageous Jet performances that we've seen in a minute. That was on defense, though, and the desk were touching on how that's been the better side. Satellite opportunity, but has to get away.
The Fury pop and found Welly. That was one of the anchoring players on the site, and now Extra is unchallenged here. I like the idea from Shondex. Try and help out, but I think he's missed his window. Now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Hitting, I think, on switch. I just can't extract himself from this situation. Okay, well, Satellite's going to be able to chime in. The map essentially flipped now as the defenders are playing from B-main, and here's Kane. Oh, that's a nice one. And God, they needed him to get involved. It's on Satellite with an op. Kane going to walk through the double cloud burst to get in on the site. And so we have 3 entrenched defenders. Satellite says, even with our money situation, this would be a waste to try and go for it.
It is absolutely just time to save. Wouldn't be mad at collecting a little kill on an Envy player that's retreating either, given that their economy is in a pretty terrible situation still. More important that he doesn't give up this op, though, of course. We were just speaking of Kane, and then he gives you some very Kane-like shots.
This is not really the round where Envy can kind of afford to throw weapons away. I don't know where Satellite is. On the corner with the shorty. What does he find here? He's going to lose it. He's lost the op. That's been recovered now by Envy. Or perhaps not. But either way, yeah, Kane's got it in hand. Devastating for Ambrosia.
They want to op on attack. And now I do want to touch on again, which I said was mentioned by the desk. It's just the fact that this Envy team has found way more success on defense playing this map. So it's a question of how many rounds do they need? to go on a run on defense and win this out when they're on attack? How many are actually required of them here? And this is one that could be worth 2. This can get them to 4 if they win this out. Kane also just more than happy to pick up this op, given the fact that he's got the Blade Storm at his disposal too.
I mean, they beat Winthrop. They got 3 attack side rounds. They beat TSM. They got 5. Okay, there's that attack side up going to work. Satellite still wanted to post up in mid. Punish for it. And you've got to some degree, expect that, but maybe he thought Kane would be somewhere else.
Yeah, now, Ambrosia, they don't really have to give up their positions as far as where the other players were. They do have a cam that's watching, you know, this market cross from Shonduk, so they know if an NV player will be walking all the way up. At this point, Welly is feeling suspect of Envy being towards this A side, has rotated all the way to heaven. The hit's going to come in on B. Should place for that dash updraft.
Okay, Trigger Dexter gets through it though. Glyph now needs to find a nice timing of this paranoia. That's about as good as it gets, folks. God, that is good. Ion here needs to wait. I can switch room. Inspire is in logs. And that Alpha got cleared pretty quickly. Inspire's able to peer out, find a shot, and Acreon is not able to connect that grab net. Ion dodging away from all this util, and there's his 2. He's been bloody brilliant so far in Ascent. And he'll find a 3rd to close a round out. I've got to say now, you're feeling pretty good about Envy. They have wrecked the economy of Ambrosia, gotten 3 rounds, kept the op in hand. Ion with a casual 15 kills after 8 rounds. Ooh.
That little sidestep, little maneuver, adjustment to take that second fight against Welly, that was insane. The little micro from him is quite the spectacle. This guy is so talented. Oh, right there, that adjustment to the right. And that was Ambrosia with a great read on the situation too, like having that kill trip for the dash updraft, because they know that Kane has the Blade Storm. It's pretty likely he's gonna go for that. They catch him, even things up. Not enough. Not enough.
Cam eventually is removed.
I will say, you know, Ambrosia, they did have a fair amount of success on these eco rounds. A fair amount is an understatement. They were winning unreasonable eco rounds to stay in the game on Sunset. So you can't count them out.
We got in their previous game against Burger Boys. Much the same as well. They had to win some shockers. All right, it is Welly. Ion, as good as he's been, not ready for the random walk up through smoke with the Sheriff out. I get it. I don't know how many people are conditioned to expect that. Recon taken down. Glyph those out of the game. He was over by Tree. This is a bit of a problem now. The push up here towards heaven is going to be coming quickly. Well, he's going to activate, and he does. Sees the spike go loose, and now follow it up with an Aldrone. This sets Shondex up on this angle. Backs away. Kane revealed, but he got the spike out.
He's getting, yeah, well, he's got the Hunter's Fury off of that orb. 2 rifles recovered. Extremely winnable.
Look at Inspire. He's in the left here to watch this cross.
Spike planted.
He might actually see this happen. No, he's not on the line. Well, he's going to come across. No armor here on the Sova. Inspire's heard all of this. Oh, but okay, great timing. Inspire knows he has such a slim window to act. And he gets out there before Willie has anything to say about it. Condex also. No armor. Remember, this is 50 round for Ambrosia. But their odds of winning have dipped drastically with the loss of their Norwegian powerhouse. And Shondex, I love this. You can see Kane's trying to keep him busy. I've seen him win these, folks. I'm going to be real with you. Kane steps up. No attempt to tap the spike. It's all but done. And there it is. Shondex out of the round. Envy, 4 attack side rounds, and they're not showing any signs of slowing down. The money, pretty good, all things considered. And they avert the thrifty that always seems to be looming when you're playing against Ambrosia.
It's so playing against Inspire coded that you have to, in a 2v2 retake, recon Pizza because he's going to be lurking in mid. Like, that is, and the fact that he was there is hilarious. But like you said, he just has the tiniest margin to be able to swing out and get that kill, and he does it.
One enemy remaining.
Now, Welly has been playing so well on this defensive side so far. He wins that 1v1 in A main, recovers the rifle from it. Unfortunately, didn't have an opportunity to actually use the Hunter's Fury that those kills and collecting the orb got him. But I'm sure that'll come into play now on the buy round.
I mean,
you really don't want Envy getting more than 4. This has to be the stopping point. I think 5, that's already too much. We would need to see a pretty phenomenal attack half from Ambrosia if Envy have 5 rounds heading into their favored side.
Yeah, even if Ambrosia win the pistol, as soon as Kane gets rolling, gets an op in his hands, and bro, he is still stuck on his attack side op. Kane is all about it. We did actually see this. Was it Bonnie that was doing this as well? Or maybe Satellite? I'm unclear. And in that series, we also saw an insistence to play the attack side up. It's a bit weird. Kane's been able to work it. I think he's gone like 5-0 since he's picked that up.
Standing ahead.
So Ambrosia have left their opera over in Y Satellite with that gate crash all the way towards the B site. We're seeing Envy with the desire to work mid though. Get up cat. Pressure into tree.
Hope that he does not have the barrier here in this round. He's a little bit tight on cash, so just a grab net thrown out. There is a sonic sensor just ahead of him. You can see that on the map. Okay, crash into the corner. Oh, the paranoia. This pinch could be dastardly. Acreon's able to get out of trouble quickly. It's just extra for now. They've got they're so aware. Ion ready for Satellite there to be tucked in wine. Now what? Connor Fury cross map. Running looking for something, anything, and he gets rid of Exter. It will be a plant still going down.
And of course, there's Inspire always looming in the background, ready to find that timing window for the backstab. All of Ambrosia are gathering up in that heaven area. Inspire, matter of fact, he's just going to go play with main, in main rather, double up.
He knows he can't get rid of Poppin. He's on the other side of Gen. Good info, but not enough to secure a kill. And there it is. Kane attack side up, rings out yet again. Walks out into Shondex's crosshair. There's not really any time left for this though. Welly from heaven. Shondex from tree. Wait a minute now. This might be more possible. They've got to drop to the side and Poppin is going to rat in this corner. Sees Welly. Bit of damage. And there's Inspire playing from main. Always the last to the fight with the last one standing too. And there's that devastating 5 attack side rounds for Envy.
Ion is just white hot in the server right now. He swings out into A main, wins a 1v1 against Satellite with an op in wine. He's just too quick with the shots. And then Envy have a cool little micro play to get into that A site when Exer gets that kill on Acker. And right there was a paranoia to Gen, and at the same time, he has a gate crash that pops out right next to Gen. So he's just right on the chase to find that kill.
Man, as good as Ambrosia have been, especially on this map at times, Envy just do not let up. The moment you make a mistake, the moment you let them into the game, they latch on. You're gonna back out here of A main though. Ion's done enough apparently. Shondex deals with Inspire, but he's the loose end. It's Satellite here that's gonna be watched. This time the clone doesn't get anything for free, but Poppin.
Oh no.
Beautiful headshot.
Still in sight.
Where's that Kane op? Where's that at? Okay, in tree. Acreon hears the cross, doesn't shut the door. Dory coming back to check. He had Util in his hand. There is a second play. They're never ready for Ion. So still relatively even footing. Envy definitely advantaged now, and over the top comes Kane. Ah, yes, to sprinkle a little bit of magic just when it's needed. And you're walking into that line. Yeah, Kane in the perfect spot to play contact on Welly. And so Shondex has been in this position a lot. So many of these A-side hits he has had to make the rotate here with the door shut in his face, an assortment of useless weapons on the ground, and about 20 seconds to play.
On most of the maps, it's rare we see much Kane opping just because he's playing so much ISO. But then when you get to, he's just as good with the op as he is with the rifle. Every time you see him shoot, the reaction time is insane. He is so good at hitting the little micro adjustments as well. When he just needs to flick a little bit to either side. It's just insane to watch this guy. I mean, he is a cut above like the entire competition of this league. He is just a cut above everyone.
I don't know, man. This series has definitely made it pretty clear to us. Best of 5 might be over in 3 at this rate. Just too many attack side rounds getting picked up here by Envy.
That was brutal. Not connecting with the judge on the pop in there is really unfortunate.
This brand of Valorant that Envy are playing, we just don't really see anything like it in challenges. Poppin's capped. So for the rest of the half, which is this round, MVR cashed up. I don't mind this from Glyph. I think he's a little earlier. He's doing fine there. But ooh, hey, Kane's head toppling off. Annihilation. No catch as far as I can tell. Glyph is going for it there. Spray with the Phantoms. Gravnet on Envy. They're going to go for it now. Dimensional Drift's going to head over into the side. Extra might look to open up an individual opportunity. Glyph has already gotten back up towards heaven now. Smoking hell. And there's a gate crash on the side. I don't know how Extra's supposed to make use of this, but he's in A. Ambrosia is so careful about this. They want to play again off the recon info. Spray that site. Let's see where the plant's going down.
Shondex just broke the trip on the flank, so that's going to have Envy very afraid, and it's good to make Extra feel like he can't actually teleport back. Wow, he just does, okay? He just TP's back in an A main, even though there was a flank threat. I mean, I think he had the timing probably to beat the player there, so why not?
Swings door. He sees everything as well. Inspire's got to make use of this info, and again, he's got to go big on the clutch. Here's it, all behind Jen. He's perfectly set up for this, and now it's Shondex in the 1 versus 1. Can he bail them out? That was a little ugly from Inspire. Shondex at least makes it a respectable defense side. We've seen it time and time again. 6 rounds on a Sent deep side is not really enough.
That pathing from Inspire was perfect. He did everything right to win out that clutch. Unfortunately, just a little slow to connect to that shot when Shondex was wrapping around Jen. This was a good fight here in main. Kane Zera got baited in. And there was a really nice grab net thrown down. Got a couple players caught in that corner, so they couldn't actually swing out to trade when Ion was sprayed down. But it just feels like 6. That's not going to be enough for Ambrosia on defense. This is Envy's favored side. It's their favorite side statistically, and even just from the eye test. Ambrosia are going to need to go nuclear right now. They even won the pistol in the first half as well, and that wasn't enough.
Wise to say it wouldn't be enough here either.
I mean, it wouldn't be enough, but it feels way more necessary for them than it does for Envy to win this.
I mean, their Challenger Stage 2 run depends on it.
And Dan Dryad's prediction of Ambrosia to win this.
He definitely overcooked. Okay, so this barrier will hold for now, and Inspire's hit the gate crash, so he knows there's a player close on him. Papa doesn't care. Swing out. Made a hole in the wall. That's been now dealt with. Came with a spray. Speedway action. Inspire 2 rounds back-to-back with some shoddy aim. It's not quite able to connect. The pressure is certainly high. But look how low Glyph, Welly, Shondex all are. They're actually one-shots. There's a paranoia here for Ion. Actually, decent retake scenario here, despite being disadvantaged. And I think this backstab from main, though, could be devastating. Glyph, if he's quick enough, can absolutely catch Envy lacking. Here we go. Ion, double tapped down. Only 2 players left now. Extra and Kane Zera. Now they know they're on a timer. To him they go. Take the challenge. Extra with 2 headshots, and Kane wants to fight B main, but he's running out of time. He really needed Extra to find success there, and Akrian has armor to work with as well. Jump across, Kane.
Is nothing.
He'll half it. He's got the stones to do it. Oh man. Akrian times it out perfectly. Gets Ambrosia their second pistol of the map.
100% necessary that they win that pistol round. Great timing from Glyph to get that pick. Really patient in B main, and then just stays alive for long enough that he needs to draw Kane away from, or rather, Kane needs to be drawn away from the fight to deal with him, is how he feels. So despite Egster getting a 2K on site, he's alone. And then he is eventually traded out, and that's all she wrote for the round. It's going to be a full save for Envy. 5 classics.
Looks like Envy really want to make sure that round 15 they're brought up properly. Okay, Shondex sees the gate crash. It's only extra present on the side, though. I guess Envy really just trying to funnel Ambrosia to A. That if the solo, the player of Yoru is so confident moving into B main like this, surely there's other people to back him up, but I don't think they've really sold that effectively. Ambrosia playing a slow default with no mid presence because they know these classics won't do anything there for the defenders anyway. And so it goes, 1 minute.
Drone is going to get the info on at least 1 player. Everyone else tucked.
I have no info whatsoever. Why? Not a damn thing. I've only seen a gate crashing your route. Speaking of which, Extra is set up to make a quick rotate to A in the next few seconds if the hit goes there, but it's not coming. No, it's going to be one Yoru with no armor and a classic against the Hounds of Hell.
Seconds left.
Very patient from Ambrosia, 20 seconds now, getting into backside. Extra with it all to do.
Gotta go for it. Gotta see what he can sort of rustle up. Unfortunately, just a little bit of damage on Acreon. Okay, Kane. All right, got himself a decent weapon. Time is a little bit short. Kane gets back to safety over towards CT. There's still so much to do. It's a veritable mountain to climb now, and weapons and armor aren't great. Kane takes him down to 2. Finally put to bed. And Ion's recovered the weapon, realizes, okay, better reload this one.
This is a good opportunity.
What can I get myself?
Damage. Yeah, not able to get any though. So that was such a big investment for that anti-eco from Ambrosia. Look at the weaponry that they have that they're now carrying over, but even one more of those rifles lost would have had some significance as to the power of this buy.
That would explain the full save in that previous round. Kane immediately, half armor off, picked up. I want to say, like, respectable. Couple of anti-eco kills in this round. Kane's able to manufacture an opening by just diving on a Guardian player inside of smoke. But this is what MV are looking to put together. Defense side op to take contact here towards B main.
Got some presence over towards A main as well, having the Yoru inserted into one, doubled up with Ion. Welly's sending this drone through tree, gonna make it seem like Ambrosia have some intentions of working off the space that it's getting, but they're just going into this B split.
Off angle from Poppin. So interesting. Oh yeah, there it is for Kane. They are double stacked on that. Ambrosia now, yeah, a little bit listless. They're going to allow Kane just to tear strips off them, Wyatt. They are not decisive enough in that moment.
Every time you see his point of view with the op, the shots he takes are just so quick. His reaction time is insane. What can you do? You just can't trade him out.
This is obviously the purpose of giving up mid, though. You see the jet play back towards Switch House and look for the push up. Yeah, Shonnex is like, damn. We lost all the players with actual decent weapons. When he comes, both he and Welly get some Guardians. And of course, you're incentivized to see what you can get on this kind of round. That's not bad from Shondex.
I have retrieved
Actions that rotate from Ion. Now back to mid. 20 seconds left. It might be a play through tree, which is not being watched for by Envy. There's a legitimate opening here for Ambrosia, but they got to be quick about it.
Yeah, they definitely know now. Eggster at least does know he wants to hold the cross.
Okay. Put that one to bed real quick, just before we get ahead of ourselves. So, op, maintain. 2 other rifles behind it. Envy now dealing with the buy round of Ambrosia.
Just want to see how Envy are going to adjust their setup this time. Where are they going to have Kane 0 with that operator, crucially? And this B setup is just very simple, but very effective. I mean, you mentioned Poppin is playing that off angle, which is pretty uncommon, and you just have Kane insta swing after he takes contact to get a trade.
Yeah, trade up there. Pretty happy with that result. Okay,
second round in a row. He's just getting into wine straight away.
Gate crash. It was maybe hoping for a little bit more to be drawn out of the attackers, but fight over the A main orb is won by Ambrosia, picked up by Satellite, who's one away from the dimensional drift.
Just patiently waiting to see if there's going to be any action in B main, if anyone was going to push up from Envy. Not going to be the case. You just have Inspire on that site playing relatively passive, watching things in the cam. Because they've given that up, they need to use the drone closer to re-clear some of those close corners.
Poppin, of course, takes note. Here's that drift now. All picked up, so like it's both this round. You can see Ambrosia really playing towards it. Oh my goodness, oh man, that adjustment, that's wild. Getting a little bit hot and heavy though. Satellite does emerge from the void to find one. And now the Hunter's Fury blasts past Poppin. He doesn't seem to care. He knows he's got to fight for it. Exa holds the line, but here comes Glyph. That's his third. And it's up to Ion again, who'd have to bail Envy out. Instead of find, here's the plant. Swing out onto the line, and he got rid of Satellite now. It's a bona fide 1 versus 1. Glyph Tucked on the side. Ooh, careful, Ion. Functioning as a one-way for a moment. And here comes Cliff. Both controller players really stepping up to plate in this game. And that gives Ambrosia a little bit of breathing room, but it's a costly round to win.
Insane 4-piece from Glyph. He's had a very standout series. Both prior maps, he was putting up some serious numbers, and they desperately needed him to make that happen. Even in that final moment, he's holding the exact right angle for the swing out from Ion. Yeah, right there. It's just so aware where he's going to go from.
This has been quality out of Ambrosia. These some really hard-fought rounds with Envy very quickly trying to get that operator defense side strategy online. They've done well dealing with the volatility of this Envy defense side. To stabilize, that is the game plan. Make use of this again, attack side op that Satellite was able to scavenge off of Pain Zero.
Wants to watch some of those close corners just in case. You never know where Kane might be playing from with the Blade Storm.
Passive spotting towards mid. Ambrosia just biding their time waiting for a push up. Meanwhile, they fear wine. But now they know that no Yoru in that position. I kind of like this from Ion trying to play up close. That Stinger is not going to find any target. All about this market hold. He's going to do it with just the Sheriff. That is rough.
Camera taken out.
He's heard so much here though, Wyatt. Those there's two players in position. Kane's going to look for this tight corner. Gets it. Now check for the rotate. Kane might make some noise here. Inspire trying to play up close in the cyber cage, but it's probably going to come down at an inopportune moment. Blade Storm kill from Kane. Gets his one. Neural theft now going to be popped. This is Ambrosia trying to make sure there's no nasty surprises for them. And that's beautiful from Satellite. Brimming with confidence enough to swing the smoke with the op out. He's going to go for it now, but this is raw mechanical skill and nothing else that he's banking on.
Paranoia comes through, does connect on a 2, but Glyph, he's got that angle.
There it is. Ambrosia now lengthen that lead. Envy had to take a save here. No shame in it. We're probably hoping for a little bit more off that Jet Blade Storm.
Well, they don't actually have the money, Envy, to buy into an operator. Sunder's going to call the timeout now. This is a very pivotal round. Their economy is going to be hanging in the balance. So if Ambrosia win, they should be able to get to 12.
What's the game plan supposed to be now with the dimensional drift earned by Exeter? Ion is, like we've mentioned a few times, amazing first half. But obviously struggled to find the same moments here. There's been a little bit of activity towards his A main. But Ambrosia really aren't trying to work there. Hang up mid. Trying to give that control, even using that attack side op so they have more confidence to play on such long sight lines of the map. Something that Kane's been had to account for. Clearly he wants to control mid as much as he can, get that op in hand. Satellite does not give it up in that round.
That one round a couple ago where they had that B-side execute from Ambrosia, the one where Satellite popped out with a shorty and then Glyph gets that 4K. That might have been the most important round of this game. I think certainly was up until this point. And that's the one where they, I believe, recover the operator, but then also they're just, you know, from there putting Envy economically in such a bad position. All right, let's see how they want to use these ultimates, Envy, to have the Hunter Sphere in the dimensional drift. Those obviously work very well together. Condex cam instantly broken. Envy want to control B main. Maybe even push further if this drone didn't spot anyone out, but it does. No, Kane wants to fight this. He's going forward, and he deletes Satellite from the server. Posted up with the AWP, but it doesn't matter. Kane is too fast.
And he just walks into the cyber cage as well. He's just asking for more constantly.
Joking. You are joking, man. He can't be going for this right now. He wants to get the AWP.
That's my AWP, bro. That is mine. Catch you on the flip side, little bro. Shondex Slayer, I bet you got it, bro. You want it badly, you can have it. And then we're just going to repost up here. What kind of bizarro world have we entered into?
I think if he hits a kill with this AWP, you actually just have to hit the you have to go to the menu, hit the surrender, and yeah, everybody vote FF. Okay, we're fine. Never mind. You can keep playing.
Dropped off the line, but God, look at how this has slowed things down here for Ambrosia. They want to play market. They know that the Pop and Kane Zero combo can hold that off angle. You got A instead? Nah, your boy Ion's here.
30 seconds left.
I ain't even going to look at my monitor, he says. I'll take 2 off you. It's A main control. That's what a spike is, by the way, for Acreon. No one's going to give him any action. Annihilation time. Does he connect this correctly? He's going to have to guess. And that is a whiff, folks.
One enemy remaining.
What a stupid round. Genuinely, what a ridiculous turn of events. Obviously, the B side locked down completely with Kane just doing only things that he can. And then they run headlong into Ion. He takes a quick double there over towards tree side. It's cooked.
This is a round that just really displays how goddamn annoying it is to play against Envy. Just at some point, one of their players is going to do individually something ridiculous, and you're going to lose because of it. It's why it feels like we can never see, well, we never see teams actually run back comebacks when playing against Envy, because eventually Kane just does something crazy, and the game is over.
Spike can play up that one way. Buy a little bit of time. So that was just for info. Ion pops from the shadows. Well, you've seen enough here to give Envy a reason to keep this presence over at 8. And once again, it's not that true mid control. Kane. Oh, what is he looking for? Is that like just natty top mid without an op? Poppin picks it up, but there's nothing to be gotten.
That's a really bold peek. Just extends himself into a few too many angles there, really.
I think he's convinced they're walking up behind Aldrone, right? But it is not happening. Completely basic.
He is just baited out there, right? Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Ion already used that from the shadows early, so he can't actually reinforce his position. So, which house is going to be taken up now? Oh, yeah, I'm in too easy for Welly. Envy really. They beefed this one a little bit. Pop him with the up. Yes, he is. Cliff over towards the side. Exit now out of the dimensional drift in Boathouse. He's got it to himself by the looks of things. And that's a great kill to find on Cliff. He can build on this further. Shonex doesn't really give him any time to settle in. I can't believe Ion's being asked to do this yet again. Too much to ask for. And Envy's vaunted defense side looks pretty shoddy right about now. Because they've only found, what, 3 defense side rounds? 2?
Oh, yeah, only 2, and their economy's about to be in a bad position. Are they going to force this, or do they want to play for OT? That is a question on their minds right now. They do have a Hunter's Fury to play around. But, I mean, yeah, you're right. That Owl Drone coming out from tiles, Kane thought that he could pick up the angle after it expired, but was just baited into Satellite top Cat, who was just waiting for our peak to come. And now, Op recovered, it's thrown back to the attacking Duelist. Satellite with that in his hands, hoping that someone on Envy will offer themselves up.
Three-round deficit. Envy falls down onto a half buy.
I mean, a weird buy, not even a half, a partial force. Kane has fully bought into this. They have 2 hero rifles for Kane and Inspire, pistols for everyone else, and the Hunter's Fury. So they're hoping that Kane can find a kill. Then Poppin could use the Hunter's Fury at a pivotal point in the round after that. Maybe while someone is trying to plant the spike. Inspire has the rifle to anchor A side where he has kill trips set up. So they basically got this in a situation where, you know, either site you hit, they have someone with a rifle that they're hoping is going to step up. But then if they lose this round on the next one, I mean, Kane's nowhere near a Blade Storm. It's going to be awkward.
Well, he is committed here. Okay. That's Tailwind. Is there a way you can find a timing here? Satellite caught out. Oh, surely X, that would be such a high-value elimination. No, Satellite's able to bring him down, but Ion, of course, yeah, classic. Yep, very reasonable. Yep, very expected turn of events. 2 rifles still in play. Don't blitz. Kane says thank you.
He's going in.
Punish for it. Sean Nex is like, at this point, bro, I'm ready for anything. Anything.
I mean, 19 seconds left, and because of all of that presence from players over on B, they feel like, well, I guess we have to go A. Inspire is, he's just chilling. He's absolutely chilling. He's got the kill trips.
He's just up. Well, he has to go for it now. He's sticking. Oh, my goodness. How Ambrosia let this one fall apart, Envy. It's a weird partial buy. 2 rifles brought into the round. They're finding kills with classics in B main. What are we watching?
I respect it from Pop, and when the Owljarn is being used to clear into B main, he's got the Hunter's Fury. Screw it. I mean, we're basically playing to this round as 2 hero rifles plus Hunter's Fury. Let's find a good time to use them. Feels like as good a time as any. Just lets the Hunter's Fury rip into main. Eggster and Ion, they know that that's their moment to try and fight. They swing in.
He gets a kill and lights Akrian up as well. Rather, no, kills Akrian, lights up another player. So it's an easy kill for Kane. One of the most impactful Hunter's Furies I've seen in a hot minute. That was devastating.
Ambrosia on an eco. And they're trying to do something similar. Now Satellite's like, all right, bet. I'll just buy down to 0. Have a hero rifle on this one.
Hearing this, Kane can be drawn back over to watch short. Watch that push out mid. No op in the hands of Envy though, so not quite the same round, but we're going to double back. Gate crash here over towards CT side and also being checked for by Pop, and there's Kane. Always hovering around this direction. So hard to get your crosshair lined up adequately. Gravnet here. Unclear to really see what the idea was, and here's Eggster. Yeah, punish Shondex, that's the plan. Remember, that was the rifle player Satellite falling. Look where it is. It's unrecoverable.
Akron just slowly backing out of mid. He is the man holding the spike. Doesn't want to drop that. Grouping up with the rest of the team. They want to get into this split on A.
30 seconds left.
But not only do they have to deal with Ion and the kill trips, but just have Inspire just waiting in hell. Breaking the glass, that's going to just give everything away.
Okay. Pressure though. Ion is really going to be feeling it now. Tries to back away. Cybercage there for him to fall back to. Gravnet caught on. He's going to pull it out. Inspire waiting for the drop down. It's definitely going to come on his right. Here comes Popman getting into the fight. Inspire works him down. And there's Akrian out of Envy. Survival could have been a bit of a scary round with 4 rifles. So that economy now starting to churn over. They'll have a gun back in Popman's hands. No worries. And we saw what happened on Sunset. Envy had to come alive at the tail end of these games. That Kane Zera has that op to hand finally.
Just looking at the buy on that prior round, remember Satellite bought down to 0 to get that hero rifle on the eco and was immediately dismantled by Kane, just holding that angle into market. Welly is looking stressed on the left. But now into this round, Satellite has the dimensional drift and can only afford a Bucky. So you know what the game plan is. You know what they're about to be going for as far as that goes.
Locked in. Oh, both sides locked in. Yeah, Welly definitely feeling the pressure now. Envy are really snapping at the heels. Damn, bro, you're never going to take that plastic cover off?
I was thinking the same thing.
It's like that.
Keep that fresh.
Yes, that's bubbling up though, isn't it? See, there's a fine line.
It's keeping the Jordans in the box, bro. He's kind of not letting them collect dust, nothing.
I get it. I get it. Screen protectors, same thing. I respect it. It's getting a little bubbly, you know what I'm saying? I guess he never has to look at them. We do. 23-15 Ion. Oni's been out already. Look, he's had some pretty important involvements in this half, but I think he's found like 8 kills. Something to that effect. Definitely a bit harder for him to run away with the game, but we talked about it. Kane was going to try and get an operator in his hands as early as possible on this defense side, and now here come Envy looking to tie up the game. But because Satellite made that hero rifle play, Wyatt, he's down to a Bucky.
Who's next?
All right, A split is going to be the plan. Gate crash with this dimensional drift. Satellite going through tree. Wants to spot out specifically Inspire, who has been such a nuisance anchoring on this site, and he wants to find a time to get out with the Bucky, and he does convert.
Inspire's going to go after him though. Says, no, I'm fighting you quite happily. Neural Theft is going to be highly illuminating here, and 2 players spotted behind Jen. Inspire can go to work on them. 3 for the round has to be enough. Kane extra low. Knows there's a player A main. No plant yet though. So committed. Is Shondex to the side. He doesn't really have realistically a way out. I like this recon, but X is going to be there to clear it. In fact, it whiffs. They're not going to be affected by it. Spike is down. Shondex was able to plant amidst that chaos. Well, he now has to operate here from mate. No, wait! You can't let that happen! You cannot, Shondex! X is able to drop down. And he finds that kill whipping 180. Now eyes would be on main. Kane expecting the off angle. He's going to have to make a correction here. He's going to have to be snappy with it. Here he comes, Welly. He can't get it done. Economically broken around Ambrosia, and Envy have evened up the game. Eggster, the GOAT. Ridiculous turnaround to whip on that Hell player.
It feels like there is absolutely no reason he should be getting that kill, is not favored in absolutely any way. Shondex needed that, whiffs. But for me, before that, the hero of the round, it is Inspire. This is multiple rounds in a row now where his setups on this A site have absolutely cooked Ambrosia. Even after getting the entry with the Bucky, which was their intention coming into this round, dimensional drift into the shotgun, he just drops back down, gets an unreal multi-kill. Inspire's defensive half has been so fantastic. Now he's swapped the setup over to B. Just thinking, you guys have had enough of running into A probably now, right? All right, let me go pivot that over to B. But it looks like Ambrosia want to go back to the well. They're fighting in a tree. They're droning through A main. It's time for a split.
Ion's had the raw stopping power here in 3. This round, though, he is just blown away. Hoppin playing close. That should be a kill for him. For some reason, Kane's attention getting dragged over towards 3. He still finds the kill. Alive on the side still. Getting tagged down, though. Pressured. Up close. Satellite's looking for him, and eventually Acrian gets rid of him. 3 now up for the defenders. Poppin trying to get his way through door, but this is awkward for Envy. And X is not aware of the A main player watching. Envy's starting to build up a head of steam, but it might all come down in a screaming heat. Poppin doesn't know where to be looking. Inspire has to find another 3K. This time, with his position mostly noted by the attackers, and the Sonic Center's here on the Heaven side. He's going to trip them.
He's only got 2 options. It's either door or Heaven. He has to clear a double sack in Hell. That is going to be nearly impossible. Easy for the players to just swing for each other. And an insurance policy in main with Welly just biding his time.
1. Oh, yeah, Sonic Sense is going to eat him up. And there it is, Ambrosia. Fighting for their very lives in this series. Have taken it to map point. Envy are in a weird spot, money-wise. Can distribute some form, I suppose, of relief. The Satellite is the one who's picked up the op, and you better believe he's going to make use of it on this attack side.
Feels a lot better to hit this A site when you're not dealing with multiple kill trips and bizarre little cages everywhere. And Inspire just ratting around the backside. It was a clean look that time. And really the best opportunity for anchoring was when we saw Poppin's point of view in that smoke. It looked like he was going to get a free kill, but a pop flash into it blinded him up.
It's all for Kane.
Oh, that's a whiff.
Showed himself for a second. The shot came in from Tiles, of course, and Ion says, a TP across here kind of loses his nerve, doesn't want to hang around.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel safe there. And Ambrosia, they now want to work their way up mid. Clone running deep, doesn't run into a trip. Now Satellite's
this is known. They're going to have access to the B side. I don't hate the gate crash over towards defense side spawn. Kane Zero has to find value with these knives. God, he is so close up. He goes! Satellite spotted. That's 1. Good start. Annihilation popped. No catch. Here's Poppin off angle. Weird one inside B main. And oh, Envy always seem to come home when it counts.
Down B.
Call him Beef Welly because he's about to get devoured. 4 up here for Envy. And it's Kane Zero finishing the job with a flourish. Once more, we are headed to overtime.
Kane just able to updraft up, catch the last player that was making their way into market so no one could actually trade onto him. That was excellent. But in addition to that, Envy's decision to double stack up in B main to isolate a couple of the players there while the majority were going through mid. You can see on the minimap, yeah, it's Eggster, it's Poppin, fighting there together. I love the way that they were able to position themselves. That's going to get them into OT. Both sides buying glass cannon operators right now. And of course, you're going to have Willy with the Odin every single time playing towards B. This setup for Ambrosia is a little bit more static, whereas Poppin is really mixing it up on defense. Ambrosia just feel so confident in this Welly-Shondex duo locking down the B site.
For good reason. I mean, they were very, very hard to shift. But Envy ended up getting way more attack side rounds than they were expected to. Jeez, Inspire's already gotten rid of that cam. That is pretty big. Now you can syncopate your push, take a beat.
And that's true Satellite over.
Satellite.
He teleported very early. He was posted up at Wine, which is now being occupied by Glyph.
He doesn't want to be dragged to the B side, I think, by just a Cypher. I think we're at any other agent, perhaps he stays there over towards defense side spawn. Acrian, of course, playing this very tight angle, but he's just seen the gate crash go past him. Has to clear that, but would mean he'd have to repost on the angle, which is too dangerous now. Grabbing it to buy a bit of time. And Glyph is in wine. Pretty good A-side setup. And so Envy looking elsewhere now. Back over towards Market. Satellite is watching this from spawn. Smoked off, though. And here comes the push from Envy.
Okay, Crash. Teleport in. Welly going to be under a lot of pressure here. Backside. They do have some trips to play around.
Brilliant. That is brilliant from Satellite. What an important kill to take. Kane's pushed up. And all. Of course he is. Poppin goes down. Shondex caught in the corner. And eventually gets the better of Satellite at close range. Boy, howdy, do you have some work to do now. Kane v3. Odds on any other day I'd take, but this is the two best teams in Challengers NA.
10 seconds left.
Unspotted, but Kane has to just jiggle on this corner. Time to plant, sure, but you know they're coming for him. BP to sight. Too much for Kane to get done. And so Ambrosia win this first round of overtime, putting MB back on the defense. A half where, honestly, they struggled.
In that first half, there were a lot of moments where Envy were able to drag Welly off of B. He was making a lot of rotates towards that A heaven side off some light pressure. Envy were trying to get that accomplished there again when they were sending that clone into tree, but the rotate was never called. Welly stayed on this site with Shondex the entire time.
10 seconds left.
They just never made the adjustment. And then Satellite was able to pick up one player while the hit was coming in. They still have the two backside with the trips. Ambrosia just steadfast in their approach there.
This is it. Map point now for Ambrosia. This is the pick of Envy. And they've been so good on ascent. Kane almost dropping 30 in regulation. It's the 26 after that last round now as we head into round number 26.
We've got multiple kill trips on this A site from Inspire. This is his bread and butter. He got many multi-kills anchoring in situations just like this at the tail end of the half.
Those troops being cleared, but just a wealth of information now going in the direction of the defenders. It doesn't seem dramatic. Satellite has already gotten in. Inspire has to do some of this brilliant anchoring that we've seen from him in the past, but it's all falling apart for Envy. They're out of gas. It's been a long map, a long series, and it's about to get longer, folks. Poppin has to try and break his way through either the barrier or the door. Gets himself up to heaven and will be put out of his misery. A flawless round from Ambrosia to end the map, and a really, genuinely surprising result. After dropping that sunset map, we thought it was over for these guys, but that is raw grit and tenacity as they keep this best of 5 alive.
Just past that, for the first half, only getting 6 on defense against an Envy team that have been phenomenal on their own. It just felt like that wasn't going to be enough, surely, right? But they still get enough to bring it into OT, succeed there with a really great defensive round, and then finally an A hit that actually works out. Great showing from them. I think Satellite really stepped it up on that map in some moments, far more than he was able to on the first. Glyph continuing to play well. That one round he had in the second half where he got that 4K in a crucial economic round that got them out into that lead. He came up big. Ambrosia are still in it, man. This was going to be a tough map to win, even tougher after that first half, and they showed some serious grit. So we're not done yet. Envy, listen, they've been looking good all day, but this Ambrosia team are no joke.
Yeah, it's about to get real interesting as well, because Pearl is up next on the docket wire. We're going to be back with that map number 4 after this. Of course, we head to our desk, break down a very lively back and forth ascent, and then you'll find us back here in the caster booth for yet another map in this best of 5.
I don't really know. I don't really have that many skills. I guess I know how to dress sometimes. I'm like okay at dressing. I can dress myself. Yeah, I got the fit, you know, the fashion. You already know. You already know.
I have really high emotional intelligence, so I think that definitely like helps both out of game and in game a lot. Managing like team aspects and being able to be a leader in team environments, as well as just everyday life, managing emotions and dealing with conflict really well. Yeah, I think that's a really big skill of mine that I value a lot, and it has helped me immensely in both real life and in the game.
I don't really know. I mean, I've put my time into this game so much and like gaming so much, so I'm a very positive guy. I'm a positive beacon, I guess, but that's it. I don't think I have any other skills, really. I'm pretty funny. That's enough.
My biggest skill outside the game is probably just work ethic. Like everything that I've done when it comes to like school or when it comes to like working or whatever, I have a very like streamlined mindset where it's not like what is the product of it, but the process. Really trying to like find joy and appreciate like the work that's like put in. I always try to have a mindset that's like continually looking towards like improving or getting better at whatever I feel like I'm lacking in.
I don't know. I feel like my major in marketing, like I've always been like a very talkative guy. So I'd say like going towards like business and marketing, I would say that's one of my biggest skills. Just, you know, being a very talkative and someone that can, you know, just get along with a lot of people.
I'm honestly super excited to play them. It's going to be a super fun game.
Korean wants to make this costly for them. If the defenders are going to have a defuse, still disastrous for YFP. Korean.
You cannot stop them for throwing some rounds. It's going to happen.
Like as always. Bam! Bam! Oh, buddy!
Well, it's official. We have a series on our hand. Another overtime delivered on the third map of the series. Ambrosia down 0-2. Things were looking a little rough, but it goes to an overtime. Ambrosia win it out, and they're going to stay alive here in the grand finals versus Envy. Roy, we had chalked it up to be pretty rough for Ambrosia, but the step up they had on that third map, that is the Ambrosia we know, and it's super exciting to see this series extended a little more.
Yeah, I love the word the casters were using was grit. I actually love that word, right? Because I feel like that is a defining factor for this team. Even when things were going horribly wrong, even towards the end, even in the first half, it seemed like they were just mentally stayed in it. They were locked in the entire time, and ultimately they were playing again very good Valorant. They have good ideas, and we saw a lot of those ideas come into life. And with all these things in mind, I mean, Ambrosia just handed Envy their first loss on a Sentinel split, so that's definitely not a joke whatsoever.
Especially with the way that we were talking about how Envy liked to play this map, and looking at that second half, I really thought that Envy were gonna not only come back in what we saw the regular runs be, but also into that overtime to be able to close it out, mainly because of what Inspire was doing towards this A side. You saw how towards the beginning of the rounds, Ambrosia were trying to take a little bit of map control, trying to abuse that mid for a few of those rounds, and even tried to go towards B. And once things don't go right, they're barely having any time left, forced to go into that A side, slowed down as well by the utility of that Sentinel, and on top of that, you have Inspire playing backside, getting 1 and 2 as the rest of the team was able to rotate. So that allowed them to stay alive in the game for a little bit longer, push us to the overtime. But when it came down to it, it was an Ambrosia that was already on fire. They needed to win this map, as we talked about it, to stay alive in this grand final and to still have a chance to be that champion for Challengers. And I mean, they did everything right. They won the pistols as well. That was a big part of the conversation yesterday. They could not win a single pistol this time around. For this map of Ascend, they won both of them. So, I mean, everything going right, it was a matter of time before they were able to convert this.
And this is an Ambrosia that's worth getting really excited about, because it wasn't just an Ambrosia that had to claw back at the end. It was an Ambrosia that took a lead and put Envy in a really uncomfortable position. We only really got to see that bounce back after the timeout, and Ambrosia kept them honest the entire time. So a map so close. I feel like for Ambrosia, that's going to be a nice big burst of energy needed to try and continue on throughout this series. But looking at the performances across the board, couple key points. I mean, we know Kane Zera can, you know, frag out on the jet, but Welly, I mean, you go to Ascent, you have a Sova, and you have a Welly. Like, Dan, yeah, he's gonna pop off.
He was so good once again on the Sova, but this is nothing new. This is what we've been talking about throughout playoffs. Welly on the Sova every single time having some insane performances, and this makes no difference whether he's going to be having to play backside towards V to stay alive or getting that opening pick with the Odin. He's kind of doing it all, having a really good understanding on how he should be playing this agent on this map and keeping the series alive.
I think also the really interesting thing is we've discussed Welly so extensively in the past about being this sort of like foundational, consistent player for this roster. And I feel like in these moments, in these like very close maps, you're seeing Welly in those positions to like be the rock for this team. Like his utilities on point, his Hunter's Furies are on point. Everything about the way he's playing, the value that he's providing to the team is just such a consistent force throughout these maps, throughout these rounds. And whenever it feels like they're grinding out these rounds, he's at the helm of that. He's a big contributor to this value. And obviously Satellite having a lot of that early success, that's the kind of what we've been waiting from him. We kind of set him up as this like rival for the Kane Zera early battles. And I think in this map, he really showed that he can hang in there for sure. And I think that was a big part of Ambrosia's success.
Yeah, we had highlighted Satellite going into this matchup so heavily, and it was a Satellite that on the first map was a little absent, so we had our questions then going into the next one. Sunset a little bit better. We had a big step up from everyone across the board here, Dan. But map 3, that's where we really got to see a little bit more of Satellite come to life, which is just perfect in the series. The Satellite's heating up, and we keep getting that gradual up climb. Like, this is a scary prospect for MB.
This is looking good, and this is what you're wanting to see from Satellite. I think honestly, yesterday and today we've been hyping up these duelists, and we just kind of don't really see them in the first couple of maps. But for Satellite, that was kind of the case. Map 1, map 2, just struggling a little bit. I think in Sunset, he was actually pretty good when it came down to the first kills. Even if he was struggling to kind of get those multi-frags, he was still opening up the rounds and setting up the team that way. But here on Ascent, he was actually able to take over the way that we know Satellite to do. And the Yoru, he's so good. He's able to get that info early on, TP, and I mean, we clearly got the chance to see it when it came down to that first half and how close it was with that 6-2-6.
I can see why you picked this graphic, Dan, because he's a Satellite and his scores looking like the bars on a cell phone. Like he started off on the small bar on Lotus, he got a little bit bigger on Sunset, and now he's all the way up on Ascent. This only shows one thing to me, is that fourth map, it has to be the 200 ADR, right? The biggest bar on the graph, or what?
Yeah, I mean, that's and then we go to map 5, and then I don't know what happens then.
And then, yep, that's a toss-up from there.
And then I don't know.
Sure. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. I mean, I'm looking at this fourth map of the series, and it's a scary prospect. But if Ambrosia keep playing how they are, then I think that's going to be really, really good. And we got to circle that conversation back one final time to Welly and the step-up performance and just that rock. Because when we are looking at a pretty terrifying Pearl ahead, I'm, again, looking at Welly and what he's able to provide to the team to really try and help get Ambrosia through this, Roy.
Yeah, and like the composition for Envy is actually very hard to defend on the B site, especially with the way Envy was approaching it, right? They're doing it in steps. They had the perfect utility. They were dismantling a lot of the gadgets. So it ended up being a lot of these rounds just Welly backside anchoring it down, trying to just raw mechanic his way out of it. And that is like the perfect person to be in that position, right? Because we've talked so extensively about how good his mechanics are and how reliable of a player he is. And you want your Sova, especially when like you're down, all your utilities grayed out, you have nothing left, it's just down to you and your mechanics. Like, he's going to be locking it down for his team on the defense side. And when it comes to the attack side, he was just having so much impact and so much multi-frag and trading that was going on. So shout out to him, of course.
He's also one of those players that right when he has a Hunter's Fury, you know that he's going to be using it.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, we've been talking about this in so many different maps, but we got the chance to see it on Ascent as well, whether it was on the attacking side, trying to get a little bit more space, trying to get one of those picks towards backside, or it was going to be a little bit more defensively. But it's just a player that you can expect to get aggressive every single time he has a chance to do so. And that, I feel like, sets us up really well for what's going to be that next map of Pearl, because he's still going to be playing on the Sova, and it's just one of those maps that really allow you to have a lot of impact on this agent.
I still have a lot of questions, though, when we're looking at this fourth map in the series and what it's going to offer. Because for Envy, we've seen this a little bit, but not too often. On the side of Ambrosia, as of recently, this has been a map that's been more so banned out, more so in the second phase, but even as recently as the first. And we haven't seen it in the non-Tejo meta, Roy. So I got a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think those questions are also incredibly valid, right? It's been about a month and a week. It's been about around 5 weeks since they last played this map. The last time they also played it, they were running the Tejo, and they're running the Tejo and the Sova. And I feel like that meta is just not the same anymore, right? It's going to be very awkward for them to run. So there's definitely going to be changes. But on the other hand, for Envy, they're still going to be run like some derivative of the comp they've ran before, whether they run the Reyna, whether they run the ISO Yoru. It's really just going to be the same sort of like gameplay loop that they're going to have. So they're going to be a lot more ready, a lot more comfortable, and very aggressive and very well drilled on this map.
I still remember that time Kinsera was playing that Reyna, and just the way that he was destroying core, I think it was insane. He was just double flash in, goes all the way to secret, gets one, gets a second one, keeps pushing. I mean, that guy, he could not be stopped on this map with the Reyna, but I think with the ISO, you know, that is just a little bit more of the same with this double duelist. It is exactly what you should be expecting for this team of Envy. And then for Ambrosia, as you guys were saying, it's not one of those maps that we see very often. Before we had Akron actually playing that Tejo instead, so I'm wondering kind of how they're going to be adapting that. I feel like it should be kind of as we've seen for Ambrosia for the rest of the maps, right? A very small change here and there just for Akron to change it up a little bit, but everything else with Shondix, for example, on device, I think that's a great idea. Glyph as well on the Astra that we don't really get to see as much. He's often playing on the Omen. She would be great to see if they can push us to that map 5.
And on the topic of Akron as well, he's actually been having a phenomenal series. I feel like we've almost under-highlighted how impactful this player has been for his team. Like, if you look at the overall score stats, he's sitting second right under Shondex, who's, I mean, we've highlighted Shondex. We all know how sick he is. So the fact that Akron is right there neck to neck with Shondex honestly speaks a lot of volume. And Akron is that sort of flex player for this roster, right? He's playing the controller, he's playing the Sentinel, he's playing the initiator. Like, no matter what you throw Akron on, I feel like he's having the impact. And I'm actually looking at him to see how he's gonna keep that going for his team. Because whenever he's having a series, and if Satellites keeps popping off, and obviously if Shondex keeps doing his thing, we could very well see a 5th map.
There is the possibility, and the prospect of that is super exciting, especially too with Ambrosia highlighting yesterday the importance of that energy, that momentum, and being able to take it forward. Going up against a team like Envy has like sparked confidence in other teams in losses. So Ambrosia to take a win up against them, I think for the mental and for the energy of the team, that's going to be absolutely incredible. And for Akron, I mean, we're at a point now where he was stuck on Tejo before, but he's gotten so much more reps with all these other different flex agents he could be playing that, yeah, this is Ambrosia looking a lot more comfortable. I'm still kind of curious with exactly what composition they're going to in on. I'm also hoping for your sake, Dan, that maybe we do get a little crazy here and we do see that Reyna coming out from Cade. I don't know at this point, but
I don't think so.
My fingers are crossed for you, just in case, just in case. It'd be crazy. But let's go to the agent select and find out. Envy, you know, sometimes they like to switch it up when we aren't expecting it the most. I think the ISO makes a lot of sense, but I'd be down to a little switcheroo here. And oh my gosh, Dan, look at that.
Reyna one tricks
It worked.
We had the question of if it was going to be the ISO or the Reyna here for Envy, and guess what? It's actually going to be that Reyna being played. He's so dangerous towards that A side, by the way. As I was telling you, that guy is just double leer in all the way to secret, gets all the space in, you know, in ways that should not be illegal, but Envy just makes it happen.
I'm actually a huge fan of the Ambrosia composition, guys. I feel like Astra's a really good slot in for Tejo. Like, while, yeah, you don't have the salvo missiles, you still have the double stars to control backhaul on the retakes, on the executes. So I think the double orb controllers from Ambrosia are going to be very good in terms of controlling, you know, parts of the map that you're going to need, you know, slowing down art, slowing down the splits, as well as pressuring so much of the map control on the attack side. So my eyes are on Ambrosia to see how they're going to leverage these double orb controllers to accomplish their goals, while Envy's looking to sort of disrupt and interrupt their flows and try to get established on the lines with the Yoru.
Two very, very different ideas going into this map. Ambrosia showing off the composition with these double controllers and a lot of util. Envy, pure confidence with this Reyna. It's time to head into the 4th map of the series to see if this is where Envy can close it off and become your stage 2 champs, or if Ambrosia can push this all the way into a map 5. Pearl is ready, and so are your casters. Uber, Wyatt, take it away.
I tell you what, Pearl here is such a spicy map pick, Wyatt. We've only seen Envy play a pretty narrow number of different maps over this stage 2 run in Challenge, at least under this banner. And yeah, we know about this Reyna comp. Kane Zero, when he played this against Core, He's 1-6 in first kill, first death. Something that's redeemed by Exeter being 8-1. Kane still has a massive game and still drops like 267 ACS, but was losing a lot of these early engagements against that core team. So something to look out for what Kane Zero gets up to in the early stages.
Versus this double controller look, very interesting switch up given that, as the desk were mentioning, Ambrosia have played Tejo every single time on Pearl that they've been on this map since Tejo was released. So forced to do something different in this game. I also definitely want to highlight Inspire on this map, especially on attack. This is one where he goes for some of his longest, craziest flank attempts in post plants, and it's something that Ambrosia are going to need to be incredibly aware of on the side switch. He is constantly trying to get through Link, go through sewer, get into the defense spawn. He's kind of like cranked his game style up to 11 whenever I've seen him on this map before, so they're going to need to be prepared to deal with him.
Right, we are moments away from jumping into our fourth map in this series. It was very close on Ascent, folks. Ambrosia just edged it out in overtime. But a similar story we saw in Sunset just prior. These two teams are getting in lockstep with one another. But Exeter, very happy to have a freebie now, falls back to halls and calls probably for reinforcements to drift over to B.
Look at Kane. Kane is already flanking through B main. They are surrounded right now, Ambrosia. I mean, he just needs to not over push this, yeah, and he makes the right decision. He's just going to back off. Now Ambrosia want to re-clear. They know that if they move forward towards that site, it is absolutely stacked. So they need to get map control elsewhere, and they've got enough time to do it.
And if you don't know like exactly how many Ambrosia players I think were committed there to be long, so they are a little concerned about Plaza. But that's been mostly cleared. And so now, Poppin is going to be able to play alongside Kane Zero here. They fall back to more defensive positions. This is nice from Envy. Really quite disciplined play as well.
And now 40 seconds left on the clock. Ambrosia go for a bit of a re-explore, just hoping to maybe find Kane, catch him in one of these corners, still pushed up, tucked somewhere, but that's not the case.
30 seconds left.
And they feel now is the time to just head back to B, and they've left Satellite in mid to backstab Link.
Hey, Cliff's gonna TP up the tower here. Easton calls it, he's heard it. Poppin able to turn around, deal with Satellite there over through mid, and here's the drop down. Cliff falls. All things considered, very, very clean pistol here. That Shocky doesn't quite catch on Acrian. Eventually, though, he drops either way. Kane Zero finishes him off. Great opener there from Exeter, and he was last time on this map the first kill merchant for Envy.
And after that, Poppin plays that round in excellent fashion. He was so aware of the timing for a player to come and flank Link, which was the case. Satellite was removed from the server right after he crossed through those doors. And from there, just swings out, cleans up the last couple players as well. 3-piece on the round, great opening.
You don't know one of the 3-0 for sure. Envy coming into this game, probably pretty annoyed that it got as close as it did on Ascent and then fell away from them. But here, of course, the double duelist setup on this map's pretty powerful. Rainer is not a fullback duelist, though. He doesn't have the gate crash opportunity that Yoru has, so Exeter's more than happy to be the one that gets this contact, but he's got to be careful. That Outlaw's already getting to work, and he might just repost on this because he's that kind of guy.
These jump spots, who knows there's a couple more players on their way. Shot goes a little wide, as does that one, but, I mean, he's only facing down Classic, so he's not really in too much danger at the moment.
Ambrosia pump fake this after cutting some noise. So Exeter is likely to get overwhelmed here. Inspire with the spray through, though. Okay, gate crash was always going to be there for Exeter. So it might be over pretty cleanly. Really out in the open, shoots clone, punished for it. That is that, folks. Dust your hands off. Flawless anti-eco round for Envy.
Yeah, Ambrosia, they throw down their own dark cover on that choke point just because they don't want to get shot by the Outlaw, and then hope to find a timing where they can all run out of the smoke, but Satellite's dead, so they don't have any flashes, and they're 100% cooked. And there are multiple players just staring at that, so that round is as clean as it gets from the anti-eco perspective. There aren't going to be any light armors for Exeter to take advantage of with Outlaw one-shots. Oh, I like this idea actually from Envy, having Eggster on the line with the Outlaw so Kane can get up really close with the judge. No way he's just going out in the open with the Nebula recall. There's no way.
Eggster tried there to get involved with the Outlaw. Maybe just could have kept his head down. Kane's been lit and he has no way out, of course. He's playing bloody Rainer, folks, so he is committed. Medic stun. Yep. Dismiss away, come back for more. That's the Kane 0 away. As the dust settles, there's a fight here over towards A main. Brewing, popping. Too clean. Oh, I love that. That is a nasty Nova Pulse from Ion.
This is an honest Valorant. This is the opposite of honest Valorant. This is as dishonest as it gets, bro.
I'd like to think, actually, that Envy are giving into their most primal urges here. This might be the most honest Valorant that you could ask for. Like, there is no filter. And what they're doing, they're letting both wolves just do what they want.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's either both wolves doing what they want or the one wolf inside them always wins over the other. Inspires on the right angle.
30
Not
seconds.
going to fight that.
Doesn't try and challenge that. Razorvine removed as well, so we could repost this line whenever. Next trying to walk into it.
Oh, the ping.
Yep. Bottled out. Now Welly's position has definitely been taken note of. Pretty bloody good bonus round from Team Envy. Welly gonna get tinged here by the Shocky. He'd like to get out of here with this. Poppin is all right, limit testing. Yeah, they're gonna chase Welly down here, try and get rid of this Vandal. I don't think they quite have the time though. Nothing to see here, says Welly. I'm gonna take this weapon out of the round.
We are strong because we are together.
The way it all
Don't
began.
forget that.
It's just so absurd. Kane runs into the recall smoke. He's out in the open. He didn't get punished for it. And then he gets a kill. He gets a kill.
Yeah, and it inspires also there just to pick up the slack.
It shouldn't be happening.
10 seconds.
It shouldn't
Looks
be
like right, we got
happening.
to experience that shock dart again. All right, Humble Pie being force fed to Ambrosia now. Looking like an A main plane plays the plan, excuse me, but a lot of stalling into from the Astra. And yep, okay.
Down mid.
All right, Kane. Fine, brother. Peek up there with the dismiss away. Oh, Acreon.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Glyph TPing forward. Okay, Shondex. Beautiful couple of shots. Earns himself that Steel Garden. Welly with the rifle he kept from the previous round has paid off. Why are we pushing into this line?
We are just swinging right in.
What is going on, man?
Next up, Eggster.
Okay.
And they win the round. All right. We might be getting a little too crazy now. I think we might need to take a deep breath and calm down.
Yes, they just think that
doing the most.
I don't know. I guess they just feel like, you know, Tronics will never be expecting the third guy to push him. You know, pure contact. The round starts so well. Poppin. Oh, he got both there.
Yeah, they're in a 5-on-2.
Oh, he got both there. That's nuts. Yeah. Okay. Envy definitely need to take a chill pill. Their true colors shining through here. It may be a moment where they're better off just trying to have a very solid defense side. Our drone is not going to be cleared. Eggster, this guy crashes, making its way to where it needs to be, but of course he'll fight this. Gets his one, but no chance to get out. Maybe not what he was looking for now. The pressure in Inspire's direction is going to mount a little bit more.
My camera is destroyed.
Poppin does have the Hunter's Fury available. Envy have been doing a great job, by the way, of just controlling towards A main, getting multiple players posted up there. And that's going to make this incredibly uncomfortable. Welly is the lone man going towards A main and has the spike.
Scanning ahead.
And this Recon's going to get some great info. It's not broken, connects onto both. So he's going to go ahead and not go in that direction.
God, that feels like a huge miss from Envy, not just being able to clear that recon. There's no flash, there's no excuse. Let it ping them out. Off angle there for Poppin is only good for one.
And of course,
Iron
is so
Inspire
aware,
split.
so aware that someone could be coming from A main, because someone will be coming from A main.
You are divided.
Just a little peek from Inspire, very safe. Here comes the Cosmic Divide now from the attackers. This though allows Ion to get up right on the side.
One enemy remaining.
I'm being bored. Acreon down. Inspire's going to get there. Interesting. The Astral allows Envy to get real close to the site without being detected or spotted.
My ultimate is ready.
Rough for Ambrosia, but hey, money's okay for them. These are costly rounds though for Envy.
And when the game just gets down to these scrappy, chaotic situations, you can't help but just fuel yourself thinking that Envy are going to win them out. They just thrive. They thrive when the game is chaotic, because individually the players are so talented. And they love to create the chaos themselves. That's just their element.
Worth talking about. Satellite being unable to get anything started up on this Yoru. He's been decommissioned and launched into the surface of Saturn so far this map.
Okay.
Stunning. And that's what Reina does best. He's going to do it again. Conditioning your opponents to never really know when Kane's going to turn up and just how much more he's going to ask for after that first pick. And God, this is an amazing outlaw round.
The fact that this is empowering Dan Dryad to keep playing Lurking Reina in my 5 stacks makes me sick.
We've all got a bit of Kane in us, mate.
now.
Yeah. Some more than others, you know. I would suggest that less than 100% is probably the optimal amount, but can't argue with what he's shown us on this map. Empress also ready. I can't believe I'm uttering that phrase. Comes Shondex. Kane handles it. Heals back up. We are chilling again. Throws the leader in. All good things must come to an end. Kane knew it. All about how can he gum up the works further for Ambrosia. When you've got both players stacked up here playing through Connector. Usually not a great sign. It'll be Welly and Akrian once more. In fairness, there's a decent amount of post-plant util to work with on the attack side. It's really a matter of getting to the side. Inspires. Oh, what a dastardly location for that camera. Welly will be spotted out. Inspire, man, it just gives him nothing. Right back to obscurity with him playing from the shadows, and Akrian now is going to step through his nebulae. Extra face. The look of abject shock we've seen quite a few times so far this year as Akrian's up to 3 now. Finally put to bed.
This is a map already that you see Cypher less than the other Sentinels of Ice being the main one in the meta right now. And then when you have Inspire playing it, who just has a goddamn 1,000-page notebook full of different kill trip setups and cams and everything, like, it is such a frustrating experience. You're just running into setups that you are never really practicing against. You have to deal with so many different little things on the fly. You're going to get caught by obnoxious kill trips. You're going to be, you know, on Big Brother's cam when you least expect it.
All-round lead. Kane doing the same thing again. This time, though, it's just Shondex on the corner. I'm close enough that the Leo won't cut his line of sight to the Reina. Kane's going to walk away. It's time for Empress. He knows something's happening here. Glyph spots him out, cancels it, does not want to fight the Reina, and I don't blame the guy. It's good to have a self-preservation instinct sometimes. Much as Pain Zero would like you to think otherwise. Akrian down. That's not good. They've already lost to Astra so early on in this engagement. How the heck are they supposed to take this map control?
No.
Yep, the Empress is getting rolling now. Kane eventually brought down, but not without finding his pound of flesh.
Envy were so quick to get everyone stacked up on that site as well. Shondex had the timing, can't connect the shot. Yeah, that's a great time for a timeout. Needs to be called right now. Things are getting out of hand, and after some whiff shots like that go down, you need to take a breather for a second. This is Envy in full control of the game. Satellite has a dimensional drift. When we get to the next buy round, they'll have a cosmic divide as well. So some decent tools to work with in the future.
I mean, this was pretty wild. I gotta say, the very quick, it reminds me of what is the gif of like the Grandpa Simpson walking into the room and then immediately just turning around and walking out. That was the Omen TP on top of Kane Zero in that last round when he had Empress active. The clip was like, nope, I'm not going to try and challenge this. So Akrian forced into a bit of a weird clutch situation. That Empress round, pretty impressive. Kane just loves to fight, give him any excuse. Look at this money. 7K on Ion. Very comfortable spot. Kane knows it's another fantastic use case for this outlaw, so he will snap it up.
Why not play with it? It's going to be some Sheriff's regen armor for the Ambrosia side.
just
dire
depict the
straits right
internal
now.
agony of Ambrosia right now. Very much like get me out of here vibes, I think. Not been a comfortable Pearl at all for them so far. Oh, okay. We have an Odin. Kane swings it. At some point, I have to do some casting and not just make these percussive sounds constantly, but these early plays off the rip here for the Reina have been nothing short of audacious.
The only thing Envy are struggling with right now is breaking recons. Other than that, they're on point.
Yeah, definitely better at shooting their opponents than those recons. Correct decision to move over to the A side of the map, but Envy are already on the move. And they have not a care in the world, really. Hunter's Fury here for Poppin. They've obviously built up a massive bank of ultimates. Would love to try and ration them out a little bit over the next few rounds. The sooner you use your ult, the sooner you can start building up the next one. It's a missed shot. It would have dealt Satellite a death blow instantly. Leah at the ready. Condex can't really play that corner, and there's Kane. It's his third with the Outlaw, and he wants more. He says, I'm done, folks. Here's the shorty. Stick that up your nose. Really able to deal with him desperately, just trying to fend him off, but he's down to 26.
30 seconds left.
The guy, Kane Zero, like a force of nature. Like a morning star, someone who's just wound up and thrown into the midst of all these Ambrosia players. Ash is brutal.
He just keeps playing like he's smurfing and getting away with it. So I guess that is smurfing, no? I mean,
I think that is exactly
he's just
what
on a
he's
different
doing.
level. He's just on a totally different level. Said it already this series, but he is the future of Duelist in NA Valorant. No question. The shots that he hits with the scoped weapons are always so impressive to me. You can just tell that he's faster than everyone else. Just by this, it's by the smallest margin, but he is consistently faster. It's so mental to watch, man.
Who's next?
And those little adjustments he makes with the crosshair are just... it's like watching a robot play the game.
Yeah, those corrections. Spot on. Satellite now. Dangerous dance. Little do-si-do through the wall. Satellite wins it out. Crucially now, that B side is open for Ambrosia. 6-round deficit.
Glyph loves to do that.
There.
While the spike's being planted, it's like watching him on Haven. He'll always try to teleport forward, get a pick.
Dimensional drift spot Satellite. Willie's been picked off. Kane Zero able to peer in and deal with him. Flash from Satellite. Trying to make his way through tower, but X is elsewhere. Nice watching there from Shondex. That looked like it'd be a freebie. Look, here's this. Here's it all too well. It doesn't matter. Kane Zero able to dismiss away, dance the wall. This is kind of getting scary. But it's only Poppin left now. And he's not in a position to have an impact. Ambrosia, wake up. Give us a bit of a round. But of course, Satellite getting the up in hand might be pretty darn crucial. He's still struggling to get in. Finding his niche here on Pearl's been a problem for the attack side Yoru.
Of course, that round win, it did require using the dimensional drift on the Cosmic Divide synced up. But a round win is a round win. I think more impressive maybe for me is after they get into the site, if you look on the minimap, they did such a great job of getting into so many different angles. Like Satellite gets his way into spawn, and then Glyph picks up a position, back hauls. They have a couple players still back B where they caught Eggster. They're getting out of his ultimate. They really did have a great setup there on a must-win round. Let's see if Kane Zero tries to jump up here. Satellite can catch him, or maybe just goes for the wide swing. Oh, I like this. They're just not going to expect a second player to be at screens now. Doesn't seem like it will pay off unless Akarian decides to lurk all the way up.
Feels a little unlikely that he'd go for that.
But it is a cool way to try to set up Kane Zero for a kill.
Innocuous looking smoke that came across the map from Glyph there is having a psychological impact on Envy, keeping them here at this site.
Yeah, we've already seen them willing to be able to push through their own dark cover there. So those players have to be ready.
They're convinced, Envy are convinced that Ambrosia are heading that B side. They might be rewarded for this tenacity. Poppin is going to be the spotlight player here for Envy.
30 seconds left.
Sitting inside the smoke, calling all of this, trying to find the timing, gets ahead of that Razorvine. He is slowed up, but he can stand still. What a flash! What a flash in the connector! Extra emerges, explodes. And Ambrosia now cut down the 2 players. They got no choice but to go towards this side. Akrian, though, might have been hidden this whole time. I don't know if Kane can be ready for this. He might know now as Akrian fires a shot. Leah throwing at the ground, and Ion steps up, capitalizes on the blind. Envy back to their winning ways.
Just having a fantastic setup for that situation. Eggster's pop flash out after pop and is fighting from the area he's standing in right now. He takes that little swing through this archway. Eggster capitalizes. Everybody blinded up. And yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, they were just staying with 3 players drifted over here, but there's no big over-rotate. Ambrosia, yeah, they took some space in A main, and they sent a Yoru clone while they were working into Link, but ultimately it was just not enough to disrupt this setup. It's got them back onto an eco. This is just pure domination from Envy.
Oh, that was sick from Pop, and I love how patient he is there. All right, we're fine for A main today. Ambrosia woke up and shows violence. Now there's 3 Astra stars here, so a lot of stall that Ion has, and also that Razorvine's been cleared, so he's still got the freedom to move around the site. Paranoia comes in. Inspire does see the clone lit. And there's Ion. Satellite tries to get deep. Punished now. Mineral theft is pretty big, and they get the ping of all 4 players on the site. This is going to surely jolt them into action. Glyph able to TP towards the backside. Secret finds one, but Kane gets there with the shorty. Glyph steps up. Pounded down through the wall. 9-2. 9 rounds on this defense side for Envy. How do you bounce back from this?
The Envy players are just everywhere. Look at you can see the kill markers there in the site. I mean, they're just all basically in the middle of the site. They're getting shot down from every single angle. Kane Zero is just all over them with the shorty. Envy just disrupt your mind. There's too much going on. You're trying to look you're always having to look at something. There's so much distracting you, and then you're just getting shot in the back. Everyone is just doing so much at all times. The actions per minute are just through the roof with these players. Ambrosia want to keep it simple. All 5 players just going down Long B, drone close, Steel Garden to take the site. Let's just do something by the books. Nothing has been working up until this point. We're just hitting a site.
Kane wants to ping so badly. Spire picked off, even Eggster gets lit. Kane wants to get in eventually. Another Razorvine, though, gets refreshed, so that play out of connector has been denied. Satellite gets off the line. It's actually in a pretty dastardly spot. Has to go for a bit of a desperate white knuckle spray down, though, and he doesn't get anything off of it. Have a grab well. Extra flashed up by that Arc Rose. Brought down as a result. Kane's got nowhere to go here. A little bit of a tough round for him to fight back into. Ambrosia finally just pull their socks up and go open for this B side. It works much better than they kind of realized, and maybe now they're hoping they tried that a few more times, but that's their attack side done. And they only come out with 3 rounds, a measly handful.
Yeah, what was it? I mean, they win that eco round where they win a 2 versus 5, then, frankly, Envy just tossed that one away by running at them, feeling like they already won it. And then the other 2 rounds they win were rounds where they got to use 2 ults to hit B. Just not convincing enough. This feels like it's, as good as done. Like Ascent, that was close, but they were still fighting. It felt like they were down and out, but it wasn't like this. This has just been an absolute brick wall they've been running into in the team of Envy. I mean, it feels like they've got no hope right now. This would be a pretty unbelievable comeback if they can make it happen. It just seems that we're destined for Envy to win this Stage 2 playoffs. I mean, a result we thought that they were going to get in Stage 1. They were undefeated for so long. And then it fell apart in the playoffs. They got knocked out in that lower round 2, but here they are living up to the potential that the scene knew that they had.
Glyph tested early. Satellite, there's no guarantee he's going to be able to get his hands on an op in this round on this defense side, especially after falling here.
Oh, look at this. I mean, pushing all the way through sewer is Kane. These players on A are about to get executed on by 3 different angles, potentially.
I find the solo Astra player the B side of the map.
What?
This little exploitable art is pretty painful.
Crazy. The minimap is crazy right now.
Dude, honestly, I love Eggster's role in all of this. It will be too late to see everyone rotate off the side, but he knows better. Akrian is like, how is this possible? How the hell has this guy appeared behind me? Spike is going to be a little bit delayed coming towards the B side of the map, though. Still coming down long. Kane says, well, I'm bored. I want to go fight. Give me something to do. Shondek's going to be tapped down pretty low. Kane wins out that fight. Should be able to heal his way back up and still be fighting fit. Popping out of the side. That is stellar stuff. I heard the ding. And Glyph barely in the round. This could be it, folks. Ambrosia might have given us their very best. That effort, winning out a set, was impressive. But it's not an effort they've been able to sustain over the whole series, and definitely not here on Pearl. This has been domination.
This is what Envy do best on this map, on attack. They will exploit every single hole in your defense. This wrap through spawn from Kane is just mental. Akrian did not think that was possible, and then he goes for the standard Reyna approach on the pistol. You get the kill, you get the overheal, and then you just find the first person to take a fight against, and you are massively favored to win it out. And we're gonna go for a B split on a site with no players. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this round is done.
That is satellite erasure, but honestly, he's been pretty invisible on this map so far. I think like three kills in 14 rounds. Never got rolling. Now just waiting for the rest of Ambrosia to get here. Definitely it's going to be a hit to your confidence. He dug deep. Dug real deep on Ascent. Great map from him. Picking up that attack side up. Looked dynamic. Looked like he was flipping the script on Envy on quite a few of those rounds. Now this one just seems like Ambrosia have accepted their fate. They're in no position. They're in no business to challenge this site. I think it's just a matter of trying to perish to the spike itself and prevent Kane from eating them up.
He just wants to hunt for more. Why not? Not like he has the most impactful ult in the game, but when he's playing like this and has max confidence, time to run it down.
Aries there for popping. Never is needed. Envy, you can see they're kind of setting up to play this spammy post plant from B long style game. They can do the same, of course, on the aim part of the map. For Ambrosia, time to buy. This might be their final gambit in this series in Challengers Stage 2. And they've got to dig deep. What have they got left? Because they sure as hell better leave it out there.
And even if they lose here, you have to put so much respect on them for this run that they've been able to make in Stage 2. A few roster moves coming into it after staying alive in the league in the promotion relegation tournament. And absolutely no one would have expected them to be in the grand finals here. No one would have predicted that. This team has just shown themselves to be such a force.
Conversely, why everyone expected Envy to be in this game. They're one of the first teams to qualify for playoffs. I think a Swiss record of 4-1. They managed to get through the Tejo Breach era and refused to play that comp for much of the time. They just didn't want to do it. Now, it seems like the time for them to come alive. Kane's is doing that same attempt, lurking up mid. Shondex is specifically countering it. As they hit those, still going to come in. Arcro set up. Glyph getting ready with the paranoia. Here comes Poppin, actually stepping or attempting to step through that Razor Vine. Drop that should give him a tickle. He goes very low, and Akrian's able to spray on in. Solid protocols here for Ambrosia. And Fundies too. Inspire steps out. All right, he's supposed to win those. Homie was crouch walking, I'm pretty sure. His double back from Poppin. He's got the spike in hand. I don't think he's close enough to hear Satellite here either. He spotted out though. God forbid why I say this is winnable for Envy. They're on this side now. Good involvement from Glyph. Just love how expedient he gets about interrupting the spike plant. Yeah, he can clutch this out surely. Ion takes him down, but the damage is definitely done. Uncharacteristic there for Shondex, but Welly is a safe pair of hands. It keeps Ambrosia's hopes and dreams alive, albeit barely.
At least they don't go down to the bonus. Would have loved to have had a couple more weapons saved into this next round. Their buy is not going to be ideal, but of course they do have to force it up at this point. Don't want to allow Envy to get to 12. Just figuring out what they want to do here. It's going to result in a couple Guardians, a few regen armors, but they've got the util that they need. This is reasonable enough to keep things alive. This is the most dominant any of these maps have really been so far.
So, first steps taken for Ambrosia. It is a mountain to climb. They've got this, this vice set up over on the B side, which is pretty annoying, but Clone is always going to be able to get that wall out for free. So it does. Sheer wall triggered now. Envy are going to wait this out. They are pretty bloody committed to this. Nova Pulse, easy
That's
kill for Shondex.
fantastic. Just multiple util pieces there to punish Eggster.
Okay, Paranoia comes out. Ion still able to find a second somehow. Glyph looking, searching. Ion retreats back into the cover of that nebula. Plan B. Oh, it's kind of awkward. Ion gets a third. His Lopez is finding that. And Glyph it was a half-hearted attempt to spray down through that smoke. Wow, Cosmic Divide is going to get Ion there. I like this from Glyph. There's no way you're ready for this. Does Ion check this spot? What? Ion, unreal! He's looking! He's ripping, he's tearing, and he's watching! Here's the plan, of course, from behind the wall, and all of a sudden, Ambrosia. Claws dug into the cliff face. Desperately hanging on. Ion has been electric, excuse the pun, over the last couple of maps, and now he needs to clutch. 45 health, but the stars are on the spike.
Need that back.
He recalls that one to have an extra. It's obvious where he is. Well, he knows it, but he does not have the time to walk all the way up B long. So there's a grab well here. I don't think he's used Nova Pulse either. Looks like it's just the pulse, and there is Ion. Finds his timing. A stunning ace. And if anything, that is going to break the back of Ambrosia. They dig their shields in, but Envy hit him with a haymaker.
Bro, how did he know that Glyph teleported up there? Did his barrel stick through the wall or something at some point?
I think it was the correction of aim.
Facing that is crazy. I couldn't. Yeah, was that a correction or a hard
I don't think he
face?
had the crosshair placed. I think it was below.
Oh, what? Oh my god, that's...
He knew.
That is insane. I mean, he was behind the wall as well, so he couldn't hear the teleport.
That assumption just won the map and series there for Envy.
Ion has been unreal these past few maps. I mean, Kane is always the story of this team, and for good reason, but Ion is the other upcoming star on this roster.
Oh, buddy. All right, Welly. Core popping takes him down. Not too shabby at all. Good start. The weapon sucks, though. Double rifles now. Shondex, Nakri, and Havlin to work with. Here's Satellite with a bucky. Getting it done. Zero dealt with. Shot to the breadbasket will end the Rainer. And hey, we still got game in the sand, Ambrosia. Boy, howdy, they are beat black and blue. They keep picking themselves back up. Aldrone does not see Inspire, otherwise you would see every Ambrosia head turn in that direction. But Shondex is the one watching this. And the AD strafe is not quite good enough. So Envy will be forced to wait for what feels like it should be the just desserts. But their money is pretty average. Chunks down a lot now. They probably just had to take a full save here.
Yeah, Ambrosia not giving up just yet, winning that on the eco. So many players stacked, ready to deal with that hit, shotguns, etc. And Welly with another Hunter's Fury that finds value. His Sova utility, man. He has just been one of the best players of this entire playoffs of any team. He's so good on this agent.
Just unreal in the clutch, too.
But this is the problem. It feels like when you're making a comeback against Envy, when you're making a comeback in Valorant, eventually you're going to fight against a lot of ults on one of these rounds. And when you're making a comeback against Envy, someone is going to pull a 3K, 4K out of thin air.
Or just a random thrifty that shouldn't be. That's why Ambrosia have to be on full alert there by forcing, obviously, into this kind of round. They just need to keep the money flowing. One false step and it's done.
Would love to win this round and get a couple ults into the next buy. Shondex just one away from that Steel Garden. Akron close to the Cosmic Divide.
He got a cross. Akro's triggered. They do that Kane ding. He knows a bit of a crossfire. Safe pair of hands is Shondex. Glyph is also there, of course. Full save this was for Envy. And Ambrosia just need to make sure, yeah, they just maintain this sort of faux confidence, even if it's just projecting.
One enemy remaining.
Fire is down. Not too shabby. Ambrosia happy enough with that kind of round. Again, it's going to be hard to sort of put the defenders in a position where they can't have a decent buy for every round that remains in this game. Ambrosia just need to try and make sure that they want to make this comeback. They get through multiple waves of ults and, of course, try and keep as many players up at the end of those rounds. They don't want to be, winning these rounds with one player up and eventually having their economy just undercut.
So the Vakrin and Shondex have their ults ready to go. Satellite on the cusp of a dimensional drift as well. You're going to have to expect that Extra will be using his here. Glyphor, this paranoia should get massive value. Connects up to everyone for the swing, but he's spammed down by Ion, fully blinded up.
A-main control here in the hands of Envy, firmly. Welly going to be tagged up by that Owl drone, forced off the site. It should be Envy's for the taking to walk up. But that Razorbind is pretty timely.
Exactly where you
Now they've got to pause on this, but they have a corpse, so Neural Theft is going to show all of Ambrosia starting to rotate in their direction. Over the dimensional drift now, what do they find? A Satellite going down and popping with the Hunter's Fury. You mentioned it. Eventually, there's just going to be a bunch of ultimates that turn into positive trades for Envy. 3 up for Ambrosia. Welly, Shondex, Acreon. At separate times in this series, they've all been standouts for this team, but now they're going to do something incredible. X is low. He's offered up as a bit of a sacrificial lamb, and I love the Seal Garden here. Numbers are even, but Envy should be able to fall back and have enough time to get their primaries online.
Cosmic Divide as well.
One enemy
It's popping down. Did he have a classic in his hand? I'm not sure. Inspire here now in a 1 versus 3. I think Ambrosia have done it. They have staying alive. Beautiful Steel Garden. It comes at a backbreaking moment for Envy, just as they're trying to push off the site and take these fights.
And right after that, that Cosmic Divide used by Acreon was perfect. All of the players were funneled back towards Art, needed to try to get timings to get out in front of that wall. They couldn't do it. Ambrosia, they're still in the game. That's such a crucial round to win as well, because Envy expended a few of their ults there. No more Hunter's Fury. No more Dimensional Drift. So Ambrosia have an anti-eco, a chance to get to 8. Real chance to keep closing the gap. This ace from Ion was just outrageous.
This is, of course, that Hunter's Fury for Willy that was able to take, popping out the game early. Satellite onto the site. Okay. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. It's an easy trap to fall into. But we saw a number of ultimates come out of Envy in that round. They're also going to be knocked back down economically. Eventually, that loss bonus is going to allow them, though, to maintain like a baseline of pressure. That could be a problem for Ambrosia. But now Envy say, okay, we're now going to be dealing with the Satellite op. He's got that in hand. I wouldn't quite say that Yoru's got online for Ambrosia yet. Fortunately, he hasn't had to. The rest of his team have kept him in the game so far, but this would be a pretty good time to take it over. Got to be 2 Stingers, 3 Sheriffs, and a Cosmic Divide for Ion.
Looking to see how Satellite is going to start to play around this op. He's going to post up. He hasn't been able to do all that much yet in this game, but his defensive opping is really one of the highlights of him as a player. I mean, frankly, if not, the best aspect of his play is his opping. I mean, we saw that yesterday in the lower bracket final against Burger Boys. How many first bloods did he get on defense with this gun? Incredibly consistent.
Satellite looking for the safest part of the map for him to take contact. Of course, can always fall off this if he needs to. There's a gate crash over towards Secret. Takes the shot. No connection. Envy are going to be allowed to take some space, and there goes Clip down. That's a rifle handed over. Inspire now is in a dangerous position. Well, he has to fight on 2 angles. It is crossfire down. Here they come, folks. Envy marching in. Eggs are not giving Satellite the shot he so desperately wants. And now Cosmic Divide comes up. Okay, Envy now can move onto the site. They've lost Kane's era, but they still have 2 rifles to work with and an acceptable amount of armor. Stingers, when they're playing up close, Satellite has to have a backstab position off the back of this dimensional drift. And first, it's the clone. Next, it's a missed op shot. He doesn't have a good weapon for this at all, but he's able to win it out as Poppin pushes him while he's holding a shorty. Now Satellite's on the right side of the wall, but will it be the right side of history after this round? As Shondex swings, Exeter down. Inspire still has a rifle. Trying to buy his time, but he's low. Sat in the smoke. It's a little obvious, and he knows that he has to try and make something happen. And now it's up to Ion. Not half just yet, but Acreon's got the touch, and he's a long way away with this Stinger. He's able to stall. Make it hard. Costly. Force him on. Switch over towards the Sheriff. Acreon the defuse.
Oh my god.
It was close.
Oh
real
my
close.
God, man. You could feel the tension there. I was so convinced he was about to get that second Sheriff shot. He was so patient, waiting in Art. They thought that he had potentially wrapped all the way around back to main because he was just not giving them an inch. How many times have we seen a situation like that as well, where the team in the lead just suddenly wins it out on an eco round, running it down with stingers?
I mean, that Cosmic Divide was pretty sick there. And the timing from Inspire, that really circuitous flank, got it getting up mid somehow. And getting behind Ambrosia, very close. Satellite missed shot, takes some damage, but is able to get crash away.
Orb recovered for Eggs. You're still a bit away from that dimensional drift, but I mean, certainly will have it at some point in this game if Ambrosia continue to run this back. This, by all accounts, should be an ultless round. Eggster is definitely going to want to get over there and use that clone to get that shear wall procced.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
It's a gate crash there. So obviously Satellite can rejoin and opts to take that up. So he'll be set up in tower. Smoked off that angle instantly though. Condex is well set up here. There's nothing to really stop this. Okay, through the smoke. There's Inspire down. Poppin is able to trade it out maybe. Ambrosia overstepped here a little bit. Acrid able to deal with the Hall's push. And that was a spike in hand for Poppin. Kane and Ion trying to finish the job, but a Satellite is holding the angle already. And here we go. Ambrosia clambering back into the game. Envy now reset economically. They're going to have to sit back and continue to be patient.
Just get it up in Satellite's hands whenever you can. Peeks out, gets the first, and then backsight some great anchoring from Acrian, who's been rock solid for this team today. Picks up two, drops Poppin, who had the spike loose way back halls. Eggster's trying to get back there to collect it. Loses the duel to him as well. Ambrosia just get right back into that site to support their anchors so quickly. Big clash in A main. This is dangerous right now.
I'm not sure he finds that. The Lear is in play, and then it's a stunning paranoia from Glyph. Envy just want to get this over with. They want to run it down. And Ambrosia will oblige. More than happy. They keep the money going. Envy are going to have to beat Ambrosia at their best economically now to win this game. There's no other choice. But look at these ultimates. We're getting close to Dimensional Drift. Hunter's Fury. Envy are building towards that critical mass, but so are Ambrosia. There is no guarantee Envy can just trade a bunch of ultimates for a round win. That last desperate round they need to take.
This is where it sets in for Ambrosia that they are actually making this comeback a reality. They're on a 6-round run to get to 10.
Rise and bring glory.
Pressure can start to mount even further for them right now. This is their grand finals on the line.
It was 12-4, Wyatt. 12-4. Envy realize Ambrosia is starting to get some confidence. They've got to shut them down now. Be done with this game. Get out of it before it gets out of hand. There's Willie. Gets caught out as he tries to get across, but Exit can only find the one. Kane steps up. Empress active. Dismisses away. Now looking for his next target. And it's Shondex who falls. Kane, though, is a problem. Kane in a position to run through their back line. They cut amongst the pigeons. He baits the op shot, swings the line, and it's his third for the round. It's on Acrian now, who shuts him down, but Inspire will be there at Envy. Have finally conquered Ambrosia. A banger 4-map series. And it all ends here on Pearl as eventually they find the pieces, put it together, and take the Stage 2 title.
And of course, it has to end. It just has to, with a Kane highlight reel moment to get them over the finish line. When you're making a comeback against Envy, at some point, it's probably going to be him that will just pull a multi-kill out of nowhere to always get them over the finish line. The individual skill on this team is just outrageous. There's been so much hype behind them all year, coming into this year because of the win streak that they were on, and people were shocked when they dropped out of that Stage 1 playoff so quickly. But they stayed together, practice hard, they look more regimented, the team play is better, they held their nerve in this playoff run, go undefeated in the playoffs to win this grand finals. In that first place position that really everyone thought that they would inevitably be in. This team is just so legit. A mix of like the most unique players you could possibly put together, and somehow it just all works. It has all come together. And now I think as well, you're seeing this Envy team that, aside from the crazy individual skill and the weird little micro plays they're making that are throwing teams off, the teamwork has just gotten so much better between the 5 of them. And that is what has really propelled them to be consistent enough to go on a flawless playoff run like this. So impressed by them. And then also just big respect to Ambrosia for coming out of nowhere this stage and making it to the finals is a massive accomplishment for those guys.
Absolutely. You're talking about a team that in stage 1 was in that promotion relegation tournament. They were really up against the wall. But I mean, Envy, they are 4-0 in Swiss. The first team to qualify from the minimum number of games. Some teams had to play 7 in order to get there. And they only dropped 1 map to win through. 1 map here to Ambrosia. And it's hard to imagine that other teams like, TSMs or, Qubits could really come and stand up to this team. It feels like there is a monumental gap between this MD roster and the rest of Challengers. But looking at it more broadly, it's a pretty bright future here in North American Challengers. They got picked up, of course, by this big org, Envy. I know Hastro's excited about getting behind them so much so that he's given his living room over to them right now. And I hope they've got a feast planned after this game. $21,000, 75 circuit points, and a good look and a great outlook towards stage 3 for this team. We're going to go to a breakout. Desk is going to break this match down. It's been great covering this Challenger Stage 2 final with you all. We got 4 maps and they were great. We'll see you on the next one.
I'm honestly super excited to play them. It's going to be a super fun game.
Korean wants to make this costly for them. If the defenders are going to have a defuse, still disastrous for YFP. Korean.
You cannot stop them for throwing some rounds. It's going to happen.
Like as always. Bam! Bam! Oh, buddy!
Congratulations to your Stage 2 playoff champions, Envy. The team that went undefeated in Swiss won undefeated in Stage 2 to then take the entire crown this time around. Roy, it has been so cool to see this team go from just rankers back in stage 3 to running it down to then where they are now. This was so well deserved by them.
Yeah, their journey has been just so crazy. We're all doubting them. They were racking in wins. We were all still doubting them. Then they actually had a crazy run, proved themselves, got signed. Now they're running it back. They had a phenomenal almost, I mean, they went completely undefeated. They've only dropped like, what, 3 maps the entire split. It's a display of pure domination coming out from NV. It has been so fun to watch overall. Honestly, I don't know. I think I speak for everyone when I say that. It's been very fun. It's been some great Valorant that we're seeing, and just like the step up, the heroic play, the stars in the making. Obviously, some of them are not VCT ready, but they just look so fun. They look so great. They look so confident, and just the level of veterancy mixed with Zoomer style display has just been really fun to watch, guys.
And we got to see so much coming out of this series. We don't get a map 5. You know, Envy want to clear it out before that. But Dan, from the get-go, we got to see Envy come out of the gate. Of course, Ambrosia, they did challenge them a little bit, and I absolutely love that. But you look at the confidence of the team, you look at the ability to always bounce back, and it's part of the stuff that we always praise Envy for and why they're such a force to be reckoned with.
I really like how this grand final played out because it came with the overtimes. It came with a little bit of those fake comeback stories at the end. It really gave us everything, even though it was only those 4 maps. And Ambrosia, it's also a team that deserves that praise. They are an unsigned team that made it this far into playoffs, all the way to the grand finals, and then coming into very close maps against that team of Envy, facing them for the first time ever too. And Ambrosia that gets that second place, and an Envy that absolutely deserves it, as you guys were talking about the evolution that the team has had since last year, since that stage 3, when everybody went from kind of hating this team because they were all the one tricks to loving them, because the way that they play it makes it so fun to watch when you have your 2 duelists running it down, but not only running it down, but getting kills in some insane ways that we've never seen before with Kanesera and Nexter. So as you guys are saying, so well deserved, and something that took some time as well, and that shows kind of the growth that the team has had, going from that stage 1 undefeated in the Swiss stage to losing it into playoffs because of that lack of experience, to not only playing this best of 5 with all the advantages, but also knowing how to close them out.
I mean, speak for yourself with a hey, I don't know about that. I feel like this team from the get-go, even if there is, you know, a little bit of one trickiness, it's a team that's confident in their identity and everything else that they're doing, Roy. And that's something too that even if maybe a little bit of their downfall and some of that growth when you're looking earlier on is something that too, when you're seeing this version of them now, they don't have to change up their map pool too much. We're looking at these Teo changes. It doesn't matter for them. And it's a team that they know what they're doing. And from there, they can really thrive. And we got to see that plain as day within this series.
Yeah, it really does feel like everything kind of aligned and fell right into their laps, right? With the Tejo nerfs, the meta shift, it kind of went all in their direction. They didn't really have to revamp a lot of their compositions. In fact, they got even stronger considering the state of the meta. Everything has just been so great for them. Obviously, they put in a lot of time. They put in a lot of practice. It has definitely showed. And, you know, we have seen great macro teams in 2024, M80, the guard, right? But this team is micro. It's just on a completely different level. And it's not like something we have seen before. It's just so confident, so in the moment, and just so unpredictably, consistently performing so well. And it's just fun to watch.
Especially because a lot of those micro plays, they're so reliant on these individual players performing and actually being able to frag out, right? It's not just sending that utility and that's it. It's expecting extra to get that flash for Kanesera to get the openings and things like that. That worked out so well today, all the way until the very end. And something that I want to say as well, props to Kanesera and Ion. These guys are so young, by the way. You're not even 18 yet, and they were at the very top of the board to end on the grand final. It's really impressive. I think the casters were highlighting it. This is kind of the future that we're seeing for VCT Americas, and with Ion in the controller role, playing 3 different agents, and Kanesera doing the same with the Duelist.
That's when you know the future is bright, when you're seeing the 16-year-old and the 17-year-old absolutely just pop off in the server. And Roy, looking at this run too for Envy, just dropping 2 maps throughout that entire bracket, making that way through that uppers, like that is just so impressive.
Yeah, they just looked so great. Honestly, I'm not even sure what more we could add on that discussion. Like they just looked great all around. They've had dominant performances back to back all the way from the beginning of the split. And obviously yeah, like that is just crazy. And their map pool is just so strong. It's just hard to contest them on almost every map. And the fact that they had the veto advantage just sort of solidified that advantage, and they were able to close it off.
There is a reason that for this team, they were highlighted and talked about so much. And to see all of their hard work pay off in this victory, and a victory while they were even playing the playoffs in Red Bull, that was just absolutely incredible. And so I'm really glad to see the entire team on the line post-match interview be able to get thoughts from Envy after their grand final win. Big congratulations. We got everyone here. How's it going? Grand final champion. How's it feel?
Woo! Feels amazing, guys. Feels amazing.
Calm down, G. Calm down.
You gotta calm down in the background. You guys are champions. Let's go. But we gotta talk about this grand finals. I don't know who wants to talk first. And I see you there on the left, so I want to hear from you. So going into this, you this year have been like the most talked about young prospect. What you've been able to accomplish in the server constantly is crazy. Confidence through the roof. And I want to know on your end, how does that feel? And do you have like that pressure ever get to you?
Who they talking to?
You.
Oh, you,
On the
bud.
left.
No, you.
Calm down.
The guy on the left.
I don't know. I don't really feel the pressure. I feel like the players and like that we went against, we just went against like the bad players and the bad teams, and like the good players and the good teams got like wiped out early, unluckily. So I just had a really high confidence going into all the series.
Always the confidence, never changed there. Inspire, going into this, we've gotten to see, like, from talking to you back in stage one, you talked about being kind of like mentor and to Kane and to Ion and everything else, and always the strategies for the team. And I want to know now how you're feeling with the future of this team, seeing the accumulation of your guys' hard work. You just won stage 2, you just won the Red Bull home ground. Like, how does all that feel?
I mean, everyone put in their own work, like individually, like they're playing ranked at their scrims or listening to criticism most of the time. And, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot for like the young guys, especially to like lock in for, 8 hours of rank, 6 hour of practice. And then they also go to school. So I'm really proud of them. And it's Poppin's like first time like IGLing, and he's developed really well. Stunner, props to him to helping him. And I'm trying to like, help with the mid round and stuff, but he's the mastermind. And then Eggs, like first ever time like competing, just so much pressure on the map. People call him like your one trick, but like, I mean, if Agents is good, like why wouldn't you put this guy on him every single map? And he's just like taking over and makes the game so easy for us.
I mean, let's talk to the infamous one trick, Igster, what you're able to bring to the team too. A one trick that works, because it's like the impact that you have, especially today, is just absolutely incredible. And being able to see you compete now, obviously this is all on the road to ascension. So I want to know how you're feeling like the future. Like there is a possibility of playing in that Ascension tournament and going beyond with this.
Yeah, I'm feeling really good about the Ascension odds. Like that's our whole goal. Like that's what we're here for. My first BO5 under my belt, and I'm not gonna lie, the map 4 was looking kind of rough. My team's got me though. These guys are nice.
Hey, give yourself credit too, because what your pride in the series, it was crazy. And I want to talk to someone else who is just popping off, especially near the end. Ion, you're just incredible in this series. You're the youngest on the team, one of the youngest that we have here in NA Challengers. And I want to hear about your future in the game, being such a superstar already with this team.
Just great. I don't really have to like do much work. Like I think the rest of the team like carries like the comms, and I just like do whatever I'm told. I don't really have to think, I just run around. And I have like Kane's there entering every round. I just get to bait him.
Oh goodness, just run around, bait the tier. I mean, give yourself credit because you're putting in so much work out there. And Center, I see you in the back. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to you yet. So I'm going to take this opportunity. Obviously, you came into the roster a little bit later than everyone, and I want to know, too, your thoughts into jumping in with this team and how you're helped build that foundation to be able to bring the team to where they are now.
I mean, when I joined this team, it was very chaotic, and I think still it's very chaotic, and I'm trying to balance the play style of playing to these players' strengths and continue that down the line, and hopefully we can get a little bit more discipline later on into Ascension run. But I can tell you right now, we will not change our play style. This group of players has a very unique play style, and it really works for them.
I love to hear that you're not switching up the play style because it's something that we love Envy for. And Oppen, last question for you. Obviously, you're IGLing through this chaos and everything else, and you have IGL'd the team now to 2 recent victories back to back. So I want to talk about how that's been for you, how you keep that composure, and how you let the team be able to strive and yourself as well.
I think that everybody on our team helps. It's not really like I'm the only one calming. Everybody adds to my IGL. Like I might call a strat, Egg will add a flash, Kane will add a peek with Rain out of nowhere. Kane takes his timings all the time, and it really helps. Like we're all ranked players. We're all coming from an environment where we need to make our own decisions. And that's like, I think, why our team is so good, because we don't need to be microed. Every player knows what to do. Every player knows when to take their timings. And that's extremely important for a team to have. And I'm happy to be on a team with all these guys.
It has been such a fun time being able to watch you guys play. Congratulations on stage 2 and best of luck in stage 3, and hopefully you're qualifying for Ascension.
Thanks. Have a good one, guys.
We're fucking champs!
God. Right, calm down. Calm down.
Amazing. Back over to the desk for the vibes,
Let's go,
the
guys.
energy.
Let's
you know
go.
what? You guys can drop your one. They deserve it, Dan.
They got me in a mood as well. I'm happy again. I have energy. It's like I won with them after that scream.
Being able to see this team and what they do, it's so great. There's the only team that made back-to-back top 4 when you're like, we're back-to-back with these playoffs performances, being able to get these points. And when we're looking at this Ascension journey, I feel like Envy is the front runner, and even hearing like, they're feeling confident for that. Looking over at the Ascension points, obviously that is what we're playing for at the end of the day. We're looking at these teams to try and qualify for that Ascension tournament, their opportunity to ascend. And Envy, after that victory, Roy, that is a very clear lead.
Sierra, I was really hoping you're gonna ask them if they mew as part of their team practice, because I swear to God, every time I see their pictures or they're on camera, they're like mewing and mogging their way to a split 2 finish, and they managed to take the lead, guys. 100, and that's what I'm saying. They got 115 points.
I didn't want the answer, Roy. That is as simple as that. Some things will stay a mystery, okay?
Yeah. But yeah, 115 points. I think they're looking great, honestly, for this, as long as they don't flop in split 3, which I don't see really happening, to be honest, with the way they're playing right now and the level of confidence they're bringing. I think they're in a very good spot to challenge either the points or the win in split 3. Either way, they're in a really good spot for that Ascensions run.
And something that I wanted to add to this as well, for the people that maybe just tune in for the grand finals, is that team that I see Chet Spets, that used to be M80, right? They keep the core with 3 of the players, and they make this team called Chet Spets. And Chet actually posted that, that core might not remain the same for what is going to be that next stage. So we don't even know if they get to keep those points, or if it's going to be Winter University kind of taking that 2nd place, Shopify taking that 3rd one, which, by the way, Shopify, Rebellion Black, they were our stage 1 champions, and still, because he didn't make it to playoffs this time around, they fall down to the 4th spot. It's getting really messy, but at least we have one team that is ahead by a good amount of points.
A good amount of points is fairly safe to say, and a team that's looking stronger than ever. I think that's going to be my biggest takeaway from that. When you have all these teams that players, to party, and things are getting a little funky, a little weird, for Envy to just be putting in that work, and you get to see that improvement from time to time, still combined with that pure confidence, that play style they're known for, that center set as well. Like, they're not changing, Roy. I think that's super excited. It's a team that knows what they're capable of. They know what they're best at. And even if it's sometimes a little unorthodox, I appreciate it for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you have to respect it. They found a unique identity, something that is, it wasn't meta. It probably won't be meta. It's their own individual flair. You can't really copy paste it. It's not generic at all. Like, there's just no way to replicate it. You need the players. You need their specific, state of mind and their mindset and how their kind of their intuition. And I think that's really what makes this team special. And they're a rather difficult team to practice, like to prep against, because you just really don't know what they're going to see in the moment and how they're going to approach the game, and just that level of in the moment presentness is what makes this team special. And I'm here for it. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm thinking about teams that are very unique, teams like PaperX throughout the years that everybody's kind of trying to have a read on them, but it takes a very long time for you to really understand what they're doing because they're so unique and they might have some set plays around how aggressive they like to play, but still always going to be a question mark. And I love hearing that from the coach, just saying, you know, we're going to remain the same and understanding that sometimes it's not just following the meta blindly, but it's also kind of understanding what works for your team. So you can expect a lot more of this MV double duelist running it down for stage 3.
And I cannot wait to see them in stage 3 and how the other teams are going to be leveling up to try and make their way into that stage 3 playoffs, because more than halfway done through the 2025 season, things are about to get crazy when you're looking all eyes on Ascension. That is going to be it for our stage 2 coverage, though. From everyone who has worked the show, including behind the scenes production, thank you so much for all of your hard work. Our players for putting on performances out there, and for all of you at home watching. We hope that you enjoyed. Take care, everybody. Enjoy your summer. We'll see you real soon.
Nightfall going to be popped, they're going to commit. There's another Shawnee kill. Chalk up yet another one. Shondek's desperation, it's not enough. Not even close. Inspire slips up on the side. Pain with the Odin. And Welly here's to dragging himself off to work. He knows he's going to do it. Guild contract doesn't quite connect, but it doesn't matter. 13-9. Hatchery in here has no options outside of just dragging his carcass over towards the A side of the map. And going down with a ship. Man, Envy, God, what a way for it to happen to Ambrosia too. Their map pick, they look so solid on that defense side. Feel like they're really getting some momentum going. And Leon's picked up for Inspire. What a way to make it.
Just a wealth of information now going in the direction of the defenders. It doesn't seem to matter. Satellite has already gotten in. Inspire has to do some of this brilliant anchoring that we see from him in the past, but it's all falling apart for Envy. They're out of gas. It's been a long map, long series, and it's about to get longer, folks. Hoven has to try and break his way through either the barrier or the door. Gets himself up to heaven and will be put out of his misery. A flawless round from Ambrosia. Gotta shut them down now. Be done with this game. Get out of it before it gets out of hand. There's Welly. Gets caught out as he tries to get across, but Exit can only find the one. Kane steps up. Empress active. Dismisses away. Now looking for his next target. And it's Shondex who falls. Kane, though, is a problem. Kane in the position to run through their back line. They're cut amongst the pigeons. He bangs the op shot, swings the line, and it's his third for the round. It's on Acri now, who shuts him down, but Inspire will be there at Envy. And finally pocket Ambrosia. A banger 4-map series. And it all ends here on Pearl as eventually they find the pieces, put it together.
We did it, boys! Come on, King. Come on, you got us, bro. You got us. Go.
Nightfall gonna be